It all starts with him stepping off that boat, renting a little one-bedroom out past the edge of Roxwood, heading out to buy his first beater in this big old city, picking up a used Regina to rattle on down the road. He figures he'll lean on what he knows, that old country mechanical knack. And after jawing with a whole mess of folks, he wanders up to Godworks, the calmest, easy-going shop he can find. He's sitting out front, hat in his hands, waiting to shake hands with the owner, Jimmy Dale, Rodney in his only good suit. And he lands the job, grease on his hands by sundown, and meeting the girl he'll come to love. He hears the tale of poor Mr. Dale getting set up, railroaded and wronged, and swears he ain't gonna just stand by. So he brushes off that courtroom suit, heads on down to the courthouse, looking to get his bar card back, ready to ride into the storm for his new friend and boss, even though he'd promised himself he'd never practice law again after getting burned before. But the gavel falls hard and he can't save Jimmy's spot as PD. Time skips on and Jimmy gets hit again when the tax man comes knocking and the numbers don't add up. That old shop winds up in Rodney and Graham's hands, and they keep Jimmy's name up on the sign. Out of respect, months roll by and the bay stay busy. Doors open sun up to sundown, coffee in a stained thermos, laughter in the air, and wrenches ringing off steel till the state comes calling, saying the taxes are wrong and yanking the place out from under him without so much as a fair fight. Well, hell, folks just shrug and say, you ain't got a choice. And he's forced out of his own shop. He keeps on walking, even in the lowest hollers. Friends gone and lost along the way, and he builds that lawyer man name back up, keeps that old truck alive. Between the lines, he spots his future wife again when she rolls back into town. And so does B.T., stirring up trouble, chaos snapping at his heels. They dodge death, dodge hunger, hop a plane and light down in Vice City. Fast forward a year and a half, he's back home, back in the saddle. Only now he's a judge, trying to hand down real justice while running with Bucket, selling more shine and whiskey than anyone in the city. He's dreaming on what's coming down the road. New house, new car, new ring, maybe even a little country chapel and a surprise wedding tucked under a wide blue sky. Ain't no telling, but he can feel it coming. That's the truth of it, the tale of Mr. Dangerfield, rolling the dusty back roads and bright streets of Los Santos, chasing down his dreams and stumbling into true love. That's just how a country story goes. Everybody's got their own road to ride, and he's still out there rolling. You ready to see what comes next? Oh, yes, them country boys boys in this town, out here working them blue-collar jobs, turning up the dirt, working the ground, raising up them vegetables and tending the farms. Got all the cows, pigs, and chickens, cleaning out the pens, making all their money off.
We are here. We're just waiting on loading in.
Just trying to afford that new truck so we can cruise these back roads and enjoy ourselves.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm still kind of running empty, but that's because I've been running hard trying to get things in order for work. It sucks, but you know, it's one of those things that you don't really have much of a choice over, really. But I got to relax a little bit today because I had to take time to do a 1 hour training thing that they popped up on me out of nowhere. What's up, Wade? But yeah, no, I'm a little bit behind on the debate. I don't even know if they've even started it yet. But you know, they delayed it like an hour. I'm like, okay, I can do some things, and then they turn around and then changed it. I'm like, you have to be shitting me. Like, I went and looked, and I'm like, okay, we should be making it there just before time, because it should have been 7:30, because they delayed it an hour. And then at 6:14, they turned around and said something else about it starting in 20 minutes. So it started a little over 10 minutes ago. So we're going to try and get over there and get in the deal with the Mayoral debate, because I'd like to see, you know, who's debating and what's going on. So we're going to try and race over there.
Semi-drivers out there, making sure everybody gets their fill, loving that open road and every view it holds, bringing home the money to take care of their families as life, doing the simple
What's that light?
enjoying the small things, got their country wives, oh boy, sweet as apple pie, but just like a wild critter if you cross them, so be careful.
Yeah, it really was. Like, they could have communicated a little bit better instead of going, oh, well, it's going to be delayed an hour, and then all of a sudden, oh, hey, by the way, we're going to start in 20 minutes. But, you know, I'm expecting 7:30. Like, not all of us can check pings immediately. God damn it. Are you serious? I'm stuck on something I shouldn't even be stuck on. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I'm driving. Yeah, I'm late to the debate because they literally released it. Well, that's the thing. I don't know who the people are gonna be. The issue is they delayed it an hour to 7:30, and then they changed it again later, and I didn't get the ping. Damn it! I looked down and looked at my chat. I know Lexi and Dan are people that went in. Christ, the fucking lag you get coming in his fucking dome.
Smoking the sky hard hat on. They swear for that laid back life they crave. Clock in, clock out, still slaves to the wage, but they dream about chill by the way. Smalls, man, we can't say much about the malls. All this bullshit's bare like stuff. They ain't stop, they show, they just fade in the back of our cities. Here, people barely even know they exist. Let's be frank, there ain't nothing to buy. Just it goes in the hall with a neon dot. Just dust on the glass in a vacant sky. So many jobs in this town. We all grind for the bag, for the cash, for the life we choose. Run this play, buy that house, flip that whip, either win or lose from that F1 race. Place that bet, hit the table, gamble on what we.
Wait. I have to search.
If she is a bit,
Listen, I'm already late because the communication broke down.
I understand that, but I have to search everybody that enters, sir.
Okay, regarding that, so I'll be the liaison, so I'll be able to stay in communication with PD, EMS, and civilians as well, so it'll keep the communication
Double,
between, obviously, the
I'm a judge. You really think I'm gonna do something stupid?
the city as well.
I mean...
So, if there is any issues or anything
Shit.
like that,
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Forward, it can be discussed with the party, and then we'd be able to...
There we go. Get you out here.
Try and take action.
Yeah, they need better communication when it comes to this next time.
Via polls.
That's not done to me.
Class you guys as a proper turn tomorrow. You know.
Yeah. Well, so how I'm gonna go about that. So with my current role in the current government is my role is I am the Department of Social Service basically. So I believe I already do have quite a strong connection with both both PD commissioners as it currently stands.
I figured as much.
Obviously, I wish to upkeep that and strengthen it where possible. We meet on a semi-regular basis as it currently is, so I'd like to continue that, if not bring it up to be more regular. So the government is more informed, and and it's not all about it's PD's fault as well. It's about working with the PD and working out to see what tools they need and how they can make their job easier to try and steer away from misconduct and the sorts of bad press really.
Okay. Again, question for both parties. Will you guys support an independent audit of a city's discretionary fund to ensure that taxpayer money is not being diverted to private interests, such as friends of the administration?
I mean, that's a pretty cut and dry answer. Yes, 100%. We're completely open and honest.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with Seth on that one. Obviously, everything. Yeah, everything's got to stay within obviously reason. And obviously, everything what the government makes should be going back into obviously everything the government needs, and obviously the police, the EMS, and everything what everyone wants really to enjoy themselves and have a good life.
If you don't mind, Harry, I'm just going to quickly expand on my point. As one of my my key points I wanted to bring up is I want to maintain the current trialed transparency.
Oh shit, there's Ty. She actually showed up.
My current stand-in for the current government. So for those of you who haven't noticed, I've been trialing new things, a lot more press releases, and doing funded meetings, sorry, to allow the public to vote. So I feel like having those sorts of that level of transparency. If not, I want to push that even further to even log like 90% of every transactions. And so basically that I can be held accountable. Our party can be held accountable. It'd be pretty hard if the fund meetings were being displayed publicly. That I was funding X amount to the projects, and then X amount going to PD, and X amount going to EMS. It'd be pretty hard for me to explain why there's money missing, if there is money missing, if that makes sense.
Interesting. Okay.
We actually made it.
So, both sides as well. EMS. So EMS as a group ultimately keep not only officers but civilians standing, keep them going about their business when they either make a mistake or end up in an accident. What are your plans for EMS, and how are you going to look to improve their general well-being? Go on, Hatchet, you take this.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay. So with EMS, we feel like we should give them more of a fair chance because obviously without EMS, I mean, pretty sure most of the people in this room wouldn't be standing. So I feel like they've kind of been undermined. So I feel like we could definitely try and figure out maybe some form of pay rise or maybe a reward for the longest clocked on or anything like that.
That's bye.
Yeah, so I think keeping a strong relationship with EMS and making sure they have all the tools they need is extremely important. Making sure
Hopefully you
they're
guys
supported
can hear this
and
well.
yeah, everything's working very smoothly. As the other party mentioned, that having EMS is a vital part of the city. It's one of the cogs that keeps the machine running. That is Los Santos. So making sure that they're well supported, what they need, and everything, and then they feel heard and listened to is vital, really.
Well,
Okay.
they haven't been heard because they still haven't had the fucking meeting about
Both sides.
inactive members.
Accountability for the Treasury. How often will you publish a full balance sheet of a city's finances, including every dollar spent on imports, property development, and event funding?
I think I'll start on this one. So I would love to promise everyone that every single dollar that the city spends is tracked. But I can tell you from exact experience, it's 90%. It's impossible. I spent countless hours trying to account for where funds go, and I'm sure if the other party do get into power, they'll see very quickly how quickly you lose track of where the money goes. That is simply down to the incomes and outgoings of like the incoming of train tickets and the outgoing of wages. It's almost impossible to keep track of every dollar. So having a very clear balance sheet of the actual funds spent by myself or our party, that'll be published as soon as the transaction's made, and we'll be looking to do like full weekly breakdowns. So if I've stocked the dealers, or I've spent some money on events, or I've given PD some bonus money, or EMS some bonus money, or bought some, I could talk for hours on it. But yeah, we'll be doing weekly breakdowns, as well as every transaction is posted.
Right, with our side, I would like to do them as much as possible, as much as obviously I can do, or my team behind me, just to keep everyone updated on everything we're spending the money on and keeping it 100% with the people.
Okay. Nice. Okay, keep this flowing a little bit. I'm going to take 2 questions from the audience. Anyone want to ask a question? I see you over on the left-hand side. Would you like to come up?
Go on, bro.
Okay. So one of my questions is for both of you guys. When it comes down to it, let's face it, the car economy is quite troublesome. When you look at the classes of cars and the prices on them, what will you guys be doing to fix that problem?
Yeah, I mean, I can start with this one. So as part of my plan, my first week plan of into the office, it's gonna be conducting a full review, current pricing, sale prices, import prices, and where the current market balance is for vehicles, especially. So for those that you don't know, the mayor does pay an import price and then has to decide the sale price. However, the more vehicles that are imported,
you raising your
the
hand,
price
Ty?
does
You're
go
never
up
even
for said
fucking around.
vehicle.
I don't know why you have
So
a
it's all
question.
about a big balance, and to balance further onto that, I don't want to go in straight away and slash all the prices, let's say 20% on all cars, because then that then creates an upset in the second-hand market. If someone's bought a car for 800k and then next week it sells for 500k in the dealership, that really, so that's a big profit loss on the second-hand market. So it's a massive game of balance, really.
So obviously on our side, obviously we don't know the ins and outs of this, obviously because we haven't been in. But obviously with the pricing, I feel like it should be some wiggle room with it because I feel like they've been added too much, if you know what I mean. Obviously then they get restocked, they just go up too much and they never come back down. They always stay at the same price. So I'd obviously like to bring the price down and hopefully keep them down if I can, possibly.
Okay. Long red hair stood up at the corner. If you want to come down.
Ariel's brother.
You might want to turn the microphone on.
Treasury muscle. I'm sorry, we still can't hear you.
Mic and push the little button on it. Like physically take a step forward or two.
You got this. We believe.
Okay. There it
There
is.
you
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so my biggest question for you guys is I do your basic sanitation. I do the garbage. What I'm coming across is for every load I do, I'm only making under $2,000 considering the cost of food and the cost of gas to keep this vehicle running is killing me. So what can you guys do to help me out? Because if I start doing rentals for a housing, I would have nothing.
I can touch on this. So I hear your concerns. I really do. However, unfortunately, the mayor doesn't have any control over your salary as the sanitation workers. It's definitely something we could speak to the relevant parties about. Maybe adding some financial support. You know, you're a key worker, really. You're keeping the streets clean. As it currently stands, the mayor doesn't have any power over the salaries of sanitation workers.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right, that's all I had. Just thought I would ask on that one because that's kind of
I think
what drives it in the beginning.
Yeah,
I got something for you, man.
Peter's has got a.
Yeah, so you know, you talk about sanitation and stuff. I mean, I am one of the people that does a lot of different things around the city as well. And you know, if you're having issues, one of the first things I can do to you is give you my number, and I can show you exactly how to do that job. Because you say you're making about $2,000 to run. Honestly, I could make that probably double because you should be getting about 4, and you should be able to do it solo in about 20 minutes per run. And if you got a couple friends, you can get it's a lot easier, man. So basically, there's a whole lot of stuff you can do from that aspect. Now, on the other side of things, too, you're talking about rent. Now, that is something that we can technically have control of, and we have somebody standing right behind me, lovely Lexi, who's going to be looking into housing. Now, I can't promise we're going to be able to, you know, make a ton of changes, but, you know, that is something we're going to look into is the price of housing and rentals and things like that, because I feel like there are a lot of places that are either oversold, like all the good cheap stuff's gone, or stuff like that. So that's something we can look into. But there are a lot of ways to make money around this city, and if, you know, you need to reach out to any of us to ask any questions, that's definitely something we'll stand behind. Cool.
Thank you. I see.
Not too bad
I
about
see
you, Nick.
Ty over there. Come on, Ty.
No, I didn't know that.
Hello?
Hi there.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
was
that is
just
true.
wondering, what exactly
No,
will you
he's
guys
been in the
help
debate
with
since I got in.
EMS? Does that make sense? I think I just stumbled over my words.
Yeah, I can start on this one. So like I said, I feel like at the minute, all the EMS employees that I've actually spoken to, they feel like they've kind of been dug to the bottom at the minute. So I'm kind of planning on trying to see about, depending on the funds, of course, obviously trying to do like maybe a end of the month bonus for those that put in the extra work. Trying to obviously make sure that all resources that you guys need are obviously there, and just make sure you guys are properly funded.
Yeah. And I'll pick up on this. So, as you're more than aware, as my current position is to liaise with both yourselves, yourself and Smithy, And I mean, I'd like to maintain the current relationship I've got with Smithy. I like the fact that he feels comfortable enough to pick up the phone and just give me a call whenever he has an issue. I mean, I've made myself more than available for EMS to come to me with any concerns. I personally haven't been made aware of any concerns if there are. But if that is the case and they feel like they are, they are the afterthought, I'd like to reassure you that is not the case, or that will not be the case in my
Oh,
party.
you just bullshitted right there
They
because he's
are,
been made
they're
aware of an issue.
They're the lifeline of the city, quite literally. So if there are any issues, it'd be #1 priority to jump on it.
Yeah.
Along here with my deputy mayor.
But he's full of shit because there's been an issue raised about
Okay.
EMS.
Well, Smithy is not only the only director, but I would like to actually ask about bonuses for EMS. You did mention that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to kind of come back to your statement about Smithy's not the only EMS. You are correct. However, I've not been able to get in contact with you with several months. I've made many attempts. So that's why Smithy's been my direct point of contact. And for bonuses,
okay, he at least called her out on that.
Really, I mean, it'd be really of a kind of a balance again between PD and EMS. Obviously, definitely EMS do deserve that attention. However, it's if we tip the balance too far one way, it then makes the other side feel again. I don't like using this because I don't want to feel
so
like anyone
Dan's not
like
answering
the
Black
afterthought.
because Hatchie's answering.
But it makes
Hatchie is the PD and EMS
shift the narrative
person
really.
for their team.
But definitely, if that's a program that EMS would like to introduce, I'm sure that we can make room in the funding to make that available.
But at the minute, isn't EMS getting slightly less than PD? Shouldn't they be on the same wage now?
We actually give the same. And I think.
Sorry,
to jump in.
Go
on. EMS also do get a bonus for defibrillators as well.
Yeah,
you don't get that.
That was part of our negotiation. Part of our thought process behind the whole wage increases was that if we was to make the wages exactly the same, then EMS would be receiving more money because they get the bonus when using the defibrillator. So yeah, that was definitely something that was considered.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard any wage complaints between
let's do
EMS
this.
since it was kind of explained. But if that's the case, again, it's open for review. Same with PD.
All right. Well, I have not received any missed calls, so I'm not sure if you're calling the wrong number, but we can talk about that after.
Of course we can.
So I will want to bring up. So the other party mentioned wanting to work really head on with EMS and the whole defibrillator thing. We do get paid between $100 to $400. It's kind of random just how many people go down, and we have to defib. So we have had arguments about, bumping EMS pay, but it's been kind of pushed down because we apparently make a lot more money with the defibs. So yeah, what
work
kind
was
of
terrible.
plans do you have for EMS?
Ty, get off the fucking stage. You were told one question. You're over here answering
you guys
more,
want to go
more
first?
one question.
Is this for both of us?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like I mentioned, I'm planning on trying to do a bonus for obviously PD and EMS, both sides. Again, obviously, how often, if you don't mind me asking, how often do you actually roughly use the defib? Is it quite often or?
It's not as often anymore because we don't have as serious of injuries. So it's just people who have gone fully down is the only time we actually get paid for defibs.
I mean, if we do obviously get elected, then we can definitely take a look into possible payment adjustments. We can't guarantee it, but obviously we can take a look into it. We're not going to be here standing up here making false promises, but we can definitely take a look into it.
All right, perfect.
Nice.
As I currently mentioned, or as I mentioned prior to that, my plans for EMS kind of remain to keep the channels open. Really, we have just funded a program for PD, so I was going to be looking into sliding that EMS's way as well, and I'm talking in relation to the PD housing that allow the police officers to have free housing. That's definitely something that was on the table for me to bring to you guys. So yeah, maybe we could look into providing the EMS that also the state funded housing as well.
All right. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just sort of join in. Hang on. Oh, there we go. It's on now. I just thought I'd join in quickly. Yeah, the housing thing, I did actually inquire about that, and it was denied because of our defib bonus. So I don't know if that will be something you'll reinvestigate. But I did have another question of whether we would get our fire department opened up again.
Yeah, that's a really good point actually. That is that's the other half to you guys is your fire and EMS. So yeah, definitely having the fire department reopened is definitely a point of interest. In regards to having the EMS housing denied, I wasn't actually made aware of that. The discussions really between the housing for PD and EMS was really between Mr. Wolfenstein. I had semi involvement, but I wasn't made aware that your request is. I didn't know it was brought forward really, and it was denied to start with. So it's definitely open for review. And I don't believe that your defib payment should have any effect on you having free housing. Yeah, if it's fair to if it's been given to one, it should be given to the other.
What's your number? Yeah, I
Perfect,
definitely feel
thank
like I definitely feel like the housing situation would be a good idea. We should definitely take a look into it. Again, we're trying to obviously we'll have to try and find a perfect balance between PD and EMS. But yeah, I definitely understood when people came to me and said that obviously you guys felt like you was kind of at the bottom, which I totally disagree with.
I mean, I don't feel like we've been at the bottom, to be honest. We have had a wage increase, and no one's come to me with any queries or complaints staff-wise. So I'll have to look into that, see where that information's come from.
EMS there is medics that have come to me and complained about how sometimes EMS gets mistreated. So I will agree with that sheer fact that EMS sometimes feel like we're at the bottom and we don't really get the attention that we need and the support that we need from the government.
I will just jump in there that both of you do have my phone number as the current standing Department of Social Services. So if you feel like you do need additional support, as I've said from day one, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. But,
I hope somebody brings up the
going
malls.
I will ensure that both directors are kept more informed, as there seems to be some miscommunications going on there. Thank you very much.
I want to add a little bit onto that as well, because I actually used to be an EMS worker, so I know firsthand exactly what you guys go through on a lot of this stuff. And honestly, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I've seen the stuff that you do. I've seen the bonuses and all that stuff, and I've driven the vehicles and stuff. And I feel like there's a lot of improvement that we can make. So, like, if you guys have stuff that you want to talk about, all you got to do is contact any of us. We're always going to have an open door policy. We're always open
Seth
to
is kind of lying
talk
about things on
and
the
hearing what you
stand.
need. So that's one of the things we're going to offer you guys.
All right, perfect. I mean, that's all I have. So thank you.
Okay.
Yep, me too. Thank you for your time.
Snowy, I see with your hands up. I know you've been running around the city today, asking questions. So, come on.
Is it on? Yep, there we go. Hi. So my question for both parties really is currently the state of the tax that businesses go under. The lower earning businesses are taxed at the same rate as the higher earning businesses, which penalizes restaurants for earning more. Is that something you'd both look into?
Yeah, definitely. As our discussion, which we had earlier on today in Legion.
Going on, Iowa?
I was currently unaware of how the tax operated. Obviously, that wasn't my department in the current state of the government. So yeah, now that you made me aware of currently the situation you're put into by the tax system, definitely it's open for review, as is everything. In my first week, there will be a full audit on everything in the city. So yeah, definitely it's open for review. We want to support those businesses.
The thing is, if he gets in, they can't audit what Wolfenstein did, and they'll brush it underneath the rug.
As a business person myself, I already knew exactly how the business taxes work. You know why? Because I actually took the time to talk to business owners, the things that's actually important. So even though I wasn't part of any government parties or anything, I know exactly how the taxes work, and I also think that that shit's kind of a bit freaking unfair. I've already started putting a couple little plans together for that stuff, talking with Snowy and other business owners about what they're going through, what they have to deal with. And I feel like, it wouldn't take me 3 months to figure out how to get shit better for them. I mean, there's a reason some of these places ain't open, and that is definitely something I'm going to be working with them on, is trying to figure out what they need and what we can get them to better incentivize them to be open. Because at the end of the day, we all got to eat and drink, man.
Feisty. The thing as well, coming from my staff there at the restaurant, they all feel that it's a more skilled job, but they get paid the same as a mechanic, and they feel unfair by that. Is that something else that
they won't audit it now because it'll
Absolutely.
prove that
I think
they
that's
were
a very fair point. I've said
funneling
that since
funds, I'm
day
sure.
one. I've never actually worked a restaurant until you kind of showed me some of the stuff that we had to do
Hell
for
yeah,
that.
I
And
know.
honestly, it kind of sucks. I've talked to a lot of people that have also said it sucks. There's a reason everyone likes standing around mechanic shops and they don't like working at restaurants. Yeah, we all got to get our cars fixed, but you know what else we need to do? We need to eat and drink, man. It's kind of a problem. And now with all the changes with going on with farming and stuff, it's even more important that we foster relations between farms and businesses to make sure we can feed everybody. So that's definitely something that I'm going to be looking heavily into, man.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what Bucky said over there. See, I actually do have first-hand experience. Unlike what he mentioned, I do have first-hand experience in the food industry. So yeah, I completely understand the struggle it is and how much actually hard work it is. So yeah, definitely, I want to address the pay inequality. And so yeah, definitely, as I mentioned, everything's open for review from the first week, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Nice. Bailey Knight.
Okay, so in regards to businesses, there may be some people looking to start their own business and such. How would you guys go about approving such businesses and helping new businesses?
Okay. Yeah. So as it currently works, for new businesses to be opened up, it is as simple as the new businesses, they reach out to the government, and they bring along a business plan, and then we work with them as best as we can, and we can provide them the information and support they needed. So recently we've opened up a new business,
hopefully
for the
they'll,
public. That is
they'll
Mr.
get back
Butcher's
here soon.
pub. Not sure if he's done a grand opening as of yet,
There's
but
been a lot of major
yeah,
changes
definitely it's
lately,
working
like
very closely with
a
those
lot of
small
stuff
businesses,
they're working
encouraging them
on
and
with the
providing support
server
where we
and the
can.
admins being busy. I've even
So
like,
as somebody who is
there's
actually
weeks
trying to
where I
go through
haven't
that
seen Harry
process
for, like,
currently
3
myself,
days.
I can definitely tell you it is a very frustrating and very uncertain process. Currently, you put all this time into making a business plan, you tell them the idea, they say that's a great idea, and then that's it. It's, in fact, like it's been probably a month or two since I've talked to Wolfenstein about my idea. I was told it's great, it's in the works, and that was it. I personally do not have any experience on the government side to see what's going on there, but I can guarantee you if you come to me with a business idea that is deemed valid and we think it's something that would actually really work out, I will keep you updated on the process as best as I can. Even if it's just a weekly text saying something like, oh, we're still working on this or that, or we're waiting on this, just something to kind of keep you in the loop. Because, honestly, business is what pushes everything forward. We need businesses to support the economy and keep things flowing. So, again, as by the role in charge of businesses and stuff, that's going to be something I'm going to be very in charge of and transparent on.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, appreciate it. Now, just through both parties, obviously we have had a couple of people talk. I think what would be prudent for the audience and the citizens is for each member of the party to come up and explain what their role is within that party. Dan, you want to start? There's more of you guys.
All right then. Obviously, my name's Dan. I'll be looking into the car side, and obviously there will be the finances as well of the obviously tax income and obviously the city income after all, really.
Hi, my name is Lexi. I'm going to be the deputy mayor well as I'm going to make sure that I address any housing concerns that you guys have, as well as I'm going to talk to most of you, but anybody that I haven't talked to, I'm always around and always free to chat.
Hello, I'm Hachi. I'll be serving as a liaison for PD, EMS, and civilians. My goal is to make sure everything runs smoothly. That our
Well,
emergency services
I
are
think
properly
Dan's a little
supported
bit
and funded,
nervous. Dan's not
and that
used
the
to being out
communication
in
between
the
all sides stay clear
public
and
like this.
effective.
This is his first time
I
actually
also want to
being
make sure that
legit,
everyone's
not
voice
criminal.
is heard, not just during the election, but throughout the entire running period. So to make sure that everything runs smoothly, if there's any concerns or anything with just the general public, they'd be able to just give me a call anytime or just speak to me if they see me.
I don't think I need to say shit about who I am. I think everybody here knows who I am and what I do. But here's a little bit about me. I'm always here. If you got questions, I'm always here to answer them. If you need help, I'm always here to help people. And honestly, like I said, that's pretty much it. My role is going to be like making sure that the businesses are looked after, business relations, making sure things flow smoothly between everything, getting new businesses open, like Echo's Coffee Shop and Ralph's soon-to-be bar. And, a whole bunch of other stuff. I feel like there's a lot of fun stuff we can do, and I want to work with you guys to get all your dreams to come true.
Time. Because Lexi was going to be the mayor.
I guess we'll go now. So obviously, my name's Seth. I am running as the mayor for the after party. My main goal is to ensure the balance across the city. So it's overseeing my my party members here, making sure that
you
the
do. Bucket just tells you it's straight.
The treasury is intact,
He's not
making
gonna
sure the
sugarcoat
finance is
shit.
spent where it is and where it's needed. And
I
yeah,
absolutely love about
I'll
Bucket.
pass over to my director of business.
Yes, the director of business is never really around either.
Hello, I'm Mac. I'm here representing business, especially restaurants, mechanic shops, and farms, because those are what keep the city active day to day. My focus is making sure that they stay running. Right now, we see places struggle with consistency, staffing, and staying busy. And when businesses aren't active, the whole city feels it. What I'm going to focus on is creating better communication between business owners and farmers and holding regular check-ins so issues don't get ignored and making sure we're creating opportunities that actually bring people into those businesses. I'm not here to promise unrealistic outcomes, but I'm sure we're building an environment where businesses have the best chance to succeed and stay active.
Hello. I am Rick James. I'm the deputy mayor. A lot of you know me. I am in police. I will be handling
literally the most active
working with
person
PD and
in
DMS
their
and
party
assisting
for Seth.
Seth with daily operations.
Is RJ.
As most of you know, I'm very reasonable. I will be here every day to listen
Man, I
to
can't
all
hear
of
shit.
your
Shut up.
guys' concerns, all the above.
if
If
anyone's able to hear me.
anything happens, you know how to get a hold of me. I mean, I love most of the people in this city. Everybody here is awesome people, and I just want to be as useful and as helpful to everybody as I possibly can.
I like Mac, but Mac's not really around that much. And Seth's also an early morning person, so the only person you would reach at night is RJ. Where Dan is early, Bucket's early and late, Hatchie's early and sometimes late, Lexi's early and late. Like, their party's going to be the most active.
It's going to get a little bit tougher. Seth, I'm going to put you in a hot seat.
Go for it.
So, you are part of the current party, and as such, are very much at a hand in the current economy that this city is in.
Mm-hmm.
If the economy is currently suffering, as evidenced
that is
by
true.
lack of purchasable items within things like the malls, vehicles scarcity, why should we believe that your leadership will be any different from the Wolfenstein era that you were part of?
Yeah, I mean, so as it currently stands, my role within the Wolfenstein party is my role in that department is just the liaison between PD and EMS. Whereas of recent, I have stepped up and taken, I've stood in for Mr. Wolfenstein in these unforeseen circumstances he's involved in. But as it currently stands, even with me stepping in, I'm still leading under his wishes and his policies. I don't actually have any power to make any large decisions. I've been given authorization for stock and things like that. So with me running on my own, obviously, you know, I have full power to edit policies, work with policies, work and create new policies as I come and please with my party's assistance. So yeah, that kind of explains things. So yeah, I'm reiterating, I'm currently not able in my current position, even while stepped up, to make any edits or make any drastic changes to the current economy. But yeah, I believe there will be change soon if I am elected into office.
Okay. Now, Dan.
Yes.
Again, hot seat for you, my friend.
Okay.
Over the past week or so, we've seen a lot of your party members actually promote themselves to be mayor. Now, due to certain circumstances, some of your party members obviously cannot do that. How can we guarantee that your party isn't just a shadow government to allow them to run in your stead?
Well, it definitely wasn't going to be a shadow one. It was obviously for Bucket. Obviously, he wanted to run. He wanted to make the change, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Obviously, because reasons. Yeah. And I was in the run to get expunged, and that wasn't guaranteed in time. So yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? Anything anyone wants to know? Again, this is a great point for you guys. Okay, Max, I see you there, bro. Again, this is a really good time for you guys to speak up, because whoever you choose is going to be running your city for the next 4 months.
Okay, so I don't normally talk in these kind of things. I'm kind of keep to myself in this, but I wanted to bring up something. As an individual who's earned a lot of money, I know I'm bringing it up, and spent a lot of money within the system, how would you go about making it fair for other individuals to purchase said affordable homes, cars, when you're bringing prices down, which means that people with a lot more money could actually buy more of said items? How would you make this fair for everyone?
Well, I mean that's kind of it's a tricky question to ask off the get go, really. I know I've used this word a lot, but it's really a game of balance. And if that is the case, where if we bring prices down and make things more affordable, and they're still getting snatched up, then we'll look at introducing some further policies, providing support to those that need it. Whether that be housing plans, so they can apply for housing, and housing is released to a person specifically, or their private sales rather than doing public sales where they can get snapped up instantly. Doing staggered releases of houses to be sold, so not all properties are released at that one exact time for them all to be snapped up. They can be staggered to allow people with different availability to grab that purchase.
Yes. So basically, the way we want to address that when it comes to cars, we want to make sure that everybody has a fair shake in that. When cars are, we want to check to see within our budget, obviously, and see how the release dates of these vehicles are. But we want to make sure that all people aren't buying things. We want to make sure that any vehicle that is released is released and not bought. We can roll back into the system, and we can get cars that people might want. The same thing goes for the housing as well.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to expand on the vehicle side of things. So for those of you that they attended the truck dealership opening, the first launch. We did something a little bit different. I was trialing a raffle based system for entry, and I mean I heard pretty positive feedback on that, if I do have to say so. That allowed two people to or a person to enter at a time and purchase 2 vehicles, and then if they wanted to come around and buy anything else at the end, they had to wait till everyone who was currently entered into that raffle to try again. And I feel like that was a pretty fair way. It was randomly generated. No one was favoritized. There was no one person was let in to buy all 6 cars and then resell them at a higher market rate. So yeah, I think that was a pretty fair way. And further on from that, if you've noticed that we've actually stopped announcing minor restocks, giving their exact release day, and we're kind of just allowing people to, it's falling on their own responsibility to make sure those dealerships are checked. If there's a vehicle which they want, that it's their responsibility to check on them again on a daily basis, really. And that is really the only way to keep the minor restocks fair without making everyone queue up and doing a really long raffle system for those that just want to swing by and check. Because yeah, I appreciate doing the raffle system does take a very long time. I think it took about close to 2 hours to get through everyone. But yeah, so for the minor restocks, we stopped announcing them.
Okay. Thanks for the question, Max. Aria, I see you at the back.
Hello? Okay. This is not directed towards Seth, but the current government, I own a farm, and when it's time for me to sell to the government, I have like a 1-hour window where a government official is awake. How can we make sure that the government will be around when we need them to be around?
Yeah, I definitely understand that is a problem with the current government, kind of really because all the party members are based in the kind of the same time zone and we're around at the same times. But my current party, or the new party, is actually it's constructed of 3 core members that are all from different time zones, so all with different availability.
Yeah, but only around during
so
the time
that
you're
should expand.
around.
On the times where
Except for
I take a nap. There's times where Mac would be around a lot later than I am, and the same for RJ. The times where
Mac's
he's
not
gonna be
really
around
even
when I'm
around,
not.
period.
So there's a lot more diversity in the party.
She ran like 4 times a month.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, no discredit to Hatchie standing behind me. She is kind of our liaison to be able to talk to for anybody, for any reason, PD, EMS, businesses, even just regular workers and civilians and stuff, man. But besides that, you've also got me. I mean, who the fuck here can say that they haven't really seen me on an everyday fucking basis? I mean, every time you guys call or text me, I'm pretty much always fucking there. And if I'm not, I get back to you pretty damn quick. So I can guarantee you over the last couple of years since I moved to this city, I've fucking been here. I've watched mayors and stuff leave for weeks and months at a time, but guess who's been here every single fucking day? That's right, Bucket. So you don't even have to worry about that shit with me, man. And if I'm not here, we've got other people in the party that would gladly take over anything that you need.
Perfect.
Real quick, I gotta say something to you real fast. So I'm the same way. Like, I'm always around. I will always be around. If you get a hold of me, as soon as I fly in, I will ring you and I will handle everybody's concerns. I'm always around and I plan on being around. I know I moved away for a couple of years, but this is my home and I'm never leaving again. So if you need me, call, text, beep me. You know the old school beepers? Use them. I'm there. Thank you.
I don't think anyone uses a beeper anymore, RJ.
Yeah, oldie.
Only his mom when she backs up.
Okay. Lady with the white hair. I see you over there.
Oh yeah, she's my stepmom. She just doesn't know it yet.
What the
Wow. I think you said that extremely loud.
Sorry, I had to laugh at. I have a question when it comes to kind of businesses, and up and coming businesses or new businesses that are going to be approved. How do you guys either side have a plan how to keep things fair between, existing businesses and ones that are coming in? Especially because I know, from what I've heard, the loans that the existing businesses had were, you know, a little steep to say the least.
So the way that new businesses are curated is slightly different to how the mainstream mechanics and restaurants work. So any new business, as it currently stands in the current government, is they are required to have the upfront payment to create the business, and the government doesn't take any of that money. The money which you would pay from the quote which you receive goes straight to the builders. But we can definitely look into to make it more available to more people. We could look into a payment plan. I see no problems in that being a case. If you need that little bit more of assistance in creating in that new business and everything that helps you hit the ground running, I see no problem with that being a thing really. We want to support everyone to chase their dreams really.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it comes to businesses, there's a lot of things involved. There's a whole history of things that happen where people would get into certain businesses and then they wouldn't open as much. And then, progress was never made. And honestly, that's something that we want to make sure to watch. Honestly, I'm not here to discredit anybody or anything like that, but we do have to keep an eye on businesses and stuff that's going on. We've got a lot of new businesses coming up. We got a lot of existing businesses. Obviously, we want to work with the existing business owners, make sure that they get what they need, and then keep an eye on their performance and stuff. We want to reward them for doing good. On the same token, though, if there are things they're doing bad, then maybe we have to make some changes. I'm not saying I want to do any of that stuff. Obviously, I hate doing stuff like that. But everything is going to be done to better the city and everything else like that. So when it comes to making businesses better, man, it's a whole freaking category. There's things that we can import, export, relations, costs, a whole bunch of stuff that we have to work with.
Make the city
great
again.
It all starts with just, talking with you guys to see what you need and stuff like that. So again, that's going to be something I'm going to dive into once I get access to more information and stuff like that. Obviously, right now I have no real insight into that other than, direct businesses that I've worked with, which is pretty goddamn much everything in this city. So I am looking forward to diving into that stuff.
Thank you. Is it okay if I asked a secondary question, not related to that?
Go for it.
So I'm sure most people saw the birdie post earlier today from a suspended account that was listed as Bet. If Bet is back around, what's both parties' plans to potentially deal with that?
So with Bet being around, this was news to me today. I only found out the same way all of you did. Bet has no endorsement, no involvement, and no backing by the government at all. And I will not stand. What they put our city through is an atrocity. The trauma they caused our city and the outfall, really, what happened. There is zero support, and if that is the case, and this isn't a hoax or a prank, someone misusing social media to stir rumors, there will definitely be an investigation, and I'll work very closely alongside the DOJ to make sure this is put a stop to at day one. Really, I don't want to restart what already happened.
Yeah, I mean, on that same note, man, I mean, honestly, rumors start pretty quickly, but there is a saying that says where there's smoke, there's fire. So it's definitely something that needs to be looked into. There's still a lot of Bet assets that, while they've been seized, we don't know if they've been fully cleaned out. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we just don't freaking know. And that's one of the things that I do want to look into once we get into office, is to be able to see, what exactly are these facilities doing? Because there's a lot of property and stuff that Bet owned. Obviously, their stuff was confiscated, but don't forget, right before things went to shit, they took a lot of money, cash right out of accounts. They don't really have any records of that stuff, so they could be sitting on a lot of money. We've never fully recovered any of that stuff from what I'm aware of. And if they are trying to open up operations again, then they definitely will not be allowed to do so, because we've seen what they've done to us in the past, and it's not good. So anything we can do to keep them down, we will take every action possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think follow-up questions for both sides around Bet then is, Seth, did you not work for Bet?
I was on a contract basis, but I had no involvement in the destruction they caused. A lot like myself.
And for Cletus, do you not own businesses that are labeled Bet?
So my businesses are BET. It stands for Buckets Everything. It's a business that I'm going to be opening up that is going to buy and resell stuff within the city. It's going to be materials, farm products, pretty much everything that you can think of to resell everything. Now, obviously, the name buckets everything oil, buckets everything petroleum, buckets everything. It's really freaking long. And my marketing strategist said that it's better to shorten it. There's a reason there's dots in between that shit because I do not want to be known as Bet. But I am Bucket. I'm proud of my damn name, man. So if you got a problem with that, then you got a problem with freedom.
Could I just interject on that? That is how Bet spelled their name, B.E.T. There was dots in between.
I'm not sure which propaganda you're looking at, but the signs on the buildings and stuff that we used to have was always Bet.
Okay.
I believe it was Bucket who I have on record saying many times, always bet on Bet.
Yep. And, that's kind of weird. You got proof of that? Because that right there sounds like slander to me, man.
Except I have proof.
You got proof, huh?
No,
And you sure it was
don't,
me?
Fox.
Cletus Hicks? I respect
Okay,
this.
Also, freedom of speech.
That's beside the point. Questions were asked. Both sides have answered.
Come on,
Rodney,
people.
I see you over there with a question. You've been stood for a while.
Ow. Why you push me?
Okay. Since it was kind of skipped over, my question is for both parties. Obviously, we've had issues with product. I mean, this is a business question. When it comes down to it, right? The malls themselves, they've pretty much been inactive. We barely ever get any product, and when we do, it's on a short-term basis, and then they're out again. What are you guys going to do to actually deal with the malls and their owners to help the city? Because in this case, they're not really doing a whole lot of anything.
I was going to ask that. Fuck.
That's a very valid concern. And I'd definitely like to assist in getting those malls thriving again. I would like to promise you that tomorrow I can go and kick those owners out and get some fresh ones in. That really is not the case. They are they're self-funded businesses. A lot of the gas stations, the government doesn't have much control over them. It really is a case of they expire. So rather than jumping on the case of we're going to kick them out, I guess the best approach we could have for that is to try and work with them. Work out where they're struggling and why they're not active, and see if we can help them get some more staff, and that's really that's going to be what my business director is going to be doing. She's going to be in close contact with all businesses, so yeah, she can really
What a
well,
bullshit
hopefully we can get in
answer.
contact with the operators of those businesses and get them thriving again.
So having, a lot of information and firsthand experience with a lot of businesses, I can tell you they are not as easy as you think. They are not as cheap as you think. The average farm and foundry has put millions of dollars into their businesses, and many of them have yet to see a profit. I can tell you right now, the foundry that I work with has spent roughly $4.2 million since we've created the thing. And I will tell you right now, we've probably made about maybe $1.5 million back. So sitting here right now, I can tell you firsthand from that, we have lost a lot of money. For the longest times, farms were a giant waste of time and money, and they just barely had a way to make money back, and that also just kind of collapsed on them as well. And, there's a lot of things that in businesses have held things down. You also look at things like restaurant workers who work their asses off doing a lot of stuff, having to create fresh food because nobody wants old food and shit. And they're getting paid the same as somebody who's sitting around a mechanic shop. There is a lot of things in this city that we do have control over as the mayoral party that would allow us to better the lives of all the people in here. There's a lot of problems with businesses, supply chains. We now have a local supply chain shortage to restaurants. But, I mean, honestly, for the longest time, farms were making all their money from making alcohol and stuff. So why would they have production lines? So now that they have a shortage, are these farmers just expected to put hundreds of thousands of dollars back into their businesses right now in hopes of being able to make money from these restaurants? Is there even a supply and demand issue there? It's one of them things that I can't answer right now, but I'm definitely going to, as soon as I get in there, I'm going to be able to answer that stuff. I'm going to work with the farms. I can tell you right now, I've already got supply chains going from oil foundries or oil rigs down to foundries down to multiple farms. And that's just something I've done in the last few weeks. My reach is going to go into working with every farm, trying to figure out what farms need, trying to find a way to make the farms, businesses, foundries make all kinds of more money, because that's what's going to create these products that are going to make this city better. It's not going to be an overnight thing. It's not going to be a cheap thing. But these are things that I've dealt with so far. So there's a lot of work that's got to be done on these things. It's not freaking easy, but I'm the right guy for the job.
Come on, old man. I've seen you stood there. You've put your walker down.
Hello.
Hi there.
There you go.
Hello. I've just got a question about businesses with supplies, etc. I don't know if it's related to Rodney's question. I worked at Burger Shot a few weeks now, Bob's Burgers, and there's been many a times where we've had to purchase local due to not having anyone around to buy from. And I've seen the change where we now have to go to farms, but with it being so quiet last few weeks, how is that going to benefit the food chain in getting supplies when they need them rapid?
Yeah, obviously, so definitely there's a need for a steady supply chain. Hopefully, with the introduction of the farmers market, that's now up in Roxwood.
Bucket literally
that does
addressed
ease the
almost
pressure,
everything.
and obviously, I understand the frustration of having the.
I'm just gonna call you the
distribution
goat.
on the
I
tablet
appreciate the
being
sub.
shut
Thank you for
down.
the love and support.
But hopefully, with my business director Mac over here, hopefully having her work very closely with the farms and trying to iron out issues from day one, if there are any issues, working with them so we can increase production and make sure that products are spread far and wide to all businesses. So I'm aware of there are some restaurants like Rex's Diner. They have private private farm supply. Maybe working with them to see if we can get a deal for additional exports to other restaurants when it's needed.
Unfortunately, we don't have
make
enough
sure everyone's
production
supported.
lines.
One of the things I want to say is I do love working with my party. I love that the person that's in charge of each
close are we?
department kind of steps up here and answers questions on their own behalf. It's kind of a nice thing when your own people can walk up here and talk on things. I just want to say that real quick. But on top of that, there, like I said, there's a lot of money in alcohol. For a quick example, right? I could turn a bunch of potatoes into something that a restaurant could take and they could cook it up, right? Or I could take them same potatoes, turn it into vodka, make a lot more money. Now, at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to feed yourself on alcohol. But if you put a lot of money into something, you want to get some money back out of it. So we need to come up with incentives for different things to be able to get produced. I mean, sure, supply chain issues are one of the things, we got to have easy ways to get to this stuff, but there's always been areas in the farms now where people can export stuff. You can call farmers and ask for things. But again, it comes down to money. At the end of the day, these farms don't pay for themselves. Anyone who sits here thinking these farms and stuff have just been sitting there printing cash, they are so far wrong. If there is a solid demand and we start getting contracts together between businesses and farms, then we can start working on supply chain issues and maybe even some kind of government incentives to help offset some of those costs. Because this stuff is expensive. It's also labor intensive. There's a lot of repair costs. There's a lot of back and forth trips to pick stuff up. There's a lot more involved than a lot of people think. And that's, again, this is going to be something I'm going to be looking into to try to figure out. It's not going to be solved overnight.
Make off of it sometimes.
That's one of my top priorities.
Yeah, we are slowly getting there.
I've made many phone calls to different people regarding orders have not been around, or even to work at a farm to help make produce. But yeah,
I mean, the thing about working at a farm is it's not as simple as just getting keys to it and doing stuff. There's a lot of trust and access. If I gave you keys to a farm, you can now walk in there and take whatever products you want. It could include alcohol. There's all kinds of stuff that we stock around there. It's kind of like an all-access stop. Now, depending on your access level, too, you could get access to cash and other records. There's a lot of damage that could be done. So there's a reason farmers don't just go out and say, all right, I'm going to hire you and you and you and you, because there's a lot of trust. You can't just give people keys to your place and expect them to follow your rules and everything like that.
I get that.
We don't make the money to do it either.
No, I appreciate it. So, Ralph, then Fox, and then the gentleman with the grey hat.
My seat.
Hello, everyone. So, long story short, I want to see where taxes going. So, my only understanding right now is Seth's party is sat on a $10 million jet.
No, it's not that.
So I want to make sure they're not putting money where they shouldn't be putting money.
Buy more stock.
So, I mean, I can jump straight on that and give you an
that's
answer
where
straight
we're
off.
getting
of that. So that $10 million jet was reinvested as a sole purpose
I
of
don't
transporting for the alcohol.
really-
So that is a big
I don't know what
task
to think
we
with this.
undergo.
I think that
and that
one of the
that's
parties
a lot of cargo we have to
is
carry.
a bit interesting.
So that jet was.
Can I ask what's the storage size?
Well, I mean,
on the top of my head, I believe it is
the thing is like I do agree. Like Bucket does have a good understanding of the businesses because I pay $400K for glass. We used to make $1 million
of the aircraft.
off of 2,000 bottles. right? So
I
that
didn't
leaves
make the purchase of the
600K.
aircraft, so
You know,
for
that's between paying
decision
him
wasn't mine to make.
with him doing the work and me
But I know
doing
for
the
a fact
work,
it was
and then I
purchased
still have
for
to buy
the
more
mere
materials
speed
eventually.
of doing outsourced. We can drop.
You know, and
If
repair
anyone
costs and
knows
everything
that
else.
sold
So like
alcohol to
I eat
myself in the
that.
last
He
few
doesn't eat
weeks,
that. I eat
is
that.
I
So
requested him
now
to
that
meet
it's
nearest
also
airport so I can
changed,
bring the
now I'm
plane.
also
It makes
hurting
our lives so
again
much a lot
because
quicker.
you know
We can
some of those
process
things
alcohol a lot
aren't
quicker,
easy
there's
to
no delay.
repair. I mean, some of them cost almost $6,000 to
So
repair.
where would the
Just the
money be
machine
going
alone.
I always knew that buying a farm was never worth it.
In what sense do you
I
mean,
mean,
where'd the money go?
Like 10
It
million's a
was
lot
there
to
for a
set
moment.
aside
We
for.
weren't. I mean, we're not making a killing.
But I
Don't get me
mean,
wrong. Like
the
Bucket did make a
government is in a
killing
very
off
healthy
of
position as
helping
it
me with
currently
the farm,
stands.
right?
You know, we're making very healthy
but I
investments
was
back
eating
into
the
the
rest in the
population.
farm, so like I wasn't making a
There's
ton of
no-
money, but I didn't need a ton of money. I
I'm
just
aw-
needed
I'm
enough
as
to
I'm aware, you
sustain
was at
myself.
the beginning
right?
of the fund meeting. There's other projects.
But
that
the
we
changes
could have
definitely
also
hurt
reinvested,
a
put
lot.
3 million, 5 million here back into the government itself, and we chose not to because we didn't need it. So
But
for
we
example,
also
we're
don't.
investing
We
into
don't
a
have
government-owned warehouse where only we can access for storage.
like every
We don't
farm
need
can't
it, so we're
produce
not going
every
to. We
single
have to
item,
claim.
and that's also
Um,
another issue.
you know,
Like we
as my
have to
part-
rely
as I
on
said at
other
the
farms
as my
because we
opening, I want
can't
to remain
produce
very
that many
transparent
items.
and making sure that
We also don't have
funds
the
are
stock to
voted
deal
on
with that
really.
either.
I don't
Like
wanna
I
make sure
can't.
that. Well, I want to make
Like
sure that
it,
we're not
we'll put it
guessing
this
on
way,
your
Rex.
behalf. I
So
want
it's
the
like
very-
a works van, like a works plane.
Yeah, it's owned by the government. It's not owned by a single person.
Sweet. So if
Oh, you shouldn't be able to hear me up
let's
there.
say if
I
you do,
apologize.
obviously
No
you
worries,
don't go
but
into the
I
next,
just wanna
obviously
be-
the next president
I might
position.
have some issues,
Will that plane then transfer to these guys?
Yeah.
100%.
So part of the issue,
that's it then. That's
too,
pretty good.
to be completely honest, is like I tried to keep up with Rex's one day when they were serving the locals,
We have a
right?
society garage for the aircraft.
They ran my farm
it's
out
in
in less
society
than an
garage.
hour, and I was fully
Sweet.
stocked.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Demand, I
False.
guess.
Yeah, one farm can't do it all, and we don't make fuck
your name
all off
Fox?
of making food either.
Could be.
Hello, good
Like,
people.
it's not even enough to
candidates who are
continue with
looking
the
to
repair
represent
costs.
us at the state of San Andreas. I have one question for each party, and I'll try to keep it simple. Seth, one thing that I personally have experienced as a member of the general public, not as a police officer or anything along those lines, is a breakdown on a regular basis of communication with members of the governing body between emails sent and phone calls and text messages. And I understand that there's been some complications with your own schedule, Mr. Wolfenstein's, things like that. How do you plan to rectify that if you accept the position as the mayor of the state of San Andreas?
Oh, well, I mean, for the get go, as my everyone has my phone number. I would ask that I'm not contacted directly for day-to-day issues. Obviously, that then makes me more available for the more serious issues. You know, I have two lovely party members behind me, which have other contacts. They also have their phone numbers, and they'll be set up with government email addresses as well. So yeah, all of us will be made contactable. But I think as it currently stands, when Mr. Wolfenstein was around, everyone was phoning Mr. Wolfenstein. So when he inevitably did have to take that the leave of absence, things kind of came to a bit of a halt because no one really knew what to do or who to contact. So from the get-go, I want to advise and I want to promote the contacting of other party members as well as myself.
So to add on to that, because I'm the liaison, I'm going to be here, obviously available. A lot of you guys would probably see me on a day-to-day basis because I am around a lot, so I'd be able to bring up any issues to the mayor. Again, he's around a lot as well, so if there is any issues, then all the communication or anything like that can definitely go through me, and I don't mind if you ring me, contact me in any way. I'll be able to bring the issues up to the mayor.
Okay. And then my question for Dan's party, if Dan wouldn't mind approaching. Dan, I'm terribly familiar with the people who are standing behind you, and I believe that if they intend to hold positions, political positions, that they absolutely intend to represent themselves to the best of their capability. And I think that you plan to do the same thing. My question is, Are you going to be representing the people, and what guarantee or statement could you make right here and now to convince the public and myself as well that you are here to represent us and not your own interests, as Mr. Hicks has discussed his interests when it comes to, appropriate business relationships for improvement for the sake of the people? Obviously, great point. I approve. But how do we know that those aren't going to ultimately be more self-serving than something that serves the people?
Right, so obviously I'm not here for me, right? I'm here for every single one of yous and everyone else what's not here, right? And I don't like the way the city is being run right now, and I do not agree with it. And I feel like money's not going where it's meant to be going. So I'm here for yous and everyone else outside of this stadium.
On top of that, like he's also openly declaring that he only has 3 members. Like they can barely run things as 2. Why does he think that 3 is enough?
As well. I'm a redneck, man. I was born with nothing. I'm probably going to die with nothing. Honestly, I have too goddamn much money. Ask anyone I've talked to recently. I don't fucking need money. When I was running for mayor, I was not going to take a paycheck because I don't fucking need it. I don't care about myself. I've already got enough stuff going on right now that I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. So anyone who's going to sit there and say, like, I'm going to better myself, I'm already the best fucking me that I can be. And there's nothing, literally nothing that I need. So if there's any misconceptions out there, I just want that to be known.
Amen, Reverend.
Well spoken.
Okay.
I don't really have a question, but I do
but
take exception.
No, hang on. But the next one was the gentleman who had his hands up.
I thought you said the grey hat.
It's this guy. You can come down after him.
All right. So my main question is, I'm new to the city. Like I have little cash, not much to spend. And then I go to a restaurant to buy some food, and one charges me like near $1,500 for a meal and a drink, and the other one charges me like 400-ish. My question is going to be for both of them to be directed at the actual business people. How are you gonna?
I already took care of that one.
Make it so that, we get a fair price for our meals.
I like how some people just want to ask a question, but want to sit there and not listen when somebody asks their exact question.
Honestly, it comes down to this, right? Businesses are businesses. Freedom is free. Okay, we're not here to tell businesses what to do, how to do it, what to charge, things like that. The beauty of having multiple businesses is that they compete with each other. If we take something, for example, like the 2 mega malls, and you look at them, they're both rarely stocked and all their prices are completely identical. And the reason for that is because, well, they are operated by similar interests. And I have proof of this, so don't try to say it's not. On top of that, when you have no competition, you have no reason to undercut. You have no reason to go lower. If you look at the city prices of mechanic shops and you compare that to Roxwood is a lot cheaper because it's a lot less convenient for people. It's kind of like a convenience fee, right? You've got things that when it's more convenient, you're going to pay more. And if it's less convenient, you're going to pay less. But that's not really a bad thing. If you don't want to spend more money on one place, you go to another place. And that's why having all these businesses open and doing this stuff is kind of important. So, there's nothing wrong with competition and pricing and stuff, but that's why there's other options.
Okay, yeah. I agree with what.
Hold on. I asked it to the business representative.
My business representative is currently unavailable. It's current second. I mean, we can wait, or I have an answer for you here
In
and now.
my honest opinion, I would love to wait because I've not heard anything from your party than you.
Sure, that's more than fair. Me see what I can do.
Jesus Christ. Fucking savage.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's a valid point, man.
I've heard nothing from his party than him. And,
Just to rebuttal on that, for the other party, is anyone else other than Bucket gonna speak?
I have heard.
Are you kidding? We've all spoken.
It seems to be I've heard from a lot more of you than your actual president.
I've answered every business question, and then they've answered housing questions and car questions and ED and EMS. I mean, I don't know what you've been looking at.
You jump in a lot more than your actual mayor. I mean,
what are you talking about?
Leader.
He's leaning. He's not. He's a leader, and good leaders know when to let their people do what they're best at, man. And apparently, you're. Yeah. So come on, man. What else you got at me? Come on.
I mean,
keep it
there
coming.
was a lot of
Yeah, well, no, I
business
mean, your
related
passive
questions.
aggressive comments. Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing about me. You ask me something, I'm going to tell you how it is. I'm not going to like sugarcoat it and be like, oh man, you
I
know,
didn't ask you to
that's
sugarcoat it at
terrible.
all. No, I mean
Exactly. Hell no, I'm going to tell you how it is.
Your direct attacks at me is just it's not professional, is it?
I'm just calling it professional is
from-
one thing, business is another. This is business, man.
From a
I don't
neutral
quite think it is
party,
business.
there
Oh, you don't
was
quite think it all, do you?
ladies.
from a neutral party, there was a lot of
Come on.
business
There
related
we go again.
questions.
This is just who I am, man. This is who I am, how I am.
This is who
This
you
is
are.
me
a
all day,
criminal.
every day.
Mm-hmm.
From a neutral party stance, there was a lot of business questions.
Yeah.
Like
I believe
towards the
my
end.
business representative is available now.
Oh, yep, there we go.
Hi, do you mind repeating the question for me, sir?
Not at all. I would love to. I would love to. My question was, so I paid like $1,300 for a meal at one place, and then $400 for the same meal at another. I'm only a new citizen, and I mean, I don't have like cash to spend wherever I can, or just throw it over the bank.
Okay.
How are you gonna make it so that there's at least gonna be some reasonably?
I mean, Seth just opened a
priced
can of worms
products
there.
At any given point in time, as well as reach. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but it's,
No, I
like,
completely understand.
How are you gonna at least balance the payments? Like, it sounds ridiculous that I need to pay over $1,000 more for the same meal at one place to another.
Right. I completely understand your concern. Part of it would probably be the quality of ingredients. You may have one that's high quality, one that's made low quality that is making the price difference. I bet you don't want mold on some of your food. But this is one of my main objectives is to going around to businesses and seeing about what we can do to help correct any issues that customers may have or that employees may have, just to make sure everything is balanced within the
We're gonna
city.
use free cam again.
Okay, because I've never had any mold on my products, and they've lasted like a long time, like long time.
I mean, that is definitely something that I can look into. Yes, I understand.
I have yet to find out what actually sorry, and I don't know how to say this in English, but what actually makes the extra payment, like the extra money, what actually constitutes to the extra money?
I mean,
There's
this can go from either to the locals or to the fresh farm ingredients, and this is definitely something
Yeah.
that I'm going to strive
Seth-
for
Seth
to
keeps,
make
like,
sure I'm
talking on
connecting with
things,
every operator, all the employees,
And then he
make
bitches
sure
about Bucket
everything
talking so much. Well, there was a
is
lot of
fair all across the
business-related
board with the
questions.
city.
So they're letting the
completely
business
understand your
person deal with the
frustration.
question.
General.
I'm sorry?
Could you be more specific? Like, how are you gonna fix it instead of actually? It sounds like, yeah, I'm gonna look into that, and
No, that's where
then
the
nothing comes for it,
communication
but
comes in.
how?
That's where the communication comes in, and that's where me visiting the actual restaurants and see how their products are doing and see how their meals are holding up and try and balance everything within the city.
He thinks it's expensive now. Wait till
Okay, thank you.
wait till
That's
we
all
start
I
charging
wanted.
more.
I wanted to know like the actual how.
Yeah.
And not
Well, that's the
just
thing. He's being
general,
petty.
yeah,
I
we'll
mean,
look into
like
it.
they're literally
Yeah,
letting
absolutely.
people
And if
answer
you
the
have anything
questions.
else, I'm
Dana's
here
having
for you,
people
okay?
answer the questions
I'm
that
here
they're
for any
specifically
concerns.
related for.
Perfect. Okay,
Hello.
the city mechanic guy.
How you guys doing? I agree that restaurants is restaurant work and food service is definitely skilled labor. I do, however, take exception to the idea that mechanicking is not skilled labor and that we just stand around. I believe was a direct quote from a mechanic, which is weird. It looks like we stand around a lot because we have good training in our people, and all three mechanics are almost always open. If all three restaurants were open as often, I guess that they wouldn't be nearly as busy, and then maybe they could have more skill or more training, and their job would become easier with practice. I do take exception to the idea that we stand around. We stand around because we have a lot of choices. I've been the one mechanic on a lot when it was just Red Rocket, and I didn't stand around, promise you. So I do take exception to that, and I'm surprised to hear you say that, Bucket.
So first of all, I'm not a mechanic. I haven't been in about a year and a half. So that not sure where that
My
came from.
apologies. I thought you
That's
were.
all right, man. The thing is, if I walk into a mechanic shop and there's 40 guys on duty, there's probably one car in there. So there is a lot of standing around that gets done. But same thing goes for most professions. Like when I was EMS, I was standing around in the freaking gym most of the time because there's no calls. There's a lot of standing around with everything. My point is, basically, sorry about that. There's a whole bunch of things that restaurant workers have to do. For example, have you worked at a restaurant yet?
I have not. I've not had the opportunity.
So basically what you have to do is you have to get food that has to be sourced from somewhere. That food only lasts so long. You then have to take that food and you have to prep it up, cut it up, chop it up, things like that. But you can't assemble it yet. You can't cook the food because if you did that, then it would go bad. So now you have ingredients that are sitting around waiting that you have to prep up. And then when you get an order, you have to run in the back. You have to chop everything or take all the stuff that you previously chopped up. You have to cook it. You have to assemble it, package it up. Then you have to go up front. You have to take the drinks. You have to fill the drinks up and put all that stuff together. So from like a technical standpoint, if there's one person working at a restaurant, you are busting your ass. You are running around the coolers, grabbing stuff, chopping stuff, prepping it, cooking it, and serving it on the fly because you cannot pre-make a bunch of stuff in advance. It is a lot of work, a lot more work than people have told me that worked in mechanic shops. Now, again, I haven't worked in a mechanic shop. I'm just going off of what I was told by the people that I've talked to. So from a stand-by-stand basis, you look at the mechanic shops, they're all open. You look at the restaurants, they're not open. What does that tell you? The amount of money that they're getting paid is not worth the effort that it takes. Now, it's just a simple little fact. Now, I do understand that. I didn't mean to belittle what you guys do at all. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of things that you guys got to do, but also from what I've been told, the ways that I used to do repairs at Harmony was a lot more work than what you guys are doing now. So again, I'm not trying to belittle your efforts, but from a standpoint of the current mechanics versus the mechanics of working at a restaurant are just not on the same level. So I didn't mean to offend you or anybody else that works there, but there is a massive difference between the amount of effort that you have to put into it. And like I said, it shows by looking at the limited availability of restaurants.
I concede that working at Harmony was a lot more technical than the new technology. And I have no doubt that working food service is a skilled labor. It definitely is. But one can acknowledge a skilled labor without, throwing another one down and saying it's just standing around and not skilled labor because it's less technical due to technology. If there was only one mechanic shop open a day, it would be pretty busy. So, I'm just saying that maybe don't say we just stand around and we're not skilled labor. That's all I got to say. But
yeah,
you guys
I
are doing a good
I don't
job.
think I ever said you weren't skilled labor. I just said that the demands on being a restaurant employee are a lot higher than the demands on a person that is working at a mechanic shop.
Sure.
So
all right, that's all I got.
That was my whole point. Is that if you look at it, there's reasons that stuff's not around and they're not open. I mean, honestly, like right now, what do we got open? Let's just take a quick look at the phone. I just want to see this. So we got
Not
one
much.
mechanic
I think
shop open
Roxmore's
and not a
open.
single restaurant. So right there, my point's kind of proven that there's no restaurants open. There's nowhere to get food other than stupid gas station sandwiches. So
Well,
it
that's-
kind of
that's
proves my
true.
point right there.
It's true that there's rarely a restaurant open, but if all three were open more often, they would have the skill down more, and they would be able to have
But the
a
thing is, at the end of
workflow.
the day, there's just a lot of prep work and stuff that goes into it. And
That's
yeah, if they
probably
had
true.
multiple people working there, you're absolutely right. But that's, again, something we have to work on, find out why they're not open, what they need, facilitate those relationships with the farms and get the supplies. I mean, there's a lot of things going on right now. So that's why I said that's going to be something that needs to be looked into.
Fair enough.
Appreciate it.
There's also one thing I would like to add to this. So I work at Bob's Burgers. When it is just me in a restaurant, yes, I do get a little bit more busy. When there's all three open, I am less busy. I'm able to work to put more high-end food together, and so I see that as the same with
Well,
mechanics.
you should be making
if there's
high-end
one
food
mechanic
regardless.
open,
You shouldn't be
y'all are
fucking
going to get a lot
pre-making
more
food.
business. If there's three open,
You get it.
it's probably
Pre-made
going to
to a
be
certain
less business.
extent,
It's
but you
going to
don't
be the same
fucking
on
make the
both
food and then
sides.
let it sit over a fucking heater.
Thank you.
One thing I would just want to add to that. So as somebody that is currently working at one of the mechanic shops, the difference between mechanics and from a restaurant perspective is the prep work. So yes, like Bucket stated, you do have to reach out to the farm. You do have materials.
Ari, you
that
sexy
are
son of a
degradable.
bitch. Where the fuck you been?
At a mechanic shop, if you had to gather steel, if you had to gather, titanium, or if you had to smelt all that, then you're actually putting in that particular work. Or if you're reaching out to a foundry to get your materials,
yeah,
then
I'll
that
take
would be
some food and
another
drink.
thing as well. Most of our materials are
two food and
already
drink.
made within the unit.
1 and 1
so
is fine.
when we go and make cars, or when we go
Then
and
you can
fix
just
cars,
charge
when we go to
60.
customize cars and such.
60.
Most of that is in a bin of materials that do
Yeah,
not degrade.
and busy. Yeah, I feel you. I feel that a lot.
Appreciate it. All right, I seen you had your hand up.
Hello. My question is today, how like businesses and and operators stuff like that. I've noticed that a lot of operators, or some, are not around much. How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah. So a good approach on this is a usual approach really is always to think to look at how they can be punished, but that is not the approach I want to take. I want to, and I've got Mac over here. She's gonna be working very closely, as she's mentioned in a previous statement. She's gonna be working very closely, forming very close relationships with
Good to hear, Ari.
Each operator, and we want to see how we can better assist them, rather than thinking about adding you're not open enough, let's punish you. Why aren't you open? What is the problem you have? How can we help? If it's a case of availability, can we help you find a manager that can help run things day to day on a more active basis? We want to work and we want to provide as much support as physically possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand you probably must have just gotten here because I've already covered this a time or two, but just to kind of reiterate where we're sitting on this stuff, there's a lot of issues with things like that. It's never just as simple as like, oh, this person's not around, this place isn't going to be freaking open. There's a lot more to it. Like I said, currently you got supply chain issues to restaurants. You've got the effort that's required to do that stuff. And, it's easy to point fingers at the operators and say, oh, this is their job. They're not finding people. But here's the question. It's like, why is it so hard to find people? Obviously, mechanic stations are able to get people. Police are able to get people. EMS is able to get people. The gas stations are all stocked up and stuff. So obviously, if there's certain businesses that ain't open, then yeah, it'd be one thing if there was one, like let's say there was 3 restaurants that there are, and one of them is never open. That could be a problem. But when you've got issues with all 3 of the restaurants ever being open, and I'm not saying there are currently, but that's a kind of a bigger issue. And that's what we need to look into. Again, it's working with them, trying to figure out what they need. Is it a pay issue? Is it a supply issue? Is it all the above? These are all things that we have to get in there and figure out.
For sure. Okay. And just like a follow-on question from that is that some people in these parties I haven't really seen around much. So how can we guarantee that you guys are going to be around?
Yeah, it's hard to get people
when
because
it's needed.
It's all the shit that Harry, Beth, and all them did with the businesses like the mall and shit.
We've got
it's hard to get
fucking
fucking things.
Time availabilities across
And
my
it's a
party.
balance issue still. I mean, they are working on the balance. It's
the
getting
previous
better
government match
ish.
was, everyone was
But we're
currently
not
the same availability
there
time.
yet.
So hopefully with this current structure we've got going on now, with people spread across a lot of different availability times, that everyone's able to contact. And again, with the case of how the current government operates, everyone was contacting Mr. Wolfenstein. So when he took his leave of absence, it kind of everything fell apart because no one knew who to contact. So me saying I want all of my members to be contacted at all times, even if I am around to try and contact them first.
It's getting there. It just
passing up the
slowly.
chain, really.
But I mean, for the most
if I was
part
ever needed to
of
take
the people
a leave of absence,
is
then that wouldn't be a case. There wouldn't be a break in communications.
them messing things up and being all about them
Just
have
to
like
touch
literally
on
fucked
that,
everything from the government
motions
side.
are around daily.
And yes,
to be honest with you. we all
I'm a
have
judge now,
different
and so is
sleep
CJ.
schedules, so there's always going to be someone about. I can promise you that.
Perfect.
Okay. Dan. And then we've got Ty.
Okay.
And then we've got
Hello,
Aria.
is this thing on?
Yep.
Okay, let me just pull my notes section real quick. Alrighty, so this is for the shadow party on the right. So, Dan, you recently got your record expunged.
Correct.
Hatchy,
Wolfenstein
you
had
have
some
a
IRL
record.
shit
Bucket,
happen,
you have
and
recently
he can't be around at the moment.
gone through some stuff.
But I mean, it's right at the end of
some
his
you
term,
guys
so it's
were
okay.
previous gang members. How can we ensure that you're not going to cater to half of the things to, or most of the things to the legal side compared to myself as a legal citizen?
So how we made our money on a personal level should not reflect on the ability of
And thank you.
being there for the city. Actually, I care about the city, which is why I'm stood before you today. Also, to be a successful criminal, it means good communication. So I can assure you that my communication skills are top notch as well.
And I also would like Dan to answer that question because there's something called inherent bias where you cater your actions towards a certain group. As you guys have a record or you have had a past in that certain threshold, I want you to tell me how you're not going to cater to one side.
Can't bring up Dan stuff.
Okay. Well, obviously, the past is the past. I'm not going to hold my hands up. I've done a lot of bad things. I've also done a lot of good things. Yeah. I'm here for all yous. I'm not here for myself. Yeah. I want this city to run better and be better. Obviously, the crime life is behind me. I'm going forward. Obviously, if this doesn't work for me, I'd like to try join PD. If not, obviously, that is what it is.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to say one thing on that real quick. Sorry about that, man. I mean, coming up here as the commissioner of PD, kind of just like throwing things out like that, I feel like that's really not something that someone in that position should be kind of doing. You guys should be having like a equal, calm head, open-mindedness, not just coming up here pointing pictures and pointing
Isn't
names.
it public knowledge, though?
Is it public knowledge?
I mean,
What
at the
public
end of the
knowledge?
day,
Dan's isn't anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
at the
that's
end of the
you're
day,
talking about
did I-
opinions
did I-
versus fact. You're trying to act like you can tell us what we're going to do based on the past, which you don't even really know too much
Well, my
about.
question was about inherent bias, and you proceeded to not
Yeah,
answer
but
that
again,
question.
but you're trying to say that we're going to have some kind of a bias. I
It's
mean, look at me.
natural.
I've tried
It's
running
human
for
nature to
mayor.
have a
You
bias.
guys came across and stopped me from running. And I said, I still care too goddamn much about this city to sit back and let it fall into the wrong hands. So I, against all freaking odds, am still freaking here today. So I'm just
Still a
saying,
bias.
man.
Still a
Yeah, hell
bias.
yeah.
Everybody has a bias, no matter they want to know it or not.
I do not take bias, man. You might, but that's a terrible thing to
Hey.
say as a freaking commissioner,
human-
man.
it's human
I don't want to get
maybe
accused of
yours,
bias.
not
I'm a
mine, man.
judge.
Yeah, you're supposed to be impartial. That's great leadership.
Still didn't answer my question before.
Mic drop.
Okay.
And
So,
Ty.
Good luck, Ty.
so how will you ensure fairness and prevent favoritism is my question, whether it be for businesses or just in general.
So I'm gonna start off. Obviously we're gonna try and give you guys transparency. We're not gonna promise you guys anything. Obviously we can do what we can do, but obviously again we won't be able to guarantee anything. Yeah.
To ensure fairness between businesses and everybody, again, obviously everybody knows me. I was once commissioner around here. You learn from past mistakes of things you've done to make people dislike you. What we will do within our party is, as we said, we will always be around, whether we will wake up, answer your calls. But to ensure fairness, we will be on par with government. We will be talking with the higher ups every single day if need be, to ensure fairness, to make sure everybody gets what they want. And again, we're not making promises, but we will do everything we can to ensure that everybody is happy and getting what they want.
All right, and I have one more question. So, what guidelines will be implemented to ensure smaller businesses operate fairly without negatively impacting main businesses?
Ladies first.
Okay, thank you. So I am going if we are chosen to be in the office, I am going to go around to every single business, pick up what they have struggled with, make sure we can come to an agreement. Once that is defined, I bring it to my other party, and then we will come to a decision and bring it to every single business that has, so it's all equal all around.
Yeah, so, for me, honestly, favoritism is one of those words that I freaking hate. I could give perfect examples of favoritism right now. For example, I have worked with the current mayoral party to get a couple of things ordered for myself when I needed it. But I've also talked to a lot of other people that have said they also approached them and were told, sorry, guys, we don't actually do that. So, if I promise somebody something, I'm going to get it. I'm going to do it even if it takes me fucking hours, days, whatever it is. I'm going to get it done. My word is my bond. That's all I really got at the end of the day. If I say this, I'm going to do that. And if there's some reason that I can't, then I'm going to do whatever I can to make it up to you and try to make things right. I don't play games. I'm going to look at people that are the best qualified for it. I'm not going to look at somebody who's like, oh, I'll give you $1 million because honestly, I don't need money. There's nothing you can offer me that I'm going to say, oh yeah, sure. Let me just slide this your way because you're my buddy, or it's going to make you money and you'll give me, like, I don't care about that. I don't play those games, man. Unlike, other people that might've done that stuff in the past. I don't want to do that. So, again, that's kind of where I'm sitting, and I can't really speak for the other parties, but I know everybody on this side's kind of on that same boat, man. And I do want to say too, like, they've been in power for months, and they just now started opening up some kind of restocking for them, which is funny because I just started talking last week about some of my plans to do the exact same thing. So, you look at that stuff and suddenly I'm already making change.
No, I'm going to jump in again right here, and I'm going to repeat myself for the 6th time tonight. I do not have power in this current government to make drastic changes. I have power to make subtle changes and subtle trials, as I'm doing. And I don't know if it's just not going through your head, or you're ignoring it, or you're just trying to just get a reaction out of me. But you seem to be really stuck on a point where the old government is failing, and that is literally the purpose of why I am running on my own, to make change. No, you're very.
I'm not calling you out. I'm calling out the party.
No, but
you're just part of the party. You shouldn't be taking blame for Wolfenstein if that was his doing, man. Don't take someone else's blame for you. Yeah, I don't know why you're so defensive on that. I'm not calling you out. I said the current administration, which is Wolfenstein and his party.
But then you're throwing slide at me for saying, oh, as
I
of
did
recent,
not say your name.
No, you don't need to.
Okay, there you go.
Well done, Ty.
Every time you come up, Ty, it'll
Good job,
stop.
Ty.
Good job,
Ty. Stay over there.
Ty's gonna crash
Hurry
the
up.
city.
Cause some chaos, I beg.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to address, as one of the farms, I've been all day experimenting with the farmers market. So hopefully by tomorrow, I'll have all of my products available to me on the market. So if people need them, they can buy them. And if no farmers are around, they can still get their products. I just wanted to tell everyone that. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Nice. Okay. Well.
I'm obsessed with your fucking farm.
Shut up, Ralph. Put your bag back over your green leprechaun.
Okay. I'm going to say Rodney and then Bailey, and that's going to be the end of questions.
More chaos.
Okay. So ultimately, it's going to be kind of a basic questions for both parties. Because I was unable to talk to both parties. I know both parties were doing their own thing, working out their thing. So in this case, what ultimately when you get in office, what is going to be your main priorities at looking at when you enter in?
Main priorities, we will be looking into businesses, how they operate, what we need to fix to get them to operate better. Not like that, Ralph. Calm down. We will be. Now you just made me lose my train of thought. We will be looking over people's wages. We will be looking over inventories. We will be looking over every single thing that we can be possibly looking over the first week we're in. And we will make sure we get everything straight and settled up. And hopefully by like the second week, we will have all of our notes, have everything down that we need to look at. And then we will be in touch with everybody and we will make a plan and get everybody where they need to be.
That's a bullshit answer.
So with this side, obviously we don't know the ins and outs of this kind of stuff, but obviously the first ones we'd like to check was the ingoing and outgoing. So then obviously we can come up with a plan where where it makes everyone happy and obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Okay, Bailey Knight, final question.
Okay, so
You need to
Little
turn
bit
your
louder.
microphone on.
okay, how's that?
There you go.
That's better.
Perfect. Okay. So. Oh, is it not on?
Have you not sorted it?
It said it's on for me.
There you go.
Okay, it said it was on for me. Anyways, this is for, I won't lie, I forgot your party's name, Seth, so this is for your party.
After party.
For the after party. From this debate here, that has shown that there is some hostility and less than positive views on certain people. How can you guarantee that that won't affect how you run the city?
Ooh.
It goes back to it. I mean, again, I'm a pretty level-headed person. So, I mean, if any issues do arise, it will be handled the way it needs to be handled. I will also make sure that there's no conflict of interest, everything else like that. I'm looking to make sure just everybody stays calm, cool, collected. I mean, we've all kind of been in our places to where we've all had a little bit of people get underneath our skin. How about we just say that? It happens to everybody. I mean, sometimes, for like instance, like if it happened to Seth, if it happened to Mac, like it would just take a second to just get everybody chilled, calm down, get everybody back on the same page before things escalate way too far.
That's fair enough, but it has shown that Seth has shown quite a bit of, not hostility, but like not very positive views. Yeah, bias, I'd say, against the other party. How can you say that won't affect, or how can you guarantee that won't affect if your party runs, that he won't do anything, you know?
Oh, I will make sure to keep everybody in line. I mean, you got to think we are in a debate. Things do get heated in debates. People do say things. People get underneath people's skins. Like, that's just kind of how these things go. You know what I mean?
No, fair enough. That's what I have to
Good
say.
answer from him. That's a good answer
Excellent.
from RJ at the end there.
So, just as a reminder, while PD protects the people, DOJ protects the law, the mayor's the one who can bankrupt the city. You've heard from the parties. It is now your time to choose carefully. With that in mind, voting will open Friday and will close Sunday with a live draw here. Take this time. Take the time over the next couple of days. Talk to the parties. And I hope from both parties we're going to see you both out there campaigning, making yourself known, really getting your points across, getting your policies across.
That's true.
And may the best party win.
Sweet. The beauty buckets party.
Final words from party leaders. Anything?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone that has sat here tonight and listened to all of us argue and debate it out. I just want to say may the best party win, and I look forward to hearing the results on Sunday. Best of luck, Dan, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Same goes for you. I was just obviously just to follow up on that. It's just
All right,
I
Ari,
appreciate
take it easy,
everyone coming
buddy.
Out, spending the time out the days. Obviously, everyone's busy. I know. It's just I appreciate everyone coming by, and hopefully you have a great rest of your days. Really.
Excellent. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you to both parties for their points. And thank you to the citizens of Los Santos for your questions. Okay, you're free to go. Good work, guys.
Hey, Bucket.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, hello.
Hachi.
Sorry, I guess I
I just wanted-
being a mechanic last
I
year.
wanted to
My
be
bad.
known.
But,
I called
I
out.
wasn't
that-
trying to like.
No,
be an
hey,
ass to you
no
in
hard
particular.
feelings, man. I get it. Like, I didn't mean to like talk shit or anything.
It
It's
was,
just like
no, it was the
you
other
know,
side that said it wasn't skilled labor.
Oh, you
so-
never
okay, yeah.
repairing your car again.
I gotta
Bucket.
run because he's about to get very pissed. RJ's. I gotta run. I'll see you guys.
Never repairing your car again,
Uh,
Bucket.
I do want to say, since you're sitting right here, I did yell out that Dan shouldn't have called out Dan's past record.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
He shouldn't
and
have, yeah, that's
100%
Yeah, that's a sealed record. He shouldn't have even
And,
commented
Not
on
even
it.
that, just him being in the position that he's in means he shouldn't have ever said anything about it. Because technically
Well, he
he's
shouldn't
revealing
have- he
police
shouldn't have said
information
inherent
that's
bias.
not open to the general public.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to go have a conversation with Harry about that, actually.
He was confusing inherent bias with explicit and implicit bias. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's a thing. Now I need to get a job at a restaurant so I can.
Trust me. All you gotta do is work at Rex's. I guarantee you, you'll find out it's not easy.
I can't work at Rex's right now. So.
Oh.
We're going to do as media sit down and talk.
I'm gonna go
with
have
the
a chat
candidates
with
and
Harry
the,
really
and the
quick.
parties members, if you
Cool,
want to
man.
join us.
Oh shit! And then Harry jumped over the racket.
Yeah, why not?
Excellent.
Sorry.
Oh dear.
All the juicy details today.
How the fuck do I get through here?
I don't think you do.
Huh?
I don't think you do. You might have to climb onto a
Harry,
couch
can I
and
borrow you
jump
for a
over.
second?
Didn't even answer my question.
If I jump over it,
Hold on
Hi.
a second. Give
Love
me
you.
give me 1
Bye.
second, honey. So I tried to call it out, but Dan kind of called out Dan's record that just got expunged. It's supposed to be sealed.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll let Harry know. Harry can have a chat with him. The thing is, he did get it expunged, you know, and he was trying to be a good person and stuff. So I felt like that kind of targeted that candidate a little bit too much.
Yes.
Not so much the other people.
You know what? Do you think maybe we should do
but-
Rodney too after we've got everybody else done?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think calling out the record was too far.
Yeah.
I also think that there needs to be an investigation into that party anyway, because I'm starting to feel that Bucket is very much the leader of that party.
It's not like, so for me, I can't say anything. I know Lexi was running for a long time.
Well,
and,
Lexi and Bucket were running.
Yeah, and then Lexi was gonna partner up with Dan. That much I do know. If Dan could get his stuff expunged, because Lexi didn't want to be directly the mayor itself, but when he was like, "Yeah, I want to get that thing," well,
Yeah.
she was going to, but like if Dan could run, she'd rather had Dan in the way of
Briefly,
things.
if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Just didn't want to interrupt you, Rodney. I just wanted to say, ask Riley for the details. We're going up to Sandy, doing some interviews. We would like to get a judge's perspective on the election and the campaign and stuff like that once we've got everybody else through interview-wise. So we might be giving you a call and asking you if you'll come join us up there, okay?
Sure, not a problem.
Beautiful. Also, why the weed necklace?
It was given to me by Snowy.
Okay, fair enough. Nobody turns down a nice gift like that from Snowy.
Yeah, it was a
All right,
gift from
see
a
you up
friend.
there.
So, well, he's also my boss. But I do know Lexi was originally run by herself. Dan was working on his expungement. They ended up forming together. And I think at some point when they were campaigning, Hatchie was interested and she joined. Now, the stuff with Bucket, I don't know. I couldn't honestly tell you. You know, when it comes down to it, like, I guess he's just going to be running stuff for businesses. So I don't see him having any power if he's just helping out with the businesses.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't believe that.
I can't honestly tell you I know or I don't know. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's the one who posted on Birdie the other day to state that regardless, he's still going to be running things. I think he shot himself in the foot.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, that's so sadly, like, it's something I can talk to Murphy about. I mean, obviously, you can also talk to Murphy
I
about.
already have. Don't worry. I've given a case file to Murphy because I have a feeling that if that is a shadow government, then it needs to be shut down.
Yeah. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I mean, I'm not gonna dig my feet into that. That's something that Murphy can deal with. But ultimately, I think it kind of went well, except for the arguments.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, the citizens are like it, you know. Let them argue between themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I do know the one guy was like, when he talked to Seth, that was kind of savage a little bit. No, I want to hear from your business guy.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of running through that and thinking, out of all of that, Bucket talks too much, Seth has talked way too much, and none of his parties answered anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, they answered...
At least Dan's party was a mix, right? Like I
think they answered a lot of a lot of small little questions. I think the problem was, and I'll be completely honest, which you know just as well as I do, there was a lot of business and questions.
I mean, people want to know about businesses, right?
Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to farms, I mean, I wanted to kind of speak up, you know, as a farm owner, but I'm trying to also remain neutral as a part of DOJ. You know, I could throw a few questions in there, but when it comes down to it, we don't have the means to produce everything we can on the farms for the restaurants. Even if we could, the cost outweighs the means, and that's what sucks.
Yeah, agreed.
So I mean, it's something to be looked at. You know.
Days.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to bring that up.
There you go.
But
God!
I'm gonna run to.
Everybody's gotten food now.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Jesus.
Nuggies.
Okay.
Yeah, can't go wrong with some nuggies. But yeah, there was just some things that were kind of out of pocket that probably shouldn't have been brought up. But I mean, in the long run, what I worry about is if they are a shadow, right? Dan doing that, they're gonna cover their tracks a little bit more too, if that is the case.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, and Dan just made it a little bit harder. We'll put it that way. And I'm not gonna lie, Fox kind of made it a little bit harder too with some of his question as well. They probably should have held back a little bit, especially with the criminal records and stuff like that. That way, you know, if PD and you and Murphy start investigating, you know, if they are in fact, I mean, they're going to be trying to hide things even harder now. So,
yeah,
I think sometimes some people need to open mouth, insert foot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I think Seth's very hot-headed. Dan is pretty unknown across the majority, right? Like, he's kept his head down. He's been doing his own thing.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's been worrying me. I like Seth, don't get me wrong, but he can be hot-headed at times. I mean, obviously, you know, the gas station incident, you know, that got a lot more heated than it ever should have been.
Why so close to me?
I gotta give
No, I'm not taking it.
Son of a bitch.
I'm not taking it.
So he had some good arguments there. He actually had some good arguments. RJ did.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wish you talked more again.
Yeah, me too.
That party seemed like a Seth show rather than.
Yeah.
You know.
I do agree.
Man, I went the third place in the month.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
he, he
You
does it
beat
a lot.
fucking Eduardo to it.
Once he puts his head to something, he's there and he's doing it. You know?
Like you might sweat, but
Oh,
I'm a
they're
super
always
sweat.
going to.
Oh, I'm a super sweat. What are you on about?
Fucking shit, you know, brother.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Oh.
I don't know. I just didn't like the fact that, you know, Dan kind of called everybody out for having bias. I'm a judge. I'm not allowed to have bias.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate it. Obviously, on that standpoint. Obviously,
Lexi, I'm
Yeah.
disappointed in
Well,
that your
I'm not
answer
gonna
my
lie to you.
question.
So obviously, I did have a conversation just a minute ago and pointed out that they shouldn't have called out Dan's record. They are sealed. He was a sponge, so it should have never been brought up.
It is what it is, you know what I mean? It's at that point, it is what it is. I've been expunged. I didn't deny that I've done bad things. I've done good things. Like, it is what it is. Everyone's always going to bring up the bad
Well,
things.
I mean, you being honest about it is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but it just should have never been brought up.
No, but obviously, once there's a question there, you kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously,
I don't want to hide from a question.
I kind of prepared myself for something like that because
Honestly, I
obviously
was
I'm not.
expecting it.
But did you
I'm not
see the
exactly
sparks between Bucket and Seth?
See the bit.
Oh my
the bit
god!
About that, he said that. Well, I'm not speaking enough. He spoke too much.
Yeah.
He was the business guy, so I want him
Well-
to talk to the people about business.
And that's what I just
You know
told
what I
them.
mean?
I said, at the end of the day, I said, if you were really watching, everybody did speak. But the thing is there was a lot of loaded business questions. So obviously you want the business person to answer. You know, that's the whole point of their job.
See, obviously, this is why I'm going to be the communications because obviously I feel like I have a good communication between everyone, you know, PD, EMS, and civilians. So that's why obviously I'm going to be the liaison.
Yeah, it's just with them. I don't think Mac actually talked a lot, and I don't blame her for that. It's obviously the person what's trying to be mayors. Like he had too much input. It seemed like he should have been there on his own, in my opinion. I feel like he's going to be like a one-man army. He's going to do everything.
It's a double-edged sword that as well because that's the person you're electing in. You want to hear them speak at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but well, I mean, honestly, let's be honest, right? Callahan, you once run, right? You were part of a debate. Your team was well balanced in answering all the questions during the debate, right? I think that's what people were looking for, but there were so many business and related questions that they just didn't get that because it wasn't like people were asking each individual member, you know, in their sections what they wanted, right?
Oh yeah.
It was the same people asking the same questions.
Exactly, that too. I heard a lot of repeats.
I mean, that's the thing. They were asking one specific subject. You know, I think when it comes to being a great leader,
they're going to always think that there's a
obviously you are
shadow
the first
government things going on.
You know, you're the guy in the front, if you will. But you have a good leader can rely on his team, and when most of the questions are related to either PD, you know, or business-related stuff, then obviously the focus is going to be on that.
That's why I brought up my question in regards to someone who can afford to buy things. And if you make stuff cheaper, the people who can afford to buy things can now afford to buy more of those things and make it so that other people can't afford to buy them.
Yeah.
So you have to have a happy medium in between it all to organize events and ways to make, you know, vehicles available to people, but you know, have people not buy too many.
I brought up the vehicles because at the same time, right? Everybody here can agree there shouldn't be a C-class car, you know, a truck or whatever, be the same price as an A-class car, or you know, be anywhere near them. You know, B classes like they'll never sell because
C-class
B classes are only what 50K difference from when they started off. So like it's just too expensive. Like there's no reason for that.
Yeah,
the lower end cars I agree with, but the higher end cars, they know that They sell. So
that's
people buy
different.
them no matter what.
Yeah, that's different. But I'm talking about the B classes, the
lower
C
end.
class. Like they're
No, I get
so
ya.
expensive. Like there's no reason for that.
Electric cars, I do agree they should be actually up because some of those cars are really good and some are shit.
Yeah, it depends because some of those electric cars they don't really have a great battery on them.
I mean, that's true, but I
But
mean, you can buy
the
a
only one with
starter
that-
electric car and you can put all-wheel drive on it. It goes 115.
So the only electric car, it's in the B class. It's not in the electric class. That's
Yeah.
the only one that has a limited battery. But then you've got something like the Omnis EGT, right? That is a brilliant 4-door car, all-rounder. It's 350k. It's faster than most of the A classes that are like.
Yeah,
700K.
well, I mean that's something to always investigate, right? You know, but at the end of the day, I just don't see why the B classes and the C classes are so
No,
expensive.
I agree. Like the B and C should be, for the cheaper option for people.
Yeah.
And
I mean, somebody did bring up rent, and I have seen that. Like some of these places, like I mean, like if you were to rent a storage unit, I think somebody said one of the warehouses was like 30-something K a day. Like that's expensive as hell.
But that's for businesses, as they stated.
Yeah.
No, but you have to
Or a
look
group
at
of
other
people
things.
with a business.
You have to look at other things, like let's say office spaces, or whether it be something like
Well, when I was looking at doing
music studios and stuff like that, where it's like 15K.
Yeah, so when I went to go do lawyer work, right, before I became a judge, we were looking at that, and it's a little bit lower now, because back when we did it, it was 25K a day for the lawyer offices. Like, we don't make that kind of money. And even now at 15K a day, like, you'd have to represent at least 3 people a day, guaranteed to be able to afford rent. That's not including food and stuff you would need during the day.
And these abortion of these freaking abomination of fuel prices is ridiculous. Like everyone has to have fuel, right? But having prices that are above the government fucking prices, even though
Well, I can touch base on
for
that.
one strawberry gas station, £13.70 for fucking premium.
I can touch
Like-
base on that one to a certain
when
extent.
someone's stuck, they'll just go to the closest fucking
I'll-
garage,
Yeah, and I was upset. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So my gas station's over by Bob's Restaurant. They quietly funded another gas station, which was right next to mine, on the highway. That was a government, and then sold it to somebody. So now I'm competing. Like I was the only gas station in the area. I was barely getting any business, and now I'm really not getting any business because now there's another gas station right there that used to be governmentally owned.
Yeah, there should be a cap on how much over the government prices gas should be.
I mean, that's something that they can look into, yeah.
Because either way, they're making profit either way. Even I'm making profit, and I am like.
I'm not making any profit. I'm not gonna lie to you. Mine was originally so I kind of left mine to where I'm not putting a crap ton of money into mine, right? So I don't have all the export discounts that you can get. And at one point I had my premium at $14, right? And it completely sold out. I ended up negative $1,000 somehow. I couldn't tell you how, but I ended up negative $1,000 at $14 a liter. So I think it's something that it can definitely be looked into because there's also like sometimes when I look at it, sometimes the math ain't mathing.
I think you've got someone robbing your gas station.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the only people that have access to my gas station is myself and my lady, which is Riley, and I can see the logs of anybody taking money out, and nobody's done anything with the money besides myself.
No, but they might be giving themselves fucking free fuel.
Well, that's the thing. She doesn't really go near there.
You said what?
We've got this meeting thing with Snowy. Wants us to go to.
Has the other party even got that?
Yeah, I need to catch a fly.
I think,
Yeah, it was good seeing you, Callahan.
Bucket's
Yeah,
there.
likewise.
I see him daily. He works hard.
Yeah, I pass him every once in a while. It's just nice to see an old face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of looking in the mirror.
Well, not in that way. I mean, like somebody that's familiar. You know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because I mean,
I done my hours in the office.
Yeah.
Yeah. I met this guy in the mines, and now he's in an office and a nice fucking.
Yeah, I catch him every once in a while at a
Yeah,
garage.
I don't know Snowy's location, so
Yeah.
I'll have to follow you guys.
You never know where you'd see me.
A good one, guys.
Laters.
Oh, it looks like I'm being done for an interview. All right, I'll see you guys later. You guys be safe.
Take it easy.
I need to catch a flight too. I'll catch you a week.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that's going on. Like I get like PD's, like Harry's worried about it being a shadow group, but I don't believe it is. I mean, Lexi was running by herself, and then Lexi was like, you know what, Dan's gonna get expunged. We'll let him be the mayor. I'll be the deputy mayor, because then I can run again later. At the same time, which is also good on them too. And then I think they picked up Hatchie somewhere along the way. And then of course Bucket couldn't run, so they ended up picking up Bucket. Now Bucket's just gonna be business. Like, he doesn't really have the final say on things. So
have a good one.
yeah, I'll probably meet you up there because I got an interview to do too. I swear, sometimes this thing's really fucking slidey for no reason. Alright, let's see. Where are they at? Are they at, like, Rex's or something? Oh, they're in Sandy at his house. We're just gonna hit the Route 68 route. God, I wish they could make it daytime. The only thing I miss about the content days is it would always be daytime. It wouldn't be nighttime. Nighttime sucks. Oops. Came in a little hot there. Fucking locals, man. Oh, Stern here.
So what were we saying?
Here's Rennie. Hey.
Let's pick our
Hello.
places with yeah, there we go, with a nice little chair. Some of them don't sit right on the
Yeah,
floor.
that's fine. I'll let them know.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm just making sure I'm happy with this chair.
Okay. She wants to know if we could do this another time. She's a lot of stuff to do. Let's just shoot her like a time and something, and we'll get together.
Yeah, there's gonna be more time during the campaign to do this. We
Okay.
can
Yeah,
just
they'll
do it
reach out to
now.
you.
We don't mind.
All right, sweet. Yep, see it.
A minute.
Okay. Yeah, she's very busy. I think Dan's also going to be busy.
You're
So
good. You're good. We only need one member from each party, really, don't we?
well, there you go.
Yeah,
Can't
truly
wait,
speaking. Okay, let me get my notes in order here because I have bucket
Well, you don't
specific
need that one.
questions.
You can
Okay.
just set it to set the one behind you to record.
Well, multiple perspectives also looks kind of good from
Hey,
you know
Rodney, come
when
sit down.
Come on, sit down.
I'm chilling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
come grab
this
a
is supposed to be just a generally, just sit down,
Politics
chillax.
discussion. That's all this is going to be. Yeah.
I
Not
did
meant to be,
a lot of sitting.
That's all. It's just a politics discussion.
Yeah, like you're not on
Hey,
on
grown
the
adults
stage.
can speak with politics without punching. There's no stage here. There's no crowd. It's just
Yeah.
a simple discussion here.
You say simple, but the name of the show is Hardball.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the hard truth, right?
Just sorta. It's one of those we throw out hardball. Let's say I'll give you the synopsis before we actually get started, Bucket. Basically, when it comes to hardball, my job is to ask you questions that might not sound particularly nice. It might be a little bit accusatory, and your obviously responsibility is to answer them as honestly as you want to, or to answer them in a fashion that you feel is going to defend your perspective without painting you in a negative light in the public opinion. We want everyone to put that kind of effort into their answers because we want to not trip you up, but we want people to get a more raw perspective of you without you having the antagonizing presence of people who are opposing you in the room. So my questions may not come across as nice. They are not intended to be hostile. So just answer them however you feel comfortable, okay?
Yeah, of course, man. That's
You
all
can
I ever
opt
do.
out- you can opt out of answering a question, but you've got to forfeit and sniff a line of chili powder.
Okay,
Jesus
fuck
Christ.
that. I had some the bomb the other day, and fuck that. I'm done with spice for a while.
I feel that. I'm going to have to eat spice tomorrow. Anyway.
Oh, damn. And the
All right,
next
are we
day,
start-
too, you can feel it, depending on how spicy it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the truth. All right. Is everybody in the room ready?
Yep.
I'm Bucket.
All right, then. Okay, roll intro. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zach Fox. You know me as the fabulous Mr. Fox, and today we are on Hardball. We are doing an interview directly with Mr. Cletus Hicks, better known as Bucket, to the general public, who is a part of one of the mayoral candidate parties for the mayor state of San Andreas. Bucket, would you mind introducing yourself to the general public for us?
Honestly, there's probably not a lot of people out there that don't know me or don't know of me, but for those of you who don't, I'm just a freaking simple redneck man that just wants to live and let live. I want to make things better. All I do is help people out, provide information, provide them support, tools, information, things that they need. And that's kind of always been who I am. If someone needs something, I'll get it done. And if I say I'm going to do something, then goddamn it, I'm going to make sure I get it done.
Fair enough. Good intro. Strong man here. This guy knows what he's talking about, folks. So I hope that you're prepared for the answers to these questions. Let's start off with the simple and easy stuff. So, obviously, you're going to be running with Dan Graham as the potential mayoral candidate. What is your position in his party?
Yeah, so my position is to be working with the businesses of this community. There's a whole lot to that, though. I mean, it sounds simple just saying like, oh, I'm in charge of like businesses and business relations and stuff. But there's a lot more to it because it's not just the existing stuff. There's also new businesses that people propose and are popping up every day. So it's working with people to find things that could benefit the city that are going to be feasible to run long term. But then there's also maintenance and running of the existing businesses. There's a lot of businesses out there that struggle to make profits on things. And I've seen firsthand many of those things, whether it's foundries, farms, restaurants. There's a lot of tax implications and a lot of things that kind of hold back things from just being their true full potential. And honestly, that my job is going to be to work with them to create supply chain lines from one thing to another. For example, taking oil and coal and different things from oil rigs to get supplies going to foundries to create the things that the farms need. Start working with restaurants and farms to create supply chains there. Maybe even try to come up with some kind of tax credits or something to work with farms to get the equipment that they need in case there are shortages and stuff. You know, obviously having people do their own stuff would be great, but that's kind of what I'm going to work on the most, is trying to get things flowing.
Eloquent and well-spoken. Moving on from that, we're actually kind of had something that was a bit of a debate amongst private citizens in the city in recent history regarding supply chains and things along those lines. Obviously, at this point, it's known kind of publicly that you've actually done a really good job of setting up supply chains in businesses that you have an interest in. And we obviously all believe, for the most part, that you're going to try to do the same thing for the other businesses to get that efficiency going and hopefully keep that running on a regular basis. We actually have a concern that's been brought up by the public in regards to certain issues with supply chains and the fact that there are some people who may even be, through their actions, sabotaging the system of the supply chain. For example, there's some people with one perspective who are complaining that this business, particularly let's say it's a restaurant, is drawing all of their stock from a singular farm. So how is that equal distribution? But then other people on the opposite side of that same argument are saying that there is one particular farm that's actually buying out the stock from the farmer's market of everyone else's farms and then reselling it to every business that requires those supplies for an extra profit. We're talking about predatory capitalism, completely destroying the free market. How would you react to that if you had the power to do so? Would you go through legislation and try to work with it through the DOJ? Or do you think that's something that might even require criminal implications because that person is monopolizing the profits entirely for themselves?
Well, I mean, honestly, we live in a country that was built and founded on businesses and innovation. And honestly, if you look back at history, there's a lot of big corporations that had patents and things that held things down for many years and decades. And unfortunately, that's just kind of a side effect of capitalism itself. We can't really tell people what to do and how to run their businesses, but what we can do is identify problems and shortages, and we can work on that. For example, there was a huge shortage of oil, batteries, and coal. And the current mayoral team was able to open up new facilities that can generate those things for the people. So if there's a major shortage and we cannot find any way to convince these existing business owners to increase those supply chains, then we might have to start looking in other directions on things to do like that. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from buying everything and reselling it at a higher price. That's just, again, capitalism. And is it illegal? No. Is it immoral? Yeah, kind of. But at the end of the day, that just means that you need more supply routes and stuff. And, you know, I feel like if we were able to work with these farms and stuff, that would help, you know, the restaurant chains. And it would be even cool if we could take things like, you know, things from foundries, metals and stuff, allow mechanic shops to be able to use that and import some of their stuff to make their own parts. Now, again, I can't promise I could do any of this stuff, but, you know, these are things that we could look at and work with government suppliers and contractors and see if there's stuff that we can do about that. But again, you know, I have a very limited scope of what's going on and what's capable at the moment.
Very good. Considering the fact that you obviously will have a direct invested interest in the business relations and operations of this city overall, and the fact that you have vested interest in future businesses and things like that, can you tell me whether or not you have a timeline on when or how you would think that the music industry would finally be able to break into the state of San Andreas, get something going? I know there's a lot of interested parties, and let me tell you what, they're all getting tired of waiting. What do you think on the matter?
Well, honestly, like I said earlier today, I have had a business opportunity that I've been working with Wolfenstein on for a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. And I can completely relate to the frustration because for me, it was a matter of, okay, you need this much money. We've got these locations that are coming available soon. And that's been the end of it. I haven't heard any updates on any of that stuff. And honestly, I have no insight into that stuff right now. I don't know what they do. I don't know how that stuff works. Once we're in office, I can take a look at that stuff and try to see what we can bring. You know, because it sounds like there's a lot of opportunities out there that we can do for the people. And, you know, some of those just might not be that the contracts might not be ready for that stuff. We might not have the physical capabilities of doing the things like that. Now, we do have like the music studios and stuff that you've seen in the city. And if you haven't, they're pretty cool. You should go check them out. But, you know, there are some groundworks there for it. As far as the resources needed to distribute that, create it, and manage that, that's something that we could definitely look into. But again, like that might be one of them things that's kind of outside the control that we have anything of. Now, I would absolutely love something like that. I think that'd be fun and cool for people to express themselves and do stuff like that. But again, with bureaucracy, there's a lot of red tape and stuff that, while a lot of people might want something, doesn't mean we can always get it done. But we can sure as hell try.
Fair enough. Now it's time to get into the hardball questions. These are questions that came from the general public that are not entirely positive lights. We want to see you rebuttal that, and the public would like to know what your genuine opinion is and whether or not you were acting in the moment, or whether or not this was your genuine opinion based on things that you've done in the past. So first question is, you seem to have a directly derogatory opinion towards the Los Santos Police Department and the police agencies that police the state in general. Is that just because, or is that specifically from something in your past, or is it in pertaining to their interactions with you in particular? And is it always the case, or is it just seems like you're having a really bad run?
So I kind of take a little offense to that, because if you ask most cops in this city, especially the ones that have been around for a while, most of them love me. I don't take any offense to police. They're doing their job. They got a job to do just like everyone else. The thing that I have an issue with, and there's no actual easy way to say this, but if you ever see me in a bad mood, then that means someone's doing something that they're not supposed to. They did something wrong. And that's what upsets me. Now, if you're doing your job and you catch me, I always admit to what I'm doing. I mean, how many times have you seen me personally in previous years, which is like, yep, I throw myself under the bus half the damn time. I have no problem with the police. In fact, I love the police. I'd say I have a pretty good relationship with most of them. There's probably a very select few. I mean, obviously, for some reason, Dan absolutely hates the shit out of me. The other day at the hospital, he was bleeding out after getting hit by a pickaxe, and I told him I used to be in EMS and I was going to bring him inside. He said, I would rather die. That was his exact words to me. So hate kind of goes both ways. But I don't hate the police. I like the police. Without the police, I wouldn't have been able to do as much fun shit as I did in the past, man. You know, did I do stupid stuff? Absolutely. Do I hate police? No, I fucking love you guys. Genuinely, I do. But when I'm upset, again, there's no easy way to say this, but that means somebody's doing something they're not supposed to be fucking doing. Other than that, I'm a fucking happy-go-lucky guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I threw this man, this bucket, this Cletus Hicks, the hardball, and he threw it right back. Ladies and gentlemen of the public, you're going to have to come up with some better questions if you want to trip up this guy. This is a shrewd man right here. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. It's still about the police department. So this comes from the perspective directly from a police officer. Do you feel that on a regular basis, when you've had issues with officers, that you've followed the appropriate steps or the appropriate chain of command, meaning not just going to someone who's a higher rank than that officer to have the problem dealt with, but gone to someone in the department that you can trust who has the appropriate rank to be able to take the steps? Or is that something that you would admit because of your upset in the instance that's occurring, you might have overlooked the opportunity to do that from time to time, yielding a lack of results that you would consider to be desirable in the situation that you were caught up in?
I feel like that's kind of a double-sided question from two different aspects, only because, like, you know, if I really, really was bothered by something, I will take it to the appropriate levels. And that's something I've done in the past. I try not to go there because I don't want to be that guy. But if something's really that far off, I usually take it up to where it needs to go. One of the problems that I do have is that, hold on, there's a freaking ghost phone back there. You guys see that shit?
There is a ghost phone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a ghost phone in the studio.
We have a ghost phone. Oh, God, it's haunted. But yeah, so
even the ghosts are interested in hardball, everyone. They want to hear what Mr. Cletus Hicks has to say. Cletus, please continue.
Okay, but yeah, so what I was going to say is that, you know, the only thing that we have zero insight into, zero transparency on is, and you can ask this to anybody in the city, there is zero. Oh, it's snowy. Okay.
Hoorah, don't mind me.
I forgot you weren't here.
I'm just a producer sat in
okay.
the corner. Don't mind me.
Yeah, so no, basically, for me, it kind of comes down to, like, let's say something happens, something bad happens, and let's say multiple people have had issues with the same person. At the end of the day, all we know is that we went and talked to somebody, and that's it. We have no idea. You know, some states have a Brady list that if an officer does something, even if it's just like anything above just a talking to, any type of like reprimand, if it's a suspension, if it's a punishment, a demotion, any of that stuff, it doesn't really say what they did or why they did it. It would just, just a list of like, okay, this officer had this issue or something like that. We have nothing like that. So when you have people that deal day in and day out with problems, like serious problems, and we report this stuff and we have no insight to it, and we just see the same officers going around doing the same shit, at the end of the day, it's easy to sit there and be like, well, is anything actually being done? Are they actually looking into this? Is action ever taken? And I can't answer that. I don't know anyone that can answer that. And that is a problem for me. But, you know, again, that's outside of my control. And obviously you can't answer on that either, but that's would be something nice that if we had something like that, I feel like it would make a lot more people realize, okay, these complaints are actually looked at and dealt with, not just like tossed aside and be like, Bucket came in and said this shit. Like, you know, we don't know. And that can be frustrating at times.
Fair enough. That being said, from my perspective, I can state, obviously, I may be an impartial person right now during the course of this interview, ladies and gentlemen, but outside of my responsibilities as the interviewer for Hardball and the Hardball show, it is my responsibility as a law enforcement officer and as a member of the police department's command team to review and handle these issues. Now, my question to you, Mr. Hicks, is, are you comfortable with the idea of knowing that someone has received disciplinary action based on the protocols and procedures from the department, but does it not consider that perhaps, as it is a matter of a person's disciplinary record, I mean, we don't have a public disciplinary record of what's going on at Snowy's Restaurant Rex's. We don't have that at any of the mechanic shops. We don't even have that on the government level unless that person has committed a crime. Then it is announced publicly because the public is given the right to know. Why would it be acceptable for a law enforcement officer's private disciplinary record to be announced publicly? Or is that not what you're saying, and it's just a matter of you simply want to know something has been done?
So here's the difference between all that stuff. Businesses are private entities. They can do whatever they want. As a government employee, they kind of lose a lot of those protections. And I feel like that is something very important to keep in mind. Like, you're not just an employee of the police department. You are a government employee. You're a government official in a way. Okay, so like from that aspect, yes, if you do something as a government employee, you should have that documented. Now, should everyone at Snowy's Restaurant get written up? I'm sure he's got personnel files, but as private businesses, they're not required by law to do that. But, you know, that's kind of the difference. You're taking like a government employee versus somebody who's just a business employee. And that's where that line kind of comes from. So yes, as an employee who has the power to throw people in jail and charge them criminally and potentially kill somebody if they misuse any of the tools that they have access to, I feel that they should be held to a higher standard than everybody else.
Yeah, we're
and that
getting
should
there,
be
Simon.
public knowledge, at least for, you know, this certain severity of things.
An interesting perspective, Mr. Hicks. We don't disagree with you, but admit that it is something that provides food for thought to the general public. And now it's on to the last question. It's your final hardball question. Are you prepared?
Yep.
This is something that comes, again, from the general public who wants to understand your perspective, but at the same time, they're also questioning your motives to an extent. You've publicly come out in the past that you don't trust the police department and even badmouthed the Commissioner Harry K directly on public record, especially through the app Birdie. Is it true that you don't trust Mr. K regardless of the standards of the situation, or the specific instance of, I'm upset about this, I feel like it needs to be dealt with by somebody who's not involved in the police department, or do you think that he can be trusted to do his job to reprimand or possibly terminate his officers?
So this is a very interesting question, because I currently have a court case against both Harry and Bailey for violating my rights. I have received the body cam for this, and I've already seen that what they did was a violation of my rights. So they always say corruption starts at the top. And if you got somebody on top who's telling people to do things against policies and procedures and even violating rights, I feel like that's kind of a big red flag there, man. So like, do I like Harry? I think he's a great guy. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of problems that have been coming up. I mean, look at the stuff that happened with the entire Opie investigation. I mean, there's just a lot of bad stuff going on right now. Now, obviously, this stuff will go to court. Things will come out. But just looking at it from that aspect, it really kind of makes you question a lot more, man. And I kind of forgot the first half of the question. Could you repeat that?
essentially it was one of those things along the lines of your statement about not trusting Harry K. Even prior to
Oh,
that,
yeah.
and the fact
here's
that
the other
the general
part of
public
that.
is concerned about whether or not you trust Mr. K to be able to do his job. Obviously, you have addressed at this point the reasons why your trust might be in question when it comes to Mr. K, but more along the lines of why be so public about it? Was it because you were upset at the time, or is that your genuine opinion overall when it comes to Harry K?
So here's the very interesting story, right? There's a lot of interesting things that have happened recently. And as a matter of fact, the day I was talking to Harry K about getting my expungement, he said to me, Bucket, he said some very nasty shit. I'm not going to repeat that. But he said, essentially, almost verbatim, fuck you. I'm going to block you from becoming mayor. And then started going off on some shit. I hung up on him. And then not even an hour and a half later, I find out that somehow, after months of investigating me, they just that same very damn day decided, now we're going to officially press charges. Right after he said he was going to block me from running for mayor. Now, again, you can think what you want on that, but it just kind of adds up to the behaviors I've seen in him. And this is kind of a bigger problem, man. Do I trust Harry? I used to, but the problem is we're going to have to see how this shit all plays out, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. Cletus for his times. This is your man Bucket representing his side of the argument and having answered your questions in a general statement. At this point in time, Bucket, that's all the questions that we have for you, and the general public would like to rest at this time. This has been Hardball, and I want to thank you all for listening. Have a great day, and anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Hicks?
No, vote for Dan. There we go, man.
And we're out. Perfect. Brilliant. Beautiful. I loved it. That was a great interview. Thank you, Bucket.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. I mean, honestly, like I said, I don't really have any issues with Harry, or I never really did in the past, but I don't know what's been going on these last few weeks, man, but shit's just, it's a different freaking world out there. Maybe he's just getting burned out or tired or something, but I just don't know, man.
I mean, could it have anything to do with, you know, what happened this morning? You think?
The whole that stuff, I don't think so.
No, I think it has everything to do with the fact that we also have a class action lawsuit right now.
Yeah, massive one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Now, the whole point of the interview was just to ask the hard questions that the public wants to ask, but can't do in the middle of a debate because the answers take too long. In addition to the fact that nothing that I've asked you comes from me. It comes from either my producer over here or it comes directly from the general public. So that was just, we were throwing out the most important questions that we feel came from the public, as well as the ones that give you the opportunity to give that hard answer that even though people might not like, it's your truth and you're going to tell it. And
that's the thing. It's all freedom of speech, man. I want to stand up for what I believe in. And even if others think it's not right, if I believe in it, I'm going to stand by it.
Or even going forward, even after the election, we're going to keep sticking people in the hot seat.
Nice.
Absolutely we are, because that's the whole point of me doing this is I want to ask hard questions without doing it in the fashion where it's like, oh, well, Fox is just a cop asking questions as a cop. It's like, no, this is me stepping outside of the uniform for once. And these two are the ones who've made this possible for me. So this is a lot of fun for me too. I appreciate you being here so much. This has been awesome.
Closer, Simon. Within 60 more, we'll release
so we'll call up next.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Ronnie's already here, but I figure if Seth's on a timeline or Harry's on a timeline.
Seth's not showing up today.
Yeah,
son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'll be around a lot of the day tomorrow, so that'll work.
RJ.
Probably. Did he get on duty is the question.
I don't know.
And is Harry even still around?
Honestly, I think the sad thing is, I'm going to be honest with you, I think that's their most active member inside their party is RJ.
RJ? Oh, yeah. The guy's, I mean, like Mac, I've seen her like 2 or 3 days in the last couple months. Yeah, it's always working at the restaurant. So
she's also on an opposite time scale to us as well, isn't she? She's
around but
I'm around a lot.
I can tell you right now for damn sure, Bucket's been doing stuff at my farm, and he's been around a lot on that time scale, and she's not really been around.
Yeah. So you already got one person you know is not going to be there. And then you got freaking Seth, who hit her goddamn miss with him, man.
Yeah, it's inconsistent.
Oh,
This
from
is
a
like
PD
this-
perspective, he's about to get a fucking earful from me if he opens his mouth the wrong way at me again.
I mean, for me, it's like I literally called on him up yesterday and told him I have wine to sell to you, and he's like, okay, yeah, sure, let me just run the numbers, and then he never called me back, and then I find out that he went to sleep. Like, okay.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
and then
I've
and then
said
it
very similar
changed
things.
prices.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's all about
Son of a bitch.
transparency. That was supposed to be their whole thing. We're going to give you weekly reports of what we're doing, what we're spending, things like that. I get the systems might not be
Well, that
perfect,
was
but you could
Wolfenstein's
know.
whole thing.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but like that's all
didn't
part of
they
the same
tell-
party, though.
Didn't they tell us, Ronnie, that the government was running out of money, and then all of a sudden they're
They sure fucking did.
ton of money?
Yeah, they did.
You know why they had money? Because we made fucking what, like 20,000 alcohol bottles in like 4 days. So
Yeah, because we thought the
we stocked
government
a
literally
fuckload of money,
needed it.
man.
Taxes are nuts for
Yeah.
businesses. That's how.
Yeah, like we thought that the government was running out of money, and we only had 4 days left. And come to find out that they're now swimming in money, and I'm like,
straight away. I rang them up and asked them straight.
Yeah, I mean
so
that
there's
was the thing.
definitely something there.
You know, I was there. Seth came up to us, like me and CJ were getting paid. Dan and Harry were still there. I think somebody else was still there. I can't remember who. Oh, it was Gianni. And he was bitching at Dan and them about being so expensive with PD, and in this case, we're going broke. We've only got this much money left, and then he started asking about when we were going to be ready to sell alcohol because they were in trouble.
And then the next day,
the next day,
Cha-ching, where'd all this money come from?
yeah, the next day you got Wolfenstein. He makes a reappearance, and then all of a sudden, hey, no, we're fine. We're swimming in money. How the hell does that make any sense?
You know what that
going
makes me
from
wonder?
broke to-
With what happened this morning, what if they sold off some bet assets that they were sitting on in order to gain
Back to
a
bet.
huge...
That
yeah, and
could
we'll say,
fucking be, man.
yeah. What if they decided this is going to be our best way to make money is either find a private investor, which could very well just be bet in disguise, or sell something back to some form of bet that still remains, which would be obviously a huge fucking problem, if you ask me. They've destroyed the state how many
it's gonna
times
be a good
now?
song. I can tell you that much.
And I don't believe for a second that they're not coming back, and they're not going to come back with a vengeance.
Well, it's not like we have to.
They
We
better
can't
come back
say
from
they
my bank
didn't.
account.
They didn't come back because they're already back.
They owe me
Well, I mean, someone
$1.2
could've
million
hacked the account, man.
and my casino.
I've had
Anyway.
two
A lot of
restaurants
people
blow
shit.
up. Two.
Damn.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
They bombed my fucking house to oblivion.
Oh no, the nuclear power plant blew my first restaurant up, and then the explosion blew my second one up.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good.
They tried to kill me several times.
No, I can't say anything. I still kind of hold a grudge against.
Anybody need any food?
Yeah, you know what? I'll
probably me.
take food and a drink if you got it.
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna have to get a food and drink as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't say I hold a grudge, but it's still there in the back of my mind. At one point.
Jay's calling.
So,
Fucking speaking.
so the question is what the hell are we going to do to keep Bet at bay?
I don't know. That's something we'll eventually have to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I think it's Rodney's turn.
Yep.
And I just need a little bit of food, and then we'll be good.
Yeah, no worries. I say we take a quick break. I'm going to do some paperwork and get some questions ready for Rodney, and then we'll go forward from there.
Okay.
Oh, Seth apparently started following me on Birdie.
Wait. There's some food on the floor.
Bullshit.
Wait, what?
There's some food and drink on
What's
the
going
floor.
on,
here.
Bucket?
Okay, if you need food and drink, it's here on the floor.
Yeah, I need them.
Can still run,
Who the
man.
fuck's outside? I'm going outside.
Wait, there's somebody outside?
I can hear Nigel running about as well.
Don't let him out, or don't let him in.
There's some food on the floor.
It's
okay.
RJ. He's after me.
All right.
What do you mean it's RJ?
It's RJ who's outside. Yeah, just grab the rest of it, Rodney. You might as well close it bad.
Bye. He's
Is it just me, or is the landscape green?
No,
Who's
it's green.
pissed?
It's always green for up here. Don't know why.
What's green?
Probably left over from the nuclear explosions and the radiation and shit.
You guys just really
Looks like normal desert to me.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, how long have you been Riley?
Look, this is.
Maybe.
Look, this sometimes
You
happens
guys
to
have
me.
contact- you guys
No,
have
I am
contact lenses,
not.
She doesn't have any contact lenses, and that's what it is.
But hey, RJ's around if you guys want to give him a call and do an interview. But I got to get out of here
Well,
before he shows up.
If he'll get his ass up here to do it.
Yeah, that's a you guys problem. I got to go because he has a card that I do not want back. I'll see you guys.
What car is that?
No card.
What
I think he's been passing this card to him repeatedly. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
I'll see if I have RJ's number.
It's okay. Tibbs gave somebody a tampon earlier.
I don't have his number.
I gave Natalie underwear.
That's fucking tips for you. If you want to know somebody who can give you a little tidbits about bet, Tibbs is one of them.
Now, just to be sure, you
No,
were
you never know,
recording, right,
David,
Riley?
you never know.
We always
Yes,
are.
I was
We're
recording that, yeah.
professionals, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, I know you're professionals, but at the same time, I was sitting here going, I forgot. I didn't have my personal recorder on, but I know that the studio recorder was on. You guys turned the studio recorder on, right?
Yes, it did. Yes, it was. It was
Yeah,
on.
what do you think of the house that we've built it into? It's not bad, is it?
Nah, it's pretty fucking cool.
And I put my pool table out here so that everybody can enjoy it.
Now the question is, where the hell is... I don't know how to get a hold of RJ because I don't have his number. Frank Holloway has a question. Too late. You should have asked earlier, Frank. What was his question? It's not showing up in the comment section for some reason.
Just keep that pile of questions for the next one, and we'll get set up tomorrow.
Yeah. What's that? Somebody have RJ's phone number and they sent it to me?
But yeah, our problem is studios were too expensive, and I was already renting the house with spare space. And for even bigger studio space, we've got the garage to renovate next.
Yeah, what I wanna know is why Echo put Harry as a commander-in-chief with a... What the fuck is that?
If it isn't Mr.
What?
James. This is the fabulous Mr. Fox, the host of the Hardball podcast, where we ask political candidates and other members of the community hardball questions
Justin
to try and get
Sider
answers
reposted that.
for the... I do. I work
Fuck
under
off,
Snowy.
Bush,
He's
fuck off,
the
bet.
producer. I'm just the host. So, I'm a man of many hats and masks, but mostly a fox mask. But anyway, we are currently doing interviews. We just finished one with Bucket, and we were hoping to see if anyone from Seth's party would be able to join us today for an interview. We got some hardball questions to ask and some general questions for what your vision of the future is. And our next interview that we have lined up today is just Rodney for an impartial perspective from a judge. We wanted to know if you'd be interested in coming down to interview. All right, I'll send you the studio location. We're in Sandy Shores on Algonquin Boulevard. I'll give you the location. All right, see you soon. Bye.
Yeah, it's something to do.
All right,
with the weather
RJ
events.
is on his way. All right, guys, what do you think that we should ask a judge about his idea behind these political candidates and such? You know what? I think we'll start with general opinion, and we'll do general opinion about each person who's there, and his opinion on the debate, and if anybody took their questions too far from his perspective as a judge. That'll be good, juicy stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'll be good when you guys are good.
I'm ready.
But yeah, hopefully we do get Rebel Radio eventually because it's closer to the city, but this is a good location for now.
Yeah.
I was going to
And
rent
then-
out a seedy motel room for it, but the rooms aren't big enough.
No, they're not.
I mean, RJ's very big on answering.
But yeah, if we do start
I love
needing a
RJ.
bigger studio, we can always just renovate in there.
You know, so it's always good to have.
It would put the emphasis on, the
Cat and
tinfoil
Baldy.
hat brigade, but
No, because Chase
Well,
could get us in the
honestly,
garage.
One thing I was thinking is, obviously, if you guys get the Rebel radio station, but if I go to work with Haley at Paris Records, if there is an actual studio where we can sit down and do stuff like this, would you guys be okay with doing Hardball down there as my producers?
Yeah, 100%. We're happy to do it wherever, but yeah, we're hoping as the after hours studios to get the Rebel radio tower to actually run our news station from, you know.
I can hear it now. We're coming to you today from the Paris studio, from the Paris Studios Sound Lounge, sponsored by or presented by After Hours Studios.
I was like I said, we're gonna hopefully get a good interior on the Rebel radio that covers everything, including customized like studio sets.
Well, we kind of discussed this so long that RJ got here before we even asked me a single question.
No, you were gonna sit down the same way. Don't worry, you're gonna sit in the hot seat. You can be producer and then throw in random background questions.
What's
like I
up,
am,
beautiful people?
Hi.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
You know, trust me, Rodney, it's going to be better if you bear witness.
Welcome to my house.
I've been doing it for years.
Budget studio. Yep.
Nice.
Well, I hope you understand when I answer these questions, I'm going to be completely fucking honest.
That's what we hope.
That's what we hope.
What questions
Oh no,
are you
he's going afterwards. He's going to
go after you, RJ, because you're going to be answering questions in regards to policies, debates, vision for the future, stuff like that.
Oh shit.
He's going to be telling you what he thinks of said policies and debates. Yeah.
Exactly. So he's going to bear witness, and then he's going to have at least one perspective of an in-depth interview from both parties, so he can give a completely honest review from his perspective as to what's going on.
You know, the question is what's going on down below.
Nothing. Completely flaccid.
Oh,
I mean, I would
that, Rodney.
I assume that's what we were talking about as well, because, you know, I was going to say, you know what? You don't want to know about the party going on down there.
No, I don't want to know because I saw aliens today.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't around. Yeah, he wasn't around when we all fought Krampus.
Yeah, go to the nudist colony. He's always up at the nudist colony's Krampus
No.
when it's dark.
No.
He is always up there.
All right, pick a chair, get comfy.
Yeah, RJ is fucking sweet.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, so the short version, the explanation beforehand is we're going to start with general questions about things that weren't exactly answered during the debate. I'll do an intro first, and then you'll know when it's time to start talking.
I love RJ.
You'll explain
he'll be
what you do for the
completely honest
party
with you too.
and tell the people who you are. And then it's going to be more difficult questions that are specific about people from your party, possibly perspective about people from the other end of the spectrum, things like that, and maybe your opinion on current figures who are sitting in office or sitting in high positions of responsibility for the sake of getting a general opinion. And I'll fire the question away as soon as I'm done talking. You can start giving your answer, and as soon as you stop talking and it's like obvious that you're done answering the question is when I'll move on to the next question. Give me a second to prepare myself. I'm going to need a drink of water real quick.
That's not a bad idea. Too late though.
Yeah, just know that there's no pressure here. There's no, you know, we're not here to bash you.
The same option goes that I gave you to give Bucket as well. If you don't want to answer a question, you're more than welcome to snort a line of chili. Yeah.
How about I just say pass?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody wants to.
Okay.
Fun.
Did I miss anything while I was sipping my water silently behind my mask?
I was giving him the snorted chili option out of a question. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Wonderful. Okay. All right, are we intro ready, everybody?
Yep.
Yay.
Riley, your camera's facing the wrong way.
That's what I was just going to say.
Oh, God. 1 second.
She's recording the outside.
It sometimes
good. We got the backup camera as well. We got that camera on top of the beers here. Let's see.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Prepping intro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hardball. It is I, Zach Fox, your fabulous Mr. Fox, authority on all things fabulous in the state of San Andreas. Today, we are asking the Hardball questions with Mr. Rick James himself, the former commissioner of the Los Santos Police Department, also known colloquially as RJ. If you've ever heard of RJ, this is the man that they were talking about. The man, the myth, the legend, the discriminatory against people with colorful hair if they work for the police department. Don't deny it, RJ. We all know it's true.
It wasn't true.
Please, RJ, introduce yourself to the people. Tell them all about yourself.
Hell yeah. As he just said, I'm Rick James, aka RJ, aka Baldy, aka Baldski, aka the Bald Legend, aka Cue Ball. There's probably a lot more. I can't think of the rest of them. But yeah, I work for LSPD. I am a sergeant, I believe, is my role. I really don't know. I'm just kind of here. You know, but I'm a Yankee. I moved away for quite a few years. Had a little bit of a vacation for a long time, and now I'm back. I'm happy to be back. I've met a lot of cool people. I love everybody in the city. And yeah,
right.
and then I'm also deputy mayor for this new election.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. We love it. All right, so some basic general questions about what you have planned, your vision for the future as far as the after party is concerned. Where's the name come from, the after party? I'm kind of curious about that.
You know, I think it's just something that we just kind of popped up because, you know, after the elections, I mean, everything just turns into an after party. You know, you just got to have fun and roll with the plan.
All right, I like that. So one of the big questions that's coming out of pretty much the entire city right now is something that we did ask one of your opponents earlier, Mr. Cletus Hicks, otherwise known as Bucket. Bucket speaking. Anyway, he had an interesting answer to the question, how does your party view the possibility of addressing the issue of business operators not being present at their businesses to the degree where they actually come across as somebody who's running a business? Instead, they're just kind of letting it run themselves and banking the cash after they pay their taxes. So a lot of people who think about that as kind of a, well, why are you just ripping off your employees? They don't really feel like they're appreciated at all. And I know that Seth said something during the debate of, you know, I'm not really sure about, we can't really do anything punishment wise. What kind of incentives then do you guys think might be the plan for the future?
I mean, me personally, as an ex-commissioner, I was always active within the force. There was never a day that I wasn't handling situations, never a day that I wasn't addressing situations, never a day I wasn't doing anything. I think if you're going to step up to be the person to take responsibility of a business, you should act the same way. If you plan on not being around, maybe it's that point in time to where you should think about selling and giving it to somebody else who actually is interested in running it and actually running things and doing things for the business and for everybody else around them that's going to supply people with everything that they need. If they decide not to be active, at the end of the day, that's where we would probably have to turn it around. And I think you would have to probably force people out to open up new opportunities for people. I mean, it's as much as it sucks, but that just kind of is what it is. I mean, if you don't want to be around and taking care of your property, people are going to take it, you know?
Interesting, interesting. I like this perspective. You kind of got a good idea going here as far as I'm concerned. I wonder if the public agrees. I certainly hope that they do. Let me put it this way. You're kind of a man after my own heart on this subject because when my former mentor, Mr. Joshua Roberts, you might remember him, Purple Mohawk, was a detective for a while, then became the chief and was very much certain that he was the just absolute gift to the detective division. Few people here might also want to make a comment on that. And I'm sure if he heard this, he's going to be like, USOB, I absolutely was a gift to the detective division. And I would laugh and agree because it's true. But, you know, we still got to give him a hard time, especially when they're not in the room. Hopefully he'll hear this later and have something nasty to say. But yeah, no, I mean, when he decided to run for the position of mayor, he actually stepped down from operating his business because obviously he didn't want there to be some sort of conflict of interest. And he asked me to take the opportunity to step up and take over the business. As a result, I evolved the Redline Club into the Redline Casino. Basically, the Diamond Casino building became a whole new party hotspot. But I'll tell you what, it was expensive to keep that rotating wheel stocked with cars all the time. People just want their fancy cars and they want to gamble their huge amounts of money that I was only getting a tiny fraction of and then still tax me out the ass. But I digress. Let's get moving forward. Now, I like to say is an interesting perspective. It is a great plan, in my opinion, because obviously we want to keep things active, functioning, moving. We want employees of different businesses to actually feel represented by their bosses. I can say that one of our producers is a business manager, and that man is always there checking on his people and seeing what they need. We need more of that, people of Los Santos. We need more of that, business owners and operators of Los Santos. It's not all about you, and it's not entirely the government's responsibility to make you feel loved when you're at work. Now, moving forward, we're curious about entertainment plans for the future of the city. There's a few different things that come to this idea. For example, what might be going on within the city? Is there any insight that's been shared by Seth yet, other than just the Seabreeze events team at the Seabreeze Dome doing Seabreeze events and things like that? What do you guys have a vested interest in that might provide more opportunities for entertainment of the people of the city that they can either go do with their friends or that can be held as a major event on a more regular basis, so not everybody is just stuck with the humdrum of clocking in and earning a check and then going home? Any ideas coming from your party at this time?
From my personal opinion, I think getting some music in, like getting some live bands, everything else like that rolling would be a pretty awesome idea. The one thing I would like to see as police is possibly getting like, for instance, like the racetrack thing going, like you guys are talking about and you guys were doing yesterday. Like I think getting racing teams together and actually having races would be awesome because it might cool down people from like speeding all over the streets and making my life a miserable hellhole. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like beach parties, hotel parties, just like all kinds of fun entertainment, like even getting some more like just action, like maybe even finding like, oh, what's that one sport? Like paintball, like paintball. I used to love playing paintball. Or another fun one that I used to play back in the day, when I was commissioner, taser tag.
My goodness, taser tag. Now that sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen if it's done incorrectly. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why when you show up to an event, there are rules. Please stop arguing with the event staff about following them, because we just want to have a good time and we want you to have a good time. And we don't want to ruin anybody's good time, because if you're ruining anybody's good time, you don't deserve to have a good time. But that's the perspective of Hardball, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, you brought up the music industry, and that's something we also asked one of your opponents today. We're curious, what do you plan? What kind of timetable do you see for the possibility of being able to open record labels and studios within the city or within the state confines overall for the sake of getting that industry up and running? We'd really like to operate after-hour studios out of the Rebel radio station. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's going to be Paris Records wants to open up down in the city. And I, quite the singer myself, would love to get into that kind of industry. But we've been waiting for months now to see that actually happen. Any estimation or guess on a timeline or the kind of work that's going to have to be done by the people that want to invest in that world of entertainment that's going to be able to make it happen, other than just businesses paying tax money through the nose and, you know, train tickets being paid directly to the government office? Any thoughts?
I mean, personally, the way I look at it is if we got people into it and making music and being able to do it, as long as we can get it cleared through the government to open the establishment and actually open the doors, and we have the funds to actually fund it, I personally don't see that taking long at all. I mean, as long as it's approved and we got funds, why shouldn't it be done within like the first couple of weeks?
This is why you should always have RJ answer questions.
The man's not making a promise, ladies and gentlemen, but he's going straight for this is something that needs to happen. This is one of the people who wants to represent you. He wants action, not simply statements and pretty promises. It's wonderful. I absolutely fuss with it. I'm so on board for this. It's fabulous. Anyway, we're moving back to it. Now it's time for a slightly more hardball question. If we're going to be honest, there's been a lot of rumors going around, RJ, that you might have a particular aversion or fear to a gentleman who is something of a backwoods hick former criminal, to the point where you're not even capable of functioning in that man's presence. We're talking about Tiberius McVitie. How is it that the people are supposed to count on you to be able to handle difficult situations and conversations if you can't even handle one backwoods hick who's working at a mechanic shop in Sandy Shores?
So this goes back to previous experience. Granted, yes, he does kind of awkward me out, but when it comes down to it, if I need to be professional, put my foot down at the end of the day, being an ex-commissioner, easy peasy, not an issue at all. I can put my foot down and I will do what I have to do to make things the way they need them be, even if it's as the most awkward thing for me. I've been in plenty of awkward situations,
feel
but
bad for
sometimes
you
I
if
just
you-
like
if
to
you
have fun
feel
with it.
awkward with him.
Tibbs,
I really do, yeah.
honestly, I love Tibbs.
Yeah,
He's
no,
a
most
funny
definitely.
guy.
I'm right there
I think
with you.
that's one reason why I kind of do
If
what
you
I do
think
is
he makes
because
you
I think it's just
awkward,
kind of
try
hilarious.
living with him. Yep, try living with him.
Oh,
That-
yeah,
that's an
R.I.P. to you,
experience.
man. R.I.P.
Yeah,
to
that's
you.
an
Because,
experience.
yeah, he is a great guy.
Seth
I love
is
him. He
just-
cracks me up, and I think that's
he
one
took
reason
too much
why I
of the
kind of
wheel.
act the way I act because
RJ
it's it's a hoot, it's a laugh, and I
mean,
think
you can
people
see
love
already
it. And
here.
I'm out here to
RJ
make
is a
people laugh
wonderful
and make
speaker,
people
and
happy.
he thinks
man.
about the things that people
Well,
need.
just as long as you don't turn into
Um,
Pancake Pete and can't stop laughing like a seal, don't ask because you don't want to know. Actually, I take
Fucking
that
Christ,
back.
he brought
Make
up
sure you
fucking
ask Harry
Pete.
K about a man named Pancake Pete and what it means when I say the man laughs like a seal. Because I tell you what, you're going to have a great, fun story to remember, and he's going to enjoy the hell out of telling that story. But let's move on. I have an interesting question about your mayoral candidate, the man who you're running for deputy mayor as. This man, Seth Brooks, what do you think of him in general? Not from your perspective as a member of the same political party, but from the perspective of someone else, just another person, a guy out on the streets. What do you think of him overall?
Honestly, Seth, I don't mind the guy. I mean, he speaks. He doesn't rub me the wrong way. I don't get that kind of vibe
That's
off
a
of
hell of a
him. Like
fucking
usually I'm pretty
question
good
for
at
him.
reading people, and like if I get a certain vibe off of you, like I'll kind of like be like, like I don't really like that person. But it's not like I'm still not gonna talk to him. Like I appreciate everybody and I treat everybody with respect. And Seth, like I said, he seems to be a very great guy. Everything that's been happening within his situation of his role of where he's been at with Harry Wolfenstein, I kind of have his feels because I've been in that position before to an extent, except it was kind of like the opposite way to where like I was obviously back in the day I was Alpha 01 and I had an Alpha 02. Now my Alpha 02 was Droob. I love that guy to death. But after we both got promoted, he was around for a little bit and then he just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. And I was left
Sounds like
doing a
EMS.
majority of the work until I brought on my right-hand man, Holloway, which is kind of like what Seth is. And again, Holloway was like the person to where like if I wasn't around for X amount of time due to whatever I was doing, like he had to deal with all the decision making. And if he couldn't get a hold of me at the point in time, like he was only left with what he could do without my permission or without my do say, which is kind of where Seth is at. So it's like I kind of understand where he's at in this situation, and it is not a good situation for him because it's kind of sucks when you're trying to be the person that needs to make decisions, but you can't make the decisions because you're not in the position to make decisions.
A kindred spirit scenario. You've been there, so you understand what he's going through, and therefore you respect him. I can get that. I can get behind that too. What do we think, everybody in the
Yeah,
studio?
that
You
is
guys
true.
agree? I think that that's a pretty decent perspective to say.
Yeah.
All
But
right,
yeah,
I do
all
have
in all,
a
I think he
mild
means 100% well for everything that he wants to do. Like he's not lying about nothing. Like he wants to make good changes.
Fair enough. Hardball coming back your way. Let's see how you handle it. The issue with a lot of people and their perspective towards Seth, this is you given the opportunity to defend your mayoral candidate.
Yeah.
A lot of people,
Yeah.
their perspective on Seth is that he has a controlling, cut and dry mentality. It's absolutely certain, even when it comes to people who are his superiors, even within the police department, he makes a decision and he's got that idea in his mind. He's going with it, regardless of the fact that he could potentially be violating chain of command. Now, the question is, this is
That's a
obviously,
hell
you
of a
know,
fucking
an
question
abstract
that's coming
perspective
in.
from the general public. They also feel that it's very much what Seth says goes, and that's the way that he's been acting with them, and that's how they feel about him right now. How would you assuage him that, or assuage them, that he's not actually that guy that they seem to be catching from that perspective, that they feel that way about him? What makes them wrong and make Seth the right candidate?
Literally,
how is he going to be flexible enough
Fucking
to
just
meet the
cooked.
needs
I
of this
feel
city?
so bad for RJ right now.
And that goes back to it. I mean, personally, working with him on PD, he doesn't seem to be that kind of person. Like he makes calls if they're not the right call, obviously. That's kind of, so to say, where I come into play. Like we discuss everything. If he makes a call and I disagree with it, then we need to sit down and talk about it and figure something out. Because if you want to do something and I don't want to do something, or it sounds off, then we need to figure something out so we don't make the wrong call and we end up doing the wrong thing and actually, like you said, take a lot of people off and make a lot of people unhappy. That is not something personally I want to do. As again, ranking back to my old days, like as me being higher up before, like I've made a lot of stupid decisions because I didn't think before I spoke and or did. And that is one thing I've learned throughout my years. And that is one thing I will not let somebody else do. So if I honestly disagree with something, then I'm going to tell him. If he doesn't like it and he wants to do his own thing, fine, do your own thing. But at the end of the day, if you're going to keep pushing me away, and like you said, if people think he's controlling, I'm out. I'm out, man. Like I don't got time to live that life. Like that's not how I live. That's not how I want to live. And I don't want people to hate me.
The man was not just rolled a hardball, ladies and gentlemen. He was rolled a bomb, and he just diffused it by cutting the fuse off at the base. And he had time to spare with it. Dang. I think that this man came prepared for hardball today, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but that's my perspective. On that note, though, do you have anything else that you'd like to add before we wrap up the interview today, RJ?
Yeah, sure. I just want to say, everybody, if you vote for us, I'll still love you. If you don't vote for us, I'm still going to love you, and I'm still going to appreciate everybody, and I'm going to do everything for everybody that I can do. I just want to say I love everybody. Have a good one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for now. This has been your Hardball interview with Mr. RJ Rick James, the former commissioner of the police department, now turned Yankee OCX. The man who seems to have an aversion to a particular hick actually has a great deal of respect and love for the man. It's just the fact that he's so humorous that he doesn't know how to handle it. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen,
he
some of
handled
you are
it
gonna
really
get this
well.
reference. We just
That's
want to
for
make sure
damn
this guy
sure.
doesn't turn into pancake. All right. And that's all for today, ladies and gentlemen. And we're clear. Damn, that was good.
I just want to make sure he doesn't turn into Magnum Mark.
We already have one Magnum Mark, and we don't need another one.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was more comfortable doing this than speaking at that stupid fucking podium. My knees were weak and my arms were sweaty and my palms were like so moist.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't have been so nervous, to be honest with you, RJ. I think in the long run, you know, you were a previous commissioner. I think every question you handled here, and even some of the questions you handled at the debate were well thought out. You know, and you actually put your own personal opinion into it. You didn't sound like some damn robot.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely try not to. I mean, I know there was a couple of times that I said I'm here for everybody, and I hope
you'll
that's
feel
just
better
honest
soon,
truth.
Scott.
But like some of the questions were like repeat questions, and I really didn't know how to answer them without like repeating myself.
That's gonna be half of your battle during debates and during this year if you guys end up being mayors. But you're probably gonna answer a million
That's part of the
questions
problem. You're always gonna have this one bloke
different
sitting
variation
there and not listening, and he's like, "I'm gonna ask this question." He's just not fucking paying attention to anything that's going on.
I know.
And then he finally gets his turn. He goes up there and he repeats the same question the last two people probably just asked, and he's like, "I don't know why it's a problem because you weren't listening, motherfucker."
What's funny to me is like I heard somebody yell out, "This question's already been asked and answered." When I asked my question of Dan's party, and it's like there's a reason I asked the question again. It's to see if the answer changed. I am,
Now,
you know, the whole point of
this may
behind doing
help.
hardball. Well, you could ask Snowy and Riley and Rodney, honestly,
gonna
all
have to,
three
like,
of
try
them.
to
You
keep
could
it down.
ask them,
If you
what do I
have
do at every
the
political
apple cider
debate?
vinegar
I
gummies,
ask the
or
questions
if you
that the
don't have the
candidates
gummies, but you
don't want to
actually have,
fucking
like, the apple
answer.
cider,
That's why
vinegar,
I was like, I've got a brilliant idea.
like,
I don't have
itself.
time to ask all the questions that I come up
I'd
with
look it
that
up,
the
but you
general
can take,
public
like, a glass
forgets
and
to
put some of that
ask
in there.
when it comes time for
And I
these
think you can
debates. And
dilute it with
usually we
water or
have
something
3
and
or
then
4
drink
debates
it,
before voting.
and it will also
This
help
time
with the
we only have
acids
the
and
one
stuff in
debate.
your
Holy
stomach
shit,
to
this
stop
is
you from
rushed. So I'm
having to
like,
throw up.
podcast.
Apple cider
Hardball.
vinegar is a
We'll call
big
it
fucking
Hardball.
thing.
We'll ask all those questions people don't want to answer or might trip them up to see if they're actually ready for this. So far, both you and Cletus were absolutely ready. So if Seth comes in tomorrow for his interview and he answers as clearly and as snappily as you have today, you guys are already bigger bonus points than their party, because I don't think that the rest of their party is going to be prepared for the questions. Yes,
That's why I asked
yes.
the question that was I'd already asked him in Legion. I asked him the same one for that same reason. Make sure he got the same answer.
Yeah.
But no, I digress. It's Rodney's turn. Do we need a break real quick?
Yeah, not a
Anybody?
problem.
Well, I
I'm all
do
right.
want to say something actually.
Yeah.
So just gonna throw this out here. Also, be real quick. Who the fuck keeps saying that they want RJ back as commissioner? Like, why is everybody saying this? That's my first question.
I have no idea.
We don't know.
I hear this from
I
a lot of
mean,
people.
Let's be
and
honest.
I don't know why.
RJ,
And then
from what I've heard
Harry-
around, you're a national like fucking treasure around the city. Let's be honest.
Jesus Christ.
That's
Because
just
Harry's
what I
even
hear.
like snuck it into me too. Like he'll be like, some way he does it, he words it to where he mentions
think
about
a
me
lot of the
being
time he
commissioner
just
again.
needs help. He just needs help.
So I'll be honest. All right, and I don't know if this question's gonna get asked during the situation. During the debate, the question that Dan asked, shouldn't have been asked. And the main reason why is because, to be honest, he pointed out somebody's record that shouldn't have been talked about either.
But that is public knowledge. That's
so it is public
Semi-public
knowledge.
knowledge.
It is public knowledge that
Semi-public.
Dan's record was expunged. But there are at the end of the day, we did expunge it. You know.
Yeah.
And it really shouldn't have been spoken about. Like in Dan's question, it wasn't like just pointed at one person. It was pointed to the party in itself.
Correct.
That was the only thing I had a problem with as a side of DOJ. I mean, he
Like
did
you say,
handle it
out,
really
in my
well.
opinion.
Because he did answer like, "Hey, look, I did do some bad things, you know." But I don't think Dan should have asked that.
Now, I
I
would
do
say
because
personal.
They are both known proven gang members. They were in my gang, and it's not like Grove Street were quiet.
And here's
Yeah.
my thing with it. When it comes to dealing with a situation like that, when you're going to ask a question like that, ask the party. If you want to ask that question, it's kind of like I asked Bucket about him being dissatisfied with the disciplinary actions and of the police department and not giving command members like myself the opportunity to do our job by bringing people in for talks or giving them strikes and suspensions if it gets bad enough, not trusting our system, not trusting that Harry is doing his job as a commissioner. And he was fully adamant about the fact that because we're government employees, that our private disciplinary records need to be public records, to which I didn't ask him. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going to let the general public come up with this one. And it's going to hurt his party's perspective. It really is. If our disciplinary records are not public, then are made public, then everyone's criminal record has to be made public. Anyone, for any reason, at any time, can come into the station and go, I want to know what crimes that person has committed. No subpoena or anything. No reason for why. Just, I want to know. So he was talking about like the Brady list that they have in California, specific things that if officers do them, it's publicly known that the officer did it. When Opie lost his job, it was publicized that he went corrupt. When Ralph lost his job, it's because he went corrupt. If an officer commits a crime that costs them their job, that information is made public when we typically put out a warrant for their arrest. This person has been placed on, or they have a warrant, they're wanted because they've committed a crime. If you see them, turn them in because they've betrayed the badge. But if he wants like every strike or talk I have with an officer,
That is
because
true, Jank.
I deserve to know that my issue is handled. But here's the thing:
it's
if you're not
different in
happy with it,
Redline.
then now
You
you
have
want to
to
sue the
actually
PD
subpoena
because we didn't
somebody's
discipline
records.
somebody well enough. You don't have the right to a person's disciplinary record. Yes, criminal records are a matter of public knowledge, but in the sense that if you're an involved victim, then you have the right to know what the person you have accused of having committed a crime was found guilty of or pled guilty to, what they're arguing in court. You have the right to that kind of information. But the general public, if you submit a records request for Cletus Hicks, for example, for his criminal record, I'm not going to give it to a member of the general public because they have no reason to be given that specific information about Mr. Hicks's history. So why does everyone in the city deserve to know what is happening to me because I made a mistake? Or if, like, say Seth, if we feel like he went out of line in the way that he handled someone, why should that be public information?
Well,
it shouldn't be.
This is the thing. All right. From a non-biased part of this, right? Do they need to know the exact disciplinary action or whatever? No. I do think there does need to be some transparency that, situations were handled. Yes. Do they need to know exactly how it was handled? No. I think at the end of the day, if somebody lodges a complaint, right, they should be informed that the situation was handled. It shouldn't be publicly acknowledged, and at the same time, that person should also be informed that at that point, you are getting this knowledge that it has been handled, and that they should no longer talk about it outside of that. You know, when it comes down to it, I think there needs to be some level of transparency, but not like on the point to where, you know, you're throwing out somebody's dirty laundry.
Counterpoint, but you know, it's an agreeing counterpoint, but specifying a little bit greater detail. Harry and Dan and myself, in fact, would argue that when someone files an HR report directly with a member of command like myself, our immediate response is, okay, we're going to look into it and it will be dealt with. There will be,
that is true,
you know,
Seb.
based on our findings, there may or may not be consequences. I can't be specific about it. That person should know at that point in time, I'm telling them the truth. If they don't want to believe me and they want specific information, they want to be informed when the disciplinary action has been handed out, that's none of their business. It's
Yes,
not a matter
none
of
their business.
Yeah, it's like, say, if when I worked at the Redline, when I worked at the Redline Club, when I managed it, when I became the owner, when I became the casino owner, my disciplinary action towards my employees was nobody's business. Well, you're a private business, really? Then what's the point of government oversight and government regulation when it comes to my business and me paying taxes and stuff like that?
Well,
am I not in some way indebted to the government? Therefore, the government has a right to know everything going on in my business? No. We work with the mayor's office. We work with the DOJ, but we are branches for a reason.
So,
the mayor's office does not have control over the PD. Never has, never will.
I'm not saying they do. Right. Okay. So obviously, RJ wasn't around for this. Everybody knows I ran Godworks. Everybody knows, you know, it was the most active shop. You know, and it was most loved shop. And the main reason why is because if something was handled, I told them it was handled. I didn't tell them how it was handled, but it was handled. And I was completely transparent.
Ryan Taylor for this.
You and me both. But in the long run, the only reason, like, I was probably the most invested person really ever in the business besides Snowy at this point. But when it came down to it, I was transparent, but I told people, and it's the basic stuff. It's been handled. That is it. They didn't get any detail of how it was handled or how they were disciplined or anything like that. And I told them, like, look, I'll be honest, like, if it continues after this instance, unless something actually happens outside of that, and a new instance arrived, like, not to talk about it, because then it would be a problem with the shop, and then, you know, I wouldn't serve them. You know, when it comes down to it, like I said, small transparency, sure. Full transparency, no.
Yeah. Anyways.
Right. So, also, you too, Fox. So, for instance, back in the day, you know, when I was commissioner, I ran PD, but I had someone breathing down my neck.
Well, I mean, it should be telling somebody...
You know how many times I got threatened to be
the situation's been handled. Nobody ever knows when something's been handled by PD because you don't know. Like, they never tell you anything.
I ran PD because that's the way they wanted it. They wanted me to run professional to the TPD, and I didn't like that. And
I feel like I'm going to run out of W's.
And that is the reason why I quit, because I was so fed up. And I was arguing almost nightly with this person that I finally said, fuck it. I went to the government and I said, I quit.
Yeah.
Take my badge.
Well, that is true. But I mean, it would be at least nice
away.
to know that
I gotta ask,
they're actually doing something. If they at least
who
say,
was
"Hey,
this person
you know,
putting so much goddamn pressure on you?"
At least let you know that they actually looked at it.
Probably
we'll
better
just say,
because they actually had to be somewhat involved
there
in
was
it.
one person,
not just,
that
"Hey,
wanted
this
me
was
to run
done."
PD the
You
way
know? And how's it going, Dennis?
And threatened me several times to be like, if you don't do it, I'll take it over and do it myself.
Gross.
And I hated that. Also, by the way, before I leave, because I'm going to leave so you guys can get on with your podcast. If we don't win this election, Rodney, I need you. Need you to find me some candidates, because next term, the bald guy's running.
Okay.
Mayor Baldy.
I'm taking over this city.
Yep, I can try to help you on that. I can't run myself because I'm a part of DOJ.
I know you
it would be
can't.
conflict. But I'm sure I got a few names that could probably run with you.
100%.
Like I said, I'd be a strong one on your business front. I've been probably the most successful businessman in the city.
Hey, I used to be. I used to be.
I used to be once.
I don't
Like
know how,
this
I
one
don't know
right
if you
here.
remember this.
This one right
RJ.
here. Would love that one right there too.
RJ, have you?
Yo.
Do you
Hi, how you
remember
doing?
Punk Noodles?
What have I fucked
Do you
noodles?
do you
He
do
hasn't
you
been there.
remember Punk Noodles?
He wasn't there for Punk Noodles.
Did I punk noodles?
Yeah,
Wasn't
was
there
you
for any
around
of
when
that.
Punk Noodles?
No, I've never fucked noodles, man. That's kind of weird that you would ask that.
No,
Called
Punk
Punk
Noodles.
Fucking RJ.
Punk noodles?
Yeah.
Like
Uh,
Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah,
N-
RJ would
Oh,
definitely be
punk.
worthy to put in
Punk.
office.
Oh, so like what
But
Ashton Kutcher
I
did.
just don't think
Punk.
it's a good idea
Yeah.
with Seth.
But yeah,
Okay, okay.
I've
And
owned a
that-
restaurant since
like,
those days.
He just gets
Years.
hot-tempered.
Years.
Like, it's nothing against him, but
Hell
he just
yeah,
gets
I like it.
hot-tempered
I
really
like it. Like I
easy.
said,
And when he
Everybody
gets that
wants
way,
to
he's
once
set in
and
his
the mayor's
ways, and
never
that's
had
the
a
way it's
reason
going to
to
be,
remove me,
whether
and I've
people
seen
like
lots
it or
of
not.
operators fall.
Hell
For lots
yeah.
of different reasons too. It's surprising. It
Uh,
really is.
That is the thing.
yeah, I'm gonna take a lot from
Seb,
what I learned
but
from
the
this
only
one,
thing is
and I'm
they
gonna
don't
use
do
it
that
on the
anymore.
next one because I realistically wanted to
everybody's
run for
gotten
this one, but it was
strikes.
kind of late, and I could not
The
find a team
situation
to
that
save my life.
happened
So that's why I'm
with the
trying to get a
class
jump
action
start 3
lawsuit, I
months
can
ahead of
guarantee you
time.
right now, everybody is
Get
currently
a team,
striked until
get everything
the
figured out.
case is
That way,
dealt
so when
with,
the next election comes,
and they find like
we
officers
are
guilty doing things,
prepared.
and DOJ steps in.
I could be your
That's
PD
when
and
they could
EMS
also turn
liaison because I
around
can tell you
and
right now
say,
what
hey,
EMS wants.
this was
Then I
Tell you right now what restaurants need.
felony
You?
Civil right
I mean, I
violations,
don't
and
then I-
mind
these
being
officers need to
deputy
be
mayor.
charged.
See, there we
Talking
go. There we go.
Yeah,
I
let me
mean,
tell you
everybody
right now
knows
what
I'm
EMS
always
wants.
for the city, so.
This
Now,
is going to
Roger,
sound really,
you need to step
really,
down
really.
and-
This is going to sound really nasty, but this is exactly what EMS wants, and I know it's what they want. They want one of their directors replaced for
that is
lack
true,
of
Jane.
activity and support. And
100%.
Frank,
I know that.
Yes.
oh, they want her gone. They're sick of her.
Well, it's not just
I
Ty.
could
It's
tell.
some of their command members as well. I had people come to me as
Except for
DOJ.
him.
And right now the ones in question is Mr. Zephyr and Ty. They're just not there. I feel bad for Smithy because he's doing everything on his own.
Yeah.
Yep, been there, done that. I know exactly what he's going through, and that goes back to it. Like when we were talking about it, like commissioner, like detective. If you
Yeah,
if you
well,
took
that's
out a
the thing,
detective and guess what, you
Seb,
decided
that's
to
the
be
whole point
like
of DOJ.
inactive and not around.
Like we're
guess what?
going to
You were
be
gone. I
doing
replaced
things
you.
and actually getting shit
Just
done.
if you were chief of police and you
That's the
decided to
reason
just
why
be
Harry
not
offered
around,
his
never
name up
came
for
in, didn't do your
resignation
job.
because
Guess
of what happened.
You were gone. I replaced you. No issues firing people. It's easy, and you're replaceable. I know that sounds fucked up, but it's true.
Yeah, but
And
sometimes you got to do your job.
But that you need to do your job, but you need the activity. It goes back to the businesses. If you don't want to be there and run your business, get the fuck out of here.
I agree. Totally agree.
What's up, Lester?
Now I sound
mean-
like a dictator again.
Yeah, but
Well,
just
the
so
thing
that you
is,
know
I mean, it
going
is
into
the-
this,
I'm a business owner saying that I agree with you. on
That is
There's
the
so
truth.
many
No, I
business
know.
owners that aren't there.
That is honestly the truth. You know, at the end of the day, you know, especially if you run by yourself, that right there alone will tell people that, you know, you're looking out for the people. You're not looking out for individuals that are just sitting on their ass making money doing nothing.
Exactly. And I know that's the one thing that off the record, because obviously we're not on record no more, but that's basically if we get elected, like me, Seth, and Mac, that's my job. Like, is to handle the work.
Well,
and then
Does that
run
mean
it
we'll
through
finally
Seth.
get our building for
So-
after our studios because we've been promised off Wolfenstein? He'll sort
Bro,
it out
I
for us,
will
but he's not
push
sorted it yet.
everything through that I can push through. I will be up people's
that is true.
asses like shrimp fried
well,
rice on a stir
Because Echo
fry
got a
to
coffee
get
shop
shit
built
pushed
certainly
through.
licked his
That
split,
is
but
very true as
we've
well,
still not
Jake.
got Rebel Radio.
Well,
Yeah, I
like
will
nobody
be
else
up
has.
people's asses.
So
if honestly, again, if you guys would have saw the things I did back in the day, I was up government's ass on a daily basis, asking for shit to get done, to get fixed, and what needed to be done. I don't give a fuck.
Well, so I'm going to point something out. So I'm sure when you heard I asked about the malls, right? Bucket said something about knowing something about the malls. I will point this out. It is publicly known. I did find out. So Wolfenstein has investment in both of the malls.
Yes.
And both of the malls. The reason why I asked is because they're completely inactive, and people have come forward, including myself, and offered to help run materials just because the city was in dire need, and they turned us away and told us pretty much to fuck off.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean it goes back to it. If he owns the malls and he's not around, again, I've known Harry for a long time, but it goes back to it. If you don't want to be a part of it, you don't want to partake, don't want to manage it, I'm sorry, but
that's why I raised the question during the
You gotta
debate.
get gone. I need to replace you. I need to get the malls active, and I need to get the malls stocked, and also need to get the malls stocked with reasonably priced items, not asininely priced items.
Yeah.
Also, we
And they need to have stock
I
all the
set
time.
this question, but I wasn't happy.
Well,
with
I mean,
this
it's hard to stock it all the time. I will be honest, but if it can be at least stocked 90% of the time, it would be fine.
Right, not once
Independent
every
people
6
like
months.
Echo with a coffee shop walking into Up and Atom and actually selling food to people queuing up at Up and Atom and porting customers inside Up and Atom.
Wait, what was that again? I'm sorry.
Echo, she's got her own coffee
Yeah,
shop.
the coffee shop.
And she was physically in Up and Atom yesterday, selling food and drinks to people as they walked through the front door of Up and Atom.
She was selling food and drinks at Up and Atom?
Yeah,
Quite
she
frankly,
was
they should have
inside
pressed charges for
stealing customers.
trespassing.
Yeah, that's what
What the
I've
fuck?
already told him. In hindsight, I've told him to do that, but they didn't at the time. They just shouted at her, and she carried on selling food anyway and just ignored them, like they weren't even there.
I'm just a girl.
Christ,
You're not
Echo.
going to tell me to stop doing. You're not my dad.
Yep, pretty much that was the response that they got.
Lolly is fucking
Yeah, I mean,
savage
if
for
you have
that.
your own place of business, then go to your place of business and do your business
Well,
there, not
The place of
other
business
people's
is in
businesses.
Legion fucking Square.
That's-
Why did you up at Roxwood doing that?
I know.
Well,
Right.
that is part of the problem. She's probably also doing that because people revolted against them as well. There's been issues of Bob selling, half stale food.
Half eating stale food for double the price that I sell it for. And I'm actually making triple the amount of money. Honestly, this is mad. Bob's prices are double what mine are. He's open more than I am, but I make.
God damn it,
3 times as
Snowy!
much
You're
money as him.
interrupting me. And then
Quite
the other
frankly,
problem
you could
is
just ask Snowy. When Snowy and I were both running businesses at the same time, when I was running the casino and we had a bar, we sold
This is
food
part of the
and
pro-
drink
why I
and
don't-
whatnot.
I don't like to
money
talk
from
with too many
gambling, and I
people.
was still on par
'Cause
with what he was.
sometimes they
He
interrupt and you're not
absolutely
even
was,
done.
but Snowy and I, we kept with the agreement that we had between all of the food related businesses, restaurants, and the bar at the casino. We sold our food at the same prices, so it was a matter
Or
of
at least
proximity.
similar price, you know.
Yeah, the only things that were at my casino that were cheaper were because they were like light snacks instead of like full course meals, because it's a casino, it's a bar, and the cocktails and things like that. I was the only business
they
in the
should've
state
called the
that had
police.
alcohol at the time, but it
They're
was
pissing me off by
pretty
not letting me-
lightweight alcohol. Honestly, it was not very harsh stuff. So my alcoholic beverages were a little cheaper because they didn't cost as much to make, but they also were not particularly great for your thirst. And my food was again, it's a snack. You got to buy like 3 or 4 snacks at my bar if you're really hungry. You got to buy 1 meal at Snowy's restaurant, Tumbleweed, and you're full.
Yeah.
But no,
I mean,
it's
that's what it
crazy with
is.
Bob though. He's double my price. He's open more than I am, but I still make more money than him.
That's hilarious.
Can I finish now? Since I was
Yeah.
interrupted.
Yes. Sorry, Rodney.
Maybe tomorrow.
The other issue with Roxwood is they're rarely ever open. There was actually I think an entire month where they were never open.
Yep. That too.
And then honestly, I went up there and got food and drink one time, right? I got my food, and then I thought I got my drinks, and then I got out there and realized I had empty cups.
Nice.
And then I went in one time, and the guy didn't even know how to order anything for the business. He wasn't even trained. It honestly, it's bad operating altogether in that location.
Oh yeah, my
I don't
guys
like
aren't allowed to work on their own for ages, are they, Rodney? You've
Mhm.
seen my process; it's crazy. I'm super strict.
God damn
but
it, Snowy.
works.
Sure.
But the point of the matter is when it comes down to it, right? Do I think it's a good business where it's at? It's probably not the world's greatest location, but if you at least teach your people how to do things, you know, and actually be involved in your business, because the only time that place is really open is when she's there.
They're in a great location, though, in my opinion. I could make a killing there. I was in Punk Noodles, a location, and still made more money than everybody else.
Currently,
it's all about how you run the place. It's not so much where it is, it's how you run it.
Currently, from an unbiased standpoint, there's a lot of businesses where operators aren't there. And I can honestly tell you from the first part, the operator does not really come around for the mechanic shop in Roxwood. Most of the time, you'll hear the name Buju.
Yeah, that's what Buju says.
Yeah, Buju is literally the guy that pretty much runs there. And I know he kind of
should run that place.
He kind of has some bias against me currently at the moment.
I don't think Buju should run that place
because of a court case. But the point of the matter is, at this point, I if you were to pass it down to an employee, he's honestly the only person you would pass it down to. He's the only one that actually seems to give a shit and is actually
he would turn it into a criminal empire, is what he would do.
I don't think he would. I mean, I've gotten pretty close with Buju, and I don't think he would. I mean, I think he appreciates that place. Like, I mean, come on, man. He even said I could get a job there.
That is true as well.
To, and I'm like,
so I do miss the casino too.
Yep. Yeah, I used to hire cops all the time when I was the leader on
the thing
gangs
is,
in the city.
I know Buju kind of has a bias towards me because of the previous court case that he's had. Right? I was actually just there as a shadow. I had nothing to do with it.
Oh dear.
And
excuse me, guys.
No worries.
Fabulous, Mr. Fox. How can I help you?
And when it comes down to it, right? I do believe at the end of the day, if it was passed down to anybody in the company, he's probably going to be the only person that's actually worthwhile having it do it, because currently they're just not there. I mean, I see the operators of LS Customs more than I see the operators of Roxwood. And I mean, I see the operator of, or at least the secondary in command of the mechanic shop in Sandy, more in a month than I think I've seen them in 3 months.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but guys,
there's some standing issues.
I'm going to say this. What I said is what I mean. I truly mean it. If you guys take that the way you want to take it, if you guys want to put that on that record too of this whole podcast, I'm fine with it. But I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm getting kind of tired.
Yeah, no worries.
I appreciate you guys. I mean, thanks for having me. This was pretty
You're
dope.
welcome.
Love to do it again.
We're trying to give an alternative take to
No,
this,
that's
just so
very
that
true,
people like to
Seb.
see the real side of people as opposed to what they
hell
see
yeah.
on stage.
Yeah, I love this. This was awesome.
I'm not gonna lie. I loved all your answers, RJ. Between the debate and here, I loved all your answers.
Oh, thank you. You're making me blush. Stop it.
No, I mean, the thing is, you're real. And at the end of the day, that's what I like.
Past as well on duty, feel free to use the pool table in the front yard. You know.
Yeah, you know.
I know, right? I mean, for them days that I got nothing to do, I'm
exactly.
gonna do that.
Yeah, we're
That's
definitely
what's
gonna have it
sticking
at
out
the
there.
station as well.
We're
definitely gonna have
a pool
one.
table put outside Rex's diner, by the way.
I know,
Yeah, I'm not doing
actually
Lexi's interview today.
That's actually one thing I'm gonna do. I'm putting a pool table in NRPD.
I am legitimately
All right, guys.
paying almost half a million to have a pool table put outside the restaurant. Yep.
All right.
Hell yeah.
All
right, guys.
We're getting to the point of time crunching here, so I'm going to say,
100%.
RJ, it was
I
great
just saying
having
my
you.
good nights.
Yes, Rodney, you're up
Good night,
next.
man.
Love
Yeah,
you guys.
Rodney, you're
Have a
next.
good one. Enjoy.
Catch you later.
Enjoy. Catch you later.
You know, Ronnie, the reason why I'm not taking Lexi's interview tonight is because I don't think she's actually prepared for the questions at all. Because first thing I'm going to bombard her with when it comes to the hardball questions is, so why did you publicly post police actions on Birdie and then delete it afterwards to cover your tracks? And she's not going to like answering that question.
No.
Sometimes that's the whole thing. It's a hard truth and nothing but the truth.
Yep. Welcome to Hardball.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She can be the party's representative tomorrow, and Seth can be the other one.
Yeah. Unless Dan decides he wants to bring himself in which case I'll be like, Lexi, we're going to interview Dan. No offense. Trust me, he's going to want to answer these questions, and you're not going to want to answer them. And then she's going to go, okay, why?
To be
And then she
completely
can sit there and watch, and with under the guise of you don't
the thing is,
answer the
I love
questions,
Mac,
you
but
let him
Mac's
answer
not
the
really
questions. Because
around.
if you get argumentative with the host,
Seth is
it
hit
makes
or
you look
miss.
bad.
And RJ's the only one that's been severely active in the party. You know, even the other party, like they're gonna be.
Do me a
Like, these are
favor.
all people that are
when we're all
constantly
done, Riley,
active.
make sure you check your email. I've got something for you. On that note, though, okay. Are we all ready for the intro?
Yep.
Okay, let me get my questions ready. Okay, and roll intro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hardball. I am Mr. Fox, Zach Fox, the fabulous Mr. Fox, authority on all things fabulous in the state of San Andreas. And today I am going to be expanding on our current coverage of the election debate that occurred earlier today.
Pretty much.
By asking for the impartial opinions, absolute honest truth from your own judge, His Honor, Rodney Dangerfields. Rodney, welcome to the show.
I appreciate it.
So tell me, Rodney, what did you think of the debate overall? What's your general consensus? How did you feel? Well, the atmosphere in the arena was honestly electrical, wasn't it?
Most definitely. There was a lot of arguing in some parts of the questions. You know, in one of those arguments, they specified like, hey, you know, there was you know, not a lot being asked between the other parties. Some people were only answering so much, one person at a time. Like, you know, so people complained about. You know, when it came down to it, Seth was talking too much and not so much his party. They were saying the same thing for Cletus Hicks and Dan's party. Now, at the end of the day, I do want to specify being unbiased towards the situation and being neutral to it. You know, there was a lot of business end related questions. Now, I will say what was smart on Dan's side is they were letting their business representative for their party to speak on the business problems. That's what his job is going to be. Now, on the other hand, Seth didn't always let his business person talk on that matter, which is one of the reasons why the gentleman that asked the question during that time was a bit savage and told Seth he wanted to answer from his business person. I will say, unpartial to it, I think some of the arguments kind of got personal, and not so much about it being political at that point.
All right. I got a more specific line question for you. I'm going to ask you about each one of the candidates overall and their party members, and I want you to give me just your general short version. How do you feel about them and their preparedness for the job in questions? Give me 1 second. Let's start with Seth himself. How do you see him doing as the mayor? What do you think of him?
So I've never really had too many problems with Seth. I think sometimes he can be a little hot-tempered. And people do say that sometimes he does have "this is my way" and that's all it's going to be kind of perspective, right? I have seen that from him sometimes. But in the long run, I do believe he's a good guy. I've never had a problem reaching out to him. Stop screaming, boys.
Okay. What do you think of his opponent, Dan?
Dan, so I've had some interactions with Dan. He seems like a stand-up fellow. You know, he's trying to turn a new leaf, you know, and I commend him for that, you know, because it takes a lot to, you know, turn the other cheek and try to do better for yourself. Now, on a personal level, anytime I've talked to him, he's always been open and honest with people. You know, and I mean, he's not one of those people that would push you away if you came up to him and was going to start talking to him. Like, he'll have small talk with you and everything. And I think in the long run, he just wants to be better.
I don't know. Most of the public opinion that came out of that debate was that Dan was pretty much crashing and burning, letting his party do all the talking for him. So let's move on to the people who were doing all the talking. Let's talk about Bucket and his perspective. The Cletus Hicks himself doesn't even call himself by name in public. And I'm sitting here going, what's the problem with everybody knowing what your name is? I get that we all know you by your nickname, Bucket, but shouldn't people know the person who's actually going into the position in office? What about Bucket? What do you think about Cletus Hicks?
So when it comes down to Cletus Hicks, I mean, I can understand everybody calls him Bucket. I mean, that's all I've ever known.
On a personal level, I threatened to punch the last person who used my government name. I'm Snowy. Yeah.
Just.
I mean, Snow, you got a point there. You got a point there. The producer is interjected, and he has a good point, ladies and gentlemen. That's kind of like, for example, people have called me all kinds of things under the sun, and I prefer to be called by Zach Fox, and people can call me fabulous, but if they call me anything that I don't want to be called, I feel that too. I'm sure you feel the same way, Rodney, don't you?
I mean, I don't really care what people call me. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's their own personal opinion or how they see things.
So long as it's not late for dinner, right?
Well, I'm never late for dinner.
All right, back to where we were at. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
When it comes down to it, I do understand. You know, everybody knows him as Bucket, right? That will probably never really change. You know, and maybe he doesn't like his legal name. You know, it's a personal preference underneath that. Now, when it came down to his arguments and him talking a lot, like I specified before, I mean, there was a lot of business-related questions. And do I think it was smart of their party to have him answer the business-related questions, since that's going to be his area? I think it was smart of them, because, you know, he's the one dealing with the business end. Will I agree with most of the stuff he's doing? In the case, I would say I'm at least a 90%. I don't like when it came down to the other party, for their business, when their business person did speak, it was kind of for me, it was lackluster. You know,
we're talking about Mac, right?
Yes. It was kind of lackluster. We didn't really get much from that end, right? We got a lot more from Seth. Than we did from Mac, which is supposed to be the business person. Now, I do understand in the point that, you know, people are going to argue, you know, Bucket, aka Cletus Hicks, did speak too much. However, listening to the questions, there was a lot of business questions. There wasn't a lot of other questions. And it's just the way it is. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's made some bad choices in life. You know, don't get me wrong. But I mean, I have personally seen him trying to help out other businesses and try to help them be profitable. So I don't see it being too much of a problem if that's exactly what he's going to be doing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Here's my question to expand on it a little bit further, though. And this one comes as both a general consensus of the public, because you know the public loves drama. They want to see that drama during the debate. And Kalidas sure did bring some, but he's standing up there making commentary and rebuffing everything that Seth said, as far as Seth pointing out the fact that he was aiming for him, being hostile about it. And then he just flat out says, well, I'm not doing that. If you feel that way, that's your fault. Instead of taking responsibility. How can we trust somebody who's not going to take responsibility for trying to gaslight someone publicly in a matter of a public office? Is that something that we should be worried about? Because quite frankly, I don't want somebody telling me all these great things they're going to do and then watch them just be hostile towards somebody else. It's like, I can't stand there as a law-abiding citizen, as a moral citizen. I don't feel right representing or being represented by a guy whose idea of let me spice up this debate is let me just flat out talk about the crappy attitude and job that I'm seeing coming out of the current political party and basically direct that at this guy who's standing on stage across from me, but then claim I'm not doing anything of the sort. It's one of those, it comes back to the criminal mentality that he had at one point in time, or not he is still planning on being that way, is not something the fabulous Mr. Fox is going to comment on. I don't feel like that is an appropriate part of this conversation. What I am saying is the guy was gaslighting Seth, and then he claimed he wasn't doing it, and I don't see that lack of integrity.
From a non and neutral part of this, right? One could see it as a power play, if you will. And at the same time, I mean, this is just from neutral thinking, right? You know, people brought up that sometimes, you know, Seth can be a little, I guess you say, hot-tempered, like I said before. And maybe that was his way of showing that to the public. You know, you never really know, right? At the end of the day, it could have been a power play. You know what I mean?
Rodney survived his first hardball, ladies and gentlemen. That was intended to see whether or not we were going to get a surface answer or an in-depth answer. Now you know you can trust the answers this man's going to give to these questions, because I would say that was the right answer. Certified fabulous. Now, how did you feel about the debate as well? Like, not just the candidates themselves, but the questions asked by the general public.
Yeah.
Do you think anybody might have taken their questions too far?
There was a few questions I was worried about. You know, like I do get up bringing somebody's past, right? And you know, so the biggest thing is you have Dan that's running, you know, and when it comes down to it, you know, he was been trying to do good, you know, and he was open about it, and he even, like, when he got questioned about it, he even openly admitted to everybody, you know, he's had a bad past, and, you know, he's trying to do right. When it comes down to it, I believe that there was a few questions that were kind of iffy that also led to the spark of the debate getting a little, I guess you say, hot-blooded. You know, which, you know, is going to happen. I mean, it's a whole part of a debate, right? There's always going to be an argument somewhere.
Now, here's another one. Which questions do you think needed answering better? Something that the candidates really gave a lackluster response. Which candidate? What question was it? And how do you think that they could have expanded on that answer, or anything they could have done that would have made the answer better?
Honestly, I think the ones that bothered me the most are the ones that come directly towards EMS. Things that I publicly heard and things that were being addressed in that manner, I believe some of the people were dancing around it. Now, I'm not going to specify exactly which parties, but, I mean, to be honest, they both kind of danced around it a little bit, but one danced around a little bit more than that. They failed to address the problems that's also been brought to, you know, pretty much the public's attention by EMS members and the public. And I believe the issues of EMS being downplayed a little bit is still a thing too. You know, like, you have the police department, they have their own apartments, but EMS doesn't, right? You know, they're a part of the chain of keeping people alive. I think it would behoove them to have an apartment structure for them. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, we're not going to be walking out, you know, we go skating or something, you know, we break our shin or something. Like, we're not just going to walk that off. We're going to have to see a medical professional. And I think sometimes, you know, people are also a little too disrespectful to the EMS members. And I think it's just because of their current situation.
The man came prepared today. I don't know how it is that I keep getting such perfect people to interview here on Hardball, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Rodney, we're going to dig deep, really deep, so far deep down that I have no idea how else to describe it other than what's hiding in the dark that we need to know about as the people.
That is true.
And what are these political candidates possibly implicated, or what are they going to do to protect us? Obviously, we've already talked about the fact that people are pointing out and they're saying things about how, you know, basically holding Seth responsible for the administration under Harry Wolfenstein. And clearly, he's made it very abundantly clear he doesn't have the kind of power that Harry Wolfenstein has in his absence. He can only do things that Harry has already pre-approved of. And I would hope that Hardball agrees that it's particularly fair to hold him accountable in that fashion, but at the same time, shrugging it off and not saying that he's planning on doing something differently about it would be kind of like the nail in the coffin in this one, wouldn't it? I'm not saying that's what he said. I'm saying if that's the approach he had taken, that's exactly where he would be, don't you think?
So when it comes down to Seth, I think he handled it appropriately. You know, and knowing Seth, I mean, if you come up to Seth, you call Seth or anything like that, right? Seth is actually, you know, usually always level-headed when you talk to him. It's just when people, like, I believe it's usually when people do dumb things that kind of, like, triggers his hot temper sometimes. But, you know, when you talk to him, he's usually pretty level-headed about things. And, I mean, in this case, I mean, like he said, you know, he's not the deputy mayor. So he can only act accordingly. At the end of the day, it's like somebody asking me, like, I work at Rex's as well, right? It's like Snowy's not around, I'm not a manager or something, and somebody's asking me to do, an owner level thing. Like, unless Snowy's like, hey, can you do this? If it's for Snowy, sure, but like at the same time, like you're limited on your actions. And I don't believe he answered it incorrectly. I just think some people don't like the response he had because they seem to think that he has more power than he does. I don't really know the full insights of the mayor's team, but I do know from the standpoint he's been open about that the entire time he's been in office with the Wolfenstein Party.
All right. Fair enough, honestly. Now, what about, we're going to dig into something that apparently came up across the state as sent absolute shockwaves of concern. We all remember the terrible things that have happened as a result of the actions of the Bet Corporation in the state of San Andreas. And so far, there's been some stuff that's been brought up that I know the people are going to want answers to, like, has Seth ever had any affiliation with Bet? And in the past, I can confirm the fabulous Mr. Fox himself has seen him working in a Bet laboratory. In fact, I was present when I was part of the mayor's party dealing with Mr. Brooks directly when it came to Bet experiments. And the next thing you know, our whole state's going kablooey for the how manyth time? I'm sure that our producers could comment on that. Tinfoil Hat Brigade, hashtag. Anyway, we're moving on beyond that. So here's the issue. Apparently, we've seen some things flying around in the sky today that looks like space shuttles, rockets, or something along those lines. And there's potential reported sightings, even by someone who's been on this show, of creatures that resemble Bet experiments that were partially responsible for the downfall of our state in the past. And we've got Mr. Cletus Hicks walking around with a business that has actually got Bet painted all over the side. And none of us, honestly, in the general public, especially here at Hardball, we do not believe that that equipment that says B.E.T on the side of it is just bucket something or other. We all believe the same thing. It's Bet equipment and he's profiting off of it. And it scares the hell out of all of us. What kind of action do you think both parties need to take to separate themselves from that and to protect those of us here who are terrified of the possibility of a return of the Bet Corporation responsible for every single one of us having to start over from scratch, our bank accounts, our businesses destroyed? What are we going to do?
My bloody restaurants.
Exactly.
Two of them.
That has killed and attacked
So,
and hurt.
This is the thing. When it comes down to it, I did have firsthand knowledge of what happened to Mr. Cletus Hicks. He was in fact brainwashed at one point, and he was kidnapped in the past. Now the thing is, I can't say anything on Seth's part because I don't know if that took place as well. Bet did a lot of experiments that created a lot of problems and took people's own free will sometimes. You can even get up with Mr. Tommy Jugan. And Tommy could tell you at one point, there was a certain line you could say to Bucket and he would have a prescribed response every single time.
I can confirm that.
And in this case, I can't say anything on their actions, right? Because we don't know what directly happened to them during that time. Bet had originally come around and, claiming to be the best thing ever. And, some people started working for him and then all of a sudden, like, bad things started happening, right? So there's no definitive answer on the tests or things that were done to these people. So holding them accountable for their actions, even in the past, like, it's hard to do so, right? But when it comes down to stopping Bet, they need to be careful with who they're selling things to, who like, they actually need to do some kind of investigation into who they are directly dealing with, especially said properties and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, if they're paying enough attention, these people aren't going to rise back to power. The things that were seen flying in the sky, I can confirm I did see a picture on Birdie that was actually posted by the person running for deputy mayor from the after party, which was Mr. Rick James, which he had posted actually a crashed shuttle, you know, from the PD perspective. Now, is Bet returning? There's a possibility. And if they are returning, we just need to be more careful. We need to make sure that, you know, the government is in line, the police department's in line, you know, and we're doing what we can to investigate things to make sure they don't rise to power, make sure they're not trying to take things back over. You know, not only as from the government standpoint, but, you know, if the government needs the assistance, you know, to let the public rise up like they used to, you know, and let them join them in the fight for, you know, removing that threat. You know what I mean? We've had revolutions in the past where we've had to deal with, you know, this type of problems. You know, in this case, if we always stand band together, we stand a better chance of knocking out the problem before it becomes a problem.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Bet was dangerous, and to prevent them from becoming dangerous again, here's hoping that whoever is elected into a position running this state will take the necessary steps, if they do return, to keep them well regulated to prevent them from causing our downfall.
Oh, there's so many anti-bucket
That's all I
questions,
had
it's
for
not
you
even
today,
funny.
Rodney. Thank you for joining us here on Hardball. You got anything else you want to say to the folks at home?
No, not really. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, people understand that some people have strategic values that they're going to be following, especially with a mayor election, right? You know, they're trying to make themselves stand out, and you know, sometimes certain plays include, you know, trying to get, you know, a nasty side of somebody shown, you know. So it's all about deep thought. It's like playing chess. You know, at the end of the day, that's just the way it is. You know, and do I think anything's wrong with the people running? No. I think in the long run, they're all good people. You know, we all have our own faults, you know, obviously, but at the end of the day, they're all good people. They're just playing the game chess.
All right, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for Hardball. I am your host, the fabulous Mr. Fox, and we're done with our interviews for the day. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope that you've had a great time. We'll see you next time here on Hardball. And we're clear.
Yeah.
Brilliant, wonderful, magnificent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
If I may say, Harry Wolfenstein, Seth Brooks, and Bucket were all working for Bet. And Wolfenstein, right before the explosion happened, said that he had been working for Bet and still believed in Bet. That was a couple days.
Makes sense. While everything was going to shit, he randomly showed up.
Yeah.
And of course, you know,
Callahan
beyond those
also
tips.
worked for Bet too.
Callahan
worked.
worked.
I supplied all the guns to him that he supplied to the civilians to help in the mass. Yeah. Most of the guns that was used to help the city during the apocalypse that was handed out by the president were made and acquired by Grove Street.
Our mass exodus to the airport for the evacuation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true, Seb. And Little Bean, that is true. A lot of people don't have a good opinion of Seth. I mean, I do believe sometimes he's
every gun
hot-tempered,
except for one,
and he does have
my
the
beautiful hunting
my
rifle
way kind of
with those
attitude
damn demons
sometimes.
down
But
with one shot.
You
know, it is what it is.
Floated about, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, no, I know
yeah. The
there's
bet
that.
lore is starting. It started today, Wyatt.
Sold them to him.
Like, let me see here.
Well, anyway, I've got to
show
call
you.
it for tonight, you guys. Thanks
Not too
again
bad.
for helping
Gareth,
me
how
deal
you
with
doing?
this and get this set up. Snowy and Riley, I appreciate you so much. Rodney, thank you for that unbiased perspective because, you know, obviously the point with the other two was to try to get a little bit of a rise out of them, just a teensy tiny bit and whatnot. And they held firm. They did a good job. Obviously, this setting works a hell of a lot better than a debate forum in an arena, doesn't it?
So as you see, bet crashed today.
Yeah,
It's
Mhm.
quite a personable space, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Anyway, Riley, you want to take care of the editing and whatnot so that we can get the podcast up?
Oh yeah,
It would be good if.
100%.
I mean, I know it's. I know it's.
show you this bit.
One
Yeah,
second.
well, that's
I
the
know
thing.
it'll be
I
hard
caught
pressed, but,
Seth
you know,
in
if we get them out
corruption. I
before
got him
the
fired
actual
from
election
PD.
ends, then it'll be something that will help people develop their views. But I know that's a really big ask. So if you can't do it, don't worry about it.
I mean, I can.
Well, I'm gonna let you
100%
guys get to it.
try.
I gotta do some farm stuff.
Yeah,
no
no
worries,
worries. I gotta get to the farm as well.
Do you want me to pose for a picture for the overlay?
Yeah. Joey, I need you to let me out.
Do you not have keys?
No.
Could have swore I gave you keys.
Here against the wall.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to. I mean, that's
Thank
a
you.
beautiful backdrop.
So I've caught Seth in corruption. You know, I got him fired from PD, and he was a captain. But because I have to be unbiased, like it's certain things. Like I can't use stuff where I have a grudge on a man from before. But we can use our memories and things. But it's not like we can go after them for that. Right? So, I mean, I could have said something about, Seth trying to kill Frenchie and dumping him in a river, but at the same time, like, that would look bad on me. Bucket was there. Bucket answered questions, Chris. Bucket's part of the boys, but they're part of the, Bucket is a part of that party, so none of the other boys are a part of the party, so... But, unbiased way of things, in Seth's party, the most reliable person that they would honestly get somebody from is RJ. Yeah, that's true. Yes, I got Seth fired from PD in 1.8, before the end of 1.8. He, tried to kill Frenchie. I sat outside MRPD for 4 days waiting for Harry. Bucket might be cooked. No, I think Bucket did things the proper way. I think it's just people looking for shit where there isn't shit, to be completely honest with you. And that's part of the problem is people are looking for shit when there isn't shit, and they're just making Bucket look bad. Alright, so he did get some of the alcohol out, which he did text about. Let's see, we got stuff there. I've caught Seth in a lot of things towards the end of 1.8, but we can't use that in 2.0. And then the stuff that's currently ongoing, like I can't generally say everything that is constantly going on right now. I think Bucket's been doing things. Farms. Ooh, potato farms. Hurting. Get all these fixed up. So we're getting stock back up again. Machines. Let's see what we're looking at. Machines. Yeah, he must have been here not long ago. Vodka machines fucked up. I think he was only running one vodka machine. But yeah, no, there is a lot of issues that we're trying to make sure are dealt with. And like I said, I think when it comes to Bucket, if people are just trying to find a problem where there isn't a problem, you know what I mean? It becomes down to people just doing what they want. And calling somebody out for something that they're just not doing. We're gonna enable the vodkas and let them run. I do have money in here, but I don't really need it, so I'm not gonna bother with it. That is the thing. Seth could also be cooked. So that's the thing. I think Bucket did a really good job, right? And I believe strongly that Bucket's party is going to end up winning. And in this case, it comes down to, is Seth pretty much cooked? Well, so Seth has done some shady shit on cop lately, right? He is running. But if he's found guilty in the court cases of the class action lawsuit of him doing things on PD and attempted murder and stuff like that, which is part of the problem, but the issue is Ralph isn't bringing it to court on that case because he's worried about his license. So Seth would never get charged with it unless somebody brought up another action that Seth did during that time. So there's a chance Seth is cooked, but there's a chance that he's not, right? You know, there's certain things in the realm of that are a problem. I need to get can't remember what I have in my truck. I'm gonna put my other oh yeah, I forgot I left my truck out. But overall, I can honestly tell you my unbiased opinion in this case. With how they answered things and how they were dealing with things, I think that the party that's going to win is Bucket's party. There's no two ifs, ands, or buts about that, to be honest. Because in the long run, you know, he did what he was supposed to do. You know, he answered business questions. And there was a lot of business end questions. Dan answered questions. Hatchie answered questions. Do I think they needed more questions that were befitting them? Yes. But it's just one of those things. I don't have coin, Zareth. It's just gamble. Yeah, well, I mean, if people are also looking at it from, you know, a player perspective too, right? When you look at Seth's party, Seth is very inconsistent with his activity. Mac, you're lucky if you see Mac, you know, 4 times a month. You know, so, and I love Mac, I really do, but she's a really busy lady. So your most active member of that party is going to be RJ. And everybody loves RJ. I mean, RJ is a stand-up guy. But, you know, you're going to be looking at it activity-wise. You know, if you're looking at Bucket's team, like Lexi's almost always around. Bucket's almost always around. Dan is around a little earlier, but later. And then you have Hatchie that's around almost all the time in the morning. So you have plenty of people in that party where they're going to be active, and we're not going to have an inactive mayor party, which we've always had. Elite did drop his case, sadly, and there's nothing I could do with that. So when it comes down to that case, Seb, the class action lawsuit's actually being handled by Murphy. So, to understand that, Murphy only handles things when it needs to. And with Murphy handling things, you're going to have people getting fired and shit like that because he's a supreme judge. As regular judges, we can't authorize people to fire people. But he can go to them and like, look, you know, this is bullshit. Like, this should have never fucking happened. You know, and as Supreme Judge, I am dropping the hammer on this. Like, you need to deal with this. Oh, I'm doing alright on food and water right now, but I don't know if anything's even remotely open at the moment. But there's a lot of things that, you know, can be worked on. And yeah, PD is beyond fucked. With the shit they pulled, there's gonna be a lot of officers that, you know, Murphy's probably gonna be calling for them to be fired for the civil rights violations, because some of the civil rights violations they did are felonies. And if they have Seth doing something like that, right? Which we can't do anything right now, but like if the class action went through tomorrow, right? And they found him guilty of a felony, there's nobody else to run opposed because they would have to arrest Seth on a felony. If Murphy ruled that way.
Keep to yourself from now on.
Yeah, PD does do a lot of wrongs, and DOJ is going to hold them responsible for that. So DOJ is actually going to have a lot more power than we had 1.8. It's one of the reasons why I cannot be corrupt in any way, shape, or form. So you will never see Rodney doing crimes and stuff because I can't. I'm not allowed to. You know, that's the way it is. Yeah, that was the other problem that I had as well, is some of the shit that was going on, like they had PD jumping in ambulances and everything else. Like, that's ridiculous. Hi, Red. No. Actually, the person that's handling Opie's case is yours truly. I'm going to be the one handling the case. What do we got full on the farms? Maybe we'll run and grab some stuff on the farms. Sugar farm's full, rice is full. He said he needed time to go through things, but I don't want things to get overly full. Potatoes are almost full. We got enough to grab potato. Oh yeah, we got plenty of fucking room to grab potatoes. So we're gonna go grab 800 potatoes so it doesn't get full. And we'll continue letting it run. Let me catch up here. Seth would pass blame to Harry. There's a good chance that would definitely happen. But except for beating up local, well, yeah, if the local tries to fucking shoot me all the fucking time, yeah. Murphy sometimes can be an asshole. It all depends. You know, you do something stupid, you're gonna feel his wrath. The issue with Dan, Dan doing what he did is not actually commissioner-like. He shouldn't have done that in the first place, which is why I stopped and talked to Harry about it. Do I think Opie can win? So I'm the judge for Opie. When it comes down to it, Dan isn't a part of a mayor party, just so you know. When it comes down to Opie winning, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, Opie's case, there's a lot of things tilted in his favor because of what the cops were doing. And in this case, he stands a good chance of winning his case. So I will be honest. I haven't gotten a chance to see all the evidence yet. They haven't submitted all the evidence yet. But based off of what I could read on the case file and whatnot, it makes a lot of sense with his case to why he would win. So right now, Opie has a very strong chance of winning his case and me ruling in his favor because of the shit that got pulled. Like people, you know, breaking civil rights violations, forcing him to identify, you know, doing, I guess you can say in one way, the stuff I know OOC, right? Them going over to their warehouse, which they might have got from Lennon, but they didn't have a warrant. So them going over there and bothering them and doing all that stuff, whether they were looking for Winston or not, some of the shit they were doing was a big no-no. Yeah, there was fail roleplay, but however, that's not something we can handle in game, so I can't rule on that. That's something that is done via there's an actual guy in front of me. That's an actual guy. When it comes down to the fail roleplay, that's something that has to be done via the admin side, which things have been done via the admin side. And because it was on such a massive scale, I don't think they handled out as many punishments, like severe ones, as they normally would, just because of how many people were involved with the situation, and it just muddied the water. But when it came down to the ones that did fuck up things, they got punished. I can guarantee you that. No. I don't think his location will be, but we have to find out. Because I don't have all the evidence yet. And yes, they do have a specific time frame. I think we've got like 48 hours left before, you know, they're in contempt of the subpoena. Yeah, that is true, Seb. There's also two sides. I mean, my thing is, when it comes down to the evidence of him actually committing crimes, right? I haven't seen that evidence yet. I don't know what said evidence they have. But even if it's a he said, she said thing, which, you know, people have said, oh, well, you know, they have body cam of him saying, yeah, we'll go do police, you know, house robberies or whatever. You know, that's just hearsay. Maybe he was setting up a trap. You know, there's arguments that can be made on that. His payout, I don't know. Also, I don't know why they didn't go after Lennon either, Chris. It made no sense. But there's plenty of sides to Opie's story, and the reason why I need the evidence, and then, you know, we're gonna be able to rule and shit on it. It's just a matter of when we actually have it. You know, that's what it all comes down to. I get the evidence, I can go over the evidence, but I won't know the full extent. Right now, from what I do have, shit, I looked down the rechat. Whoopsie. What I do have, I can tell you he has a strong case to win. But it comes down to the evidence and then their arguments. Which, you know, who's Opie's lawyer? Opie's lawyer is, he actually has two. He has Justin Winton, and he has Bailey Knight. Well, that's the thing too. Technically speaking, they'd have to catch him doing something on duty to actually be deemed corrupt. Like him doing robberies and stuff, right? They've had a lot of cases in the past where, you know, they deemed it corruption, but, you know, they would have to use, yeah, the best said, like Wyatt, for corruption you would actually have to use your power to do something corrupt. So they'd have to prove that in order to charge him with corruption. I don't know when it's happening yet. We're still waiting on the evidence. I keep looking down the read chat and I keep running into shit. I'm pulling a French. So yeah, it's conduct unbecoming of an officer, is what that would be, but they don't actually have a charge for that. Regardless, if, you know, if a cop goes out and creates a, you know, a felony, they don't get charged with corruption. So there's charges that are possibly in his case that, you know, aren't good charges, you know, but we won't know until we actually get to the evidence. And that's the thing too. Even if they have circumstantial stuff, there's no evidence. Circumstantial stuff, if you bring circumstantial stuff to me as a fucking judge, I'm gonna laugh you out of my courtroom. Because there's no evidence. I'm there for you to be able to prove that they did those things. Circumstantial stuff does not prove that they did anything. 3 mil. No, you can't get 3 mil. The maximum money that DOJ can reward is $2 million. Do I think he's going to get $2 million? Probably not. So, like I said, there's charges that are possibly going to be able to be fought on Mr. Winston's side, right? And being the judge, we will be able to actually deal with it. I'm just reckoning everything, trying to read chat. I'm trying to make sure I keep up with all you guys. But there's plenty of things that, you know, that can be said about the case, but until we know for sure, I can't say for sure, you know what I mean? Hopefully we'll have the evidence soon, and we'll be able to go over everything. Give me a second. Let me get to a straightaway, and I'll read your question, Seb. Because I'm not quite in a straightaway area. And I keep managing to hit cars or flipping my truck up into the air. Don't bob it. I'm glad somebody used that reference here. Any chance Rodney could pull up the city's law of corruption at some point? I don't think I can pull it up myself in game. But we can go down to the MRPD and pull it up. Yeah, it's possible they have them on body cam, but if they didn't identify them, like, they can't use it, so it don't really matter. It's a hearsay thing. Exactly, Diet, exactly. There's a chance of that, very much. Yeah, the penal code isn't perfect. So the penal code, the way it is now, like, I don't have full rights to it because I'm just a regular judge. The Supreme Judge does that. When we make it the Senior Judge, we'll have access to that. Yeah, I'm not sure what he got charged with yet, to be honest. But if they didn't catch him doing something illegal, and him using his ability as an officer, they can't deem him corrupt. They could charge him with crime, sure. Alright, we got potatoes in there. I'm not really worried about anything else. Like, we'll pull up the penal code. And I'll show you what corruption is. Defined by the penal code at MRPD, because that's the only other place we can actually do it. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it was kind of a given that he was fired when he was getting charged with felonies. Yeah. Yeah, they can't use that either, Dove, because when it comes down to it, all those charges were dropped. And they were dropped because they didn't have the ability to identify him without them doing something illegal. So they had it on strike, but that's about it. If they don't turn over the evidence for Opie's case, then Opie wins by default. Because it's pretty much like an admission of guilt, if you will. You know, if you're not going to turn over the evidence that you have on somebody, but you charge somebody with crimes, and we don't get it, it's an admission of guilt that you don't have the evidence. So you charge that person illegally, you know, in our eyes. And that's the way we'll see it. I appreciate that too, Red. I apologize. I couldn't read the bigger answers right away. I do appreciate that. You know, I'm doing my best that I can with the stream. You know, I'm kind of still in a situation where it's not perfect, but we're getting there. And then exactly, Diet. So I'm not gonna lie. There's a big chance that, you know, if they don't get this stuff in time, you know, it's gonna be one of those deals where he can end up winning by default. And we don't generally like cases to go that way, but when it does, it is. Like there's only so much you can really do, right? And I mean, I'm gonna be fair about everything as much as I can. Like, there's certain ways to do things. Like, I can only say certain things in game about, you know, PD and stuff because I'm a judge. I'm supposed to be neutral. You know, so I have to watch what I say and shit. I appreciate that so much, Wyatt. So let's see here. Oh, I forgot I can see this, but we're not going to do that. That legislation. There we go. I can't show you the other stuff. I can actually see that stuff, by the way. But I'm not allowed to really look at that. So, corruption is unlawful use of one's official position, power, or resources to provide or receive undue advantage, bribe, or favor. This includes the perversion of justice, tampering with evidence for personal gain, or the intentional neglect of duty in exchange for compensation. So, in order to charge somebody for corruption, they would actually still have to be using their position as PD. So, in this case, they would like have to have him on the radio or a text message or something, him telling them where officers were and all that stuff. Hell yeah, Zareth. I appreciate the positive vibes. I mean, the thing is I mean, even if you're having doubts, you know, hell yeah, like hit me up. You know, at the end of the day, all you want to do is put as much effort as you can in. Redline's a lot of fun. You know, at the end of the day, sometimes people are a little skittish of putting in an application because they're worried about whether they're going to get accepted or not. Like, just do your best. Put in as much effort and, you know, imagination as you can in an application. PD does not get more time in any way, shape, or form. No problem, Seb. PD does not get more time. I appreciate that, Chris. I do. I put in as much work as I can. But they don't get more time when it comes down to them submitting a subpoena. When it comes down to it, if they don't have the subpoena in time, I'm going to rule in Mr. Winston's favor. And that's just the way it is. 103K, yeah. So I don't know what they charged him with. If they charged him with corruption, they're already in trouble to begin with. I think tomorrow is the deadline, actually. If I remember correctly. Actually, Bailey was around earlier. Is he still around?
Your call.
Fuck. He never calls me back, the prick. That's the only thing that they would be able to get. But there was no actual, like... I guess you can say there's no actual law about saying how many people are on duty with you. It's not like he told them locations and shit. So, you know, them knowing how many cops are on doesn't really help them in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, so if they charge them with corruption, they would literally have to prove that in court. And they better have a damn good argument for it. and evidence. What stops them, Red? So what stops them is if they do that and I don't get evidence, they automatically win the case and they have to take those charges off of them and then pay them back tenfold. You know, off of what our charges are and stuff. So they get paid for the jail time they spent. They get paid for the fines that they received. And then on top of that, they get those charges removed and they can't try it again. Yeah, it's late for some people. There's a chance it could be more than that. If Bailey does, then that's why he also has another officer, which is Justin, and Justin will deal with it. Yeah, if they don't submit the evidence and we find it and we dismiss it because they don't send it in, then yeah, when it comes down to it, he could definitely get his job back if he didn't get any, you know, felonies. You know, while he's been dealing with shit. But let's see here. Mr. Winston's case, does it actually say when it was submitted? It does not. None of these actually say when they were submitted. Oh, yeah. Well, the only problem with that, Jank, is if he was fishing and they wasn't in the middle of the body cam, they would have to argue how he would know that somebody got beat up behind him that wasn't facing the body camera. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Most people don't like the mustache chop. Yeah, there's a good chance that he could win $1 million from his case. There's a good chance of that. I think we have everything up here now. It should be up here. All the stuff that's been dealt with. So let's put it this way. Let's see here. Just so people can see that we're not joking. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. It wasn't Shepherd. This one. So right here. So if you look, this is how you know we're not kidding. The evidence was not given to the lawyer. By default, mass request for damages is approved. So that's the thing. I have to get up with Bailey to know when he submitted the subpoena. But I don't know when he submitted it. True, Ryan. I'm trying to read and I'm trying to walk at the same time. So there's a lot of things going on that, you know, I have to look into because I don't know when the subpoena went out. Fuck, everything's closed. I mean, it is 11 o'clock for me. Fucking courthouse headaches. Yeah. I mean, when things come down to it, there's plenty of stuff that can happen. And, I mean, I wanted to prove it to you guys that, you know, if somebody doesn't give us the evidence that, you know, they could easily lose the case by default. And damages can be rewarded. in this case, if they don't submit buckets, or not buckets, but OP's evidence as requested when they should, then they're just going to be in deep shit. I need to get food and drink. Yeah, so Red, if he filed it same day, great. If he filed it the next day, then, you know, they still have 24 hours.
Right on.
Listen here. Stay out of my conversation.
You're telling me.
This is not any of your business. Yeah, well, I'm not so lucky, because I'm not gonna lie to you guys. So some nights I stream quite late, sometimes to 1, 2 o'clock, and I have to get back up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So sometimes I'm not always nice to myself with how much I stay up and shit. So there is that. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, like I said, I'm being transparent with you guys on stream. Like, you know, we're able to see the PD MDT if I go to MRPD. Am I going to do that right now? No, because eventually we're going to have the MDT to actually look that up for expungements and shit. But when it comes down to it, like, the evidence still has to go to the lawyers and all that stuff, and we can... I mean, honestly, I could probably look that up in the MDT and see if they actually got the subpoena and when they got the subpoena. I actually know that would be in evidence. And I don't know if they would update the case with the subpoena. Damn it. Well, in all honesty, they'd be better off settling. If you want to know the truth. And the main reason why they'd be better off settling is because at the end of the day, you don't want all this stuff coming out in public, just like the class action lawsuit. You do not want that becoming public. You know, if they don't settle outside, shit. If they don't settle outside, it all becomes public. Oh.
Hey, what took you so long to call? I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, I'm actually on the East Coast. I'm actually originally from Florida. I lived in Polk County for a very long time. I moved up to New York, for my job. So, thank you. I'm a big Viper fan, actually. I love Vipers. I think this car needs some better handling, though, but that's just me. Also, since people are asking a lot about OP, let me see if I actually have this here. I don't remember if I have it here. I think I put it in here. I want to say it was this one. Oh, no, it was this one. Let me see here. Oh, I got my audio on. It's on 9. I think that's okay. We'll give you this one since you guys are talking so much about OP.
Yeah. It's time to speak the truth.
That is true too, Seb.
Yeah. It's time to speak the truth. Mr. Winston in the booth, most out of pocket in the city. Still he walk with ruthless proof. Career on the line, got a history of chaos and fame. Here he come again, full steam, like a runaway train. He'll leave you dangling from a chain, might rob you.
Okay, Jeff. I'll get up with Bailey today, and if they don't have the evidence ready and it's not been submitted to Bailey, then they're gonna have a problem. And Mr. Winston's probably gonna win, and I'm gonna tell them they're gonna have to remove all the charges. Yeah, he's using the Banshee S. It's up to them. It's up to PD, but that's if he hasn't gotten any charges after the fact. This is my own private music, so I can't release it on the music app.
I'll be watching you. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you give gon' be the truth laid bare, the whole truth, nothing but so help you God. Every word.
Seb, I appreciate the sub. Appreciate the love and the support. And I appreciate you being around. I appreciate everybody being around right now.
Will the city say free him or lock him away? We gon' find out soon. Let the court have it.
Yeah, I'm not big on, like, I actually owned a Mustang IRL, but I had the older style Mustang, which I think we have in the market. I'll show you in a minute which one I originally had. But yeah, it's completely up to PD when it comes down to him being reinstated. But if he also did other crimes and got arrested after the fact, they wouldn't be able to reinstate him anyways. But I believe... how about them boys? Yeah, that is the case. I don't believe he's going back. I mean, he did have an arc of where he was going to get caught. And that's originally what he was going to do. We need more sugar. So let's go get some more sugar. Everything's still working, right? Except for those, because there's a full... rice, working. Okay, good. We need sugar. Let's go. Yeah, let's go get 400 sugar. It's just down the road. I appreciate it, Chris. I really do. I do the best I can. At the end of the day, that's all we can do. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Even if he did, I mean, right? Atlanta had an arc he wanted to go on for RP. With Mr. Winston. And I believe he was about done with that. I think he got forced to end it a little bit faster than he wanted to, but, you know, it is what it is. What other cases? So I also have a case for Mr. Jugan. That I've also got to go over as well. Which I'm waiting on the evidence for that one too. I think they've actually went past Jugan's subpoena time. Because I believe Tommy got his put in well before Opie's got put in for the subpoena. So, but we've got a few of them. We've got Lester Jones's case in there. We've got an expungement case. We had the class action lawsuit. We still have Bucket's case in there that is going to be done by CJ, which is his second case, which is the B2 case. And then, like, we've got a crap ton of cases actually in there. So when it comes down to it, we're actually kind of swamped with cases. Was overkill on Opie? I believe they went really overboard on Opie. Like, I don't think they should have done what they did and how they did it. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure they really went overboard with his stuff. And then they're like, oh, well, we don't publicly announce all this stuff, but then they're posting warrants and shit on Birdie. Like, you're saying you don't put out somebody's public record, but here you are, like, posting out shit for them. Alright, so we got yeast. Oh, is that not making yeast right now? Ooh, shit. I forgot to do that. Grain and firm. We want to get those started. We can make more yeast. We need to go and get more water, which we should be able to do. We'll also keep water running longer too. Oh shit, let me fix my truck first before I forget. But we have a lot of things in the works for cases, and you know, we're all doing what we can. I'm trying to stay as active as possible with everything. You know, even with me, like like the other day I wasn't feeling all that good. The weather had fucked me up. It felt like I had a golf ball in my throat. So I ended up not getting on Redline that day. Yeah, I don't think Lennon ever got picked up, to be completely honest with you. I think Lennon got away with it. So I think if Lennon hasn't done any crimes, I think Lennon can come back to PD. But they are slacking on their evidence. I appreciate it, Sebi Mo. I really do. I really do. I mean, I'm trying to give everybody my best side of things. What the fuck you been doing? But that's what I'm doing, obviously. Like, I'm trying to give everybody our perspective from DOJ, you know, like the lawyer side of things and everything. You know, I was hoping that I'd be doing more lawyer-related things, working into my judge stuff beforehand, but I didn't realize how fucked it was for renting or getting an apartment or anything here in New York. So, there was that. So, Sebi Mo, when it comes down to their uniforms, they're commissioners, so they can actually dictate what uniforms they actually have. They don't actually have to wear what they're set, because they're commissioners. They make the laws on their uniform. That is true, Blitz. That is true. And it is possible. Lennon could have been a snitch. You know, you never know. Because honestly, think about it, right? OOC, right? They started looking for Mr. Winston fishing, and then Lennon called him. And then they started looking all over the areas, you know, where he was fishing and shit. And then all of a sudden knew he was going to be up in that area. You know, it's very possible that he is a CI. You never know. I mean, nobody's really seen Lennon. No, you can't sniff it back. The sniff command's been removed, so it's just a dog that can do sniffs now. Because there was a lot of cops that were going in, like, there was an instance where I had to yell at somebody as a lawyer, and they were a cop. They were like, well, we're going to arrest this guy because he smelled like alcohol. And he was inside Burger Shot getting food and drink. And I'm like, you shouldn't just be, like, sniffing motherfuckers while they're getting food and drink. Like, you don't have a reason to start inspecting people and doing all this shit. Like, you need probable cause or suspicion, like severe suspicion that they're doing something illegal. But yeah, not all my songs are on the app. However, if you do go through my Discord, there is a section called Judges Songs, and you can listen to all the songs I've created. I do have a special one for when we hit 1K subs that I'll release, and it's about my lore and another person, which also has some stuff in it that that she hasn't specifically heard yet either. That I told her she would hear when we hit 1K subs. That is true, Diet. That is true. So I don't know if Lennon's a snitch. You know, there's only so many things I can honestly say because it's from a OOC. I don't actually know about Lennon in game. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, that's the thing. Like, perspective is key. Like, we don't know everything. Like, even like I said, I can't use any of the information in game because I don't know any of it in game. Yeah, we are getting there. So for people that don't know, when we hit 1K subs, I have a close to an 8-minute song I'm going to release. I put a shitload of time into it. People like the country vibe, so it's done in country. So I did that, and it will be released once we hit 1K. Like I'm not even joking. I put a shitload of effort into it, so people should love it. You never know. I mean, you never know, really. But, you know, that's the thing. When it comes down to it, most of the stuff I know OOC. I can only draw lines to stuff that I know. With uniforms... it definitely looks bad on PD. For the uniforms. But when it comes down to it, ultimately they have full control over their own uniforms and shit. So, like, nobody can really say anything. You just look at it and you're like, well, you know, they can wear this shit, but it's one of those things where we can't say no because they can dictate their own uniforms. But it does look bad on them. Thank you, Chris, for the sub. I appreciate the love and support. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I don't know if Lennon's warrant is up yet. I mean, I think his warrant got posted the same time as Opie's, so it all depends. He might have another day or two left. I'm not sure. You know, so there's still a fair chance for things. But I do believe if everything is right and he got the warrant posted, and they're past the 7 days, I'm pretty sure it's the 7 days. I'm gonna have to go look because I'm pretty sure it's 7 days. I'm sure that court case, like, if it if we end up dismissing the court case against Opie because they don't give evidence, you know, the trendy, birdie, like everything is gonna go off inside Redline. And then, you know, obviously, everybody's gonna be saying stuff on the side of you know, the streams and stuff because it's just the way it is. I mean, PD does need some respect. That is true, but some of the stuff they did was not okay. And I believe in the respect of HDK. I don't believe HDK really had anything to do with any of it. OOC, you know, because if he would have known about the shit they were pulling, it wouldn't have happened. I'm gonna check something really quick because I'm pretty sure it's 7 days, but I know they keep changing the legislation. So let me look here, guys. Give me 1 second. RedlineRP. Let's go to city info, legislation. Go to subpoenas really quick. Oh, I went too far. Subpoenas. For suits against the city, it must be filed within 7 days of the crime. So I think they still have 7 days to do it. Because that's for the subpoenas. Those are plea deals. So it looks like they took the days out, but I'm pretty sure it's still 7 days. I'll have to confirm that with Murphy, but I'm pretty sure it's still seven days on that. Oh, we got a Reese raid. I appreciate you. I love you, honey, and thank you for the raid. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of ruckus going on. I'm not going to lie. I hope not, Blitz. Seth the Bloodhound. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If Seth would have took it, if Ralph would have actually taken the stuff to court, Ralph could have done a lot of things that could have got them, but he didn't. That is true. Red, that is true. That was one of the reasons why OOC, I don't believe Harry knew about all of it, which might also be the reason why he offered to resign, because it's upsetting him that people would do stupid shit like that, knowing it comes back on him, as well as the commissioner. All PD fired on him. If Ralph took his case, he could have easily got PD fired for that. We're out of glass in there. Shit. We don't live together yet, but we will be eventually. That's gonna be the question. Because the thing is he can get charged with it. It just all depends on the charge, whether it's a felony or not. And if Opie wants to press charges against it. And if he wants to press charges against it, then he can. King Gramps, no, we don't yet. We're still waiting on the evidence, or at least the lawyer to tell me they have the evidence. Exactly, Sebimo. Exactly. That's the the question. You know, at the end of the day, I don't think he had anything to do with it. Red, I did. Actually, we had a giant conversation. So to prove it in game, like he had me talking back and forth to his lawyer, which is right here. Which is when he originally wanted to drop it. And then I talked to him. He said he was going to continue everything. And then he was like, you know what? Never mind. Because he was worried about losing his pilot's license, which is $250K. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, you should have been the lawyer with Ralph sometimes. Sometimes when we were dealing with things, like, you get a headache just from dealing with some of the situations you were dealing with in there. Just the way it was. We got more alcohol, making more glass. It should be plenty enough glass to make everything that we have, I think. That's 290. So if you don't file anything, they're gone in 7 days, yeah. But that's if you don't file anything. Yep, like you said, crayons. It's the way it goes. And as you guys can tell, as a judge, I'm not broke. We got 924K in the farm. And most of that's all my money. And then, you know, I've got... Oh, that's Birdie. I've got 321K on me. So, not broke by any means. That's the reason why you see me doing the farm, because the farm is where I make most of my money to where I can live comfortably. So I do apologize if the farm sometimes seems a little dull. Not much I can really do about that, because we still have to do something for a grind. But yeah, when it comes down to it, like, they have to file stuff within 7 days. If it's filed within 7 days, then it doesn't disappear. I gotta fix myself here. My pants keep riding down from moving in my chair. And not too bad. Deluxe, how you doing? And how's it going, Tomahawk? Yeah, no, Bucket is fucking amazing with numbers. So I want to point this out. So before Bucket joined, so right now we're at $5.3 million into the farm, right? When he joined at me, I had 3.2 million in there. During the time that Bucket's been with me, with the farm, we've made over $16 million. Now, they did a nerf on the alcohol. Should they have done a nerf on the alcohol? Fuck no. And the main reason why they shouldn't have is because at the end of the day, part of the issue is our total net profit after factoring in the glass and stuff was only 600K. You know, and I was leaving most of my money inside the farm, you know, so Bucket could get whatever he needed. So, like, when it came down to it, you know, we were selling more than 1 million at a time, obviously. It was 6,000 bottles. So there was plenty of money in there for the glass and stuff or anything else he needed. And a lot of people mistake that for pure profit when it's not. They're like, oh, well, they're making $1 million. Yeah, but I'm also spending 400K just alone, just on the glass, to make that. Excuse me, motherfucker? Fuck you talking to? Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I know Bucket is good with numbers, and if Bucket finds out what's in those books, he's gonna be able to figure it out. You can't fool Bucket with numbers. Like, Bucket's just good with numbers. Like, alright, I'm gonna come over here because I'm pretty sure it was at Sandy. And I can show you the body type of the Mustang that I used to own, which I love. Yes, hello, love. I appreciate the raid. I appreciate you coming in. I said thank you to everybody else to show up too. But yeah, no, Bucket is really good with numbers, so he'll definitely get there. Yeah, I know you're definitely pushing for it because you get to hear what comes out at 1K subs, honey. Oh shit! I drove right past the fucking dealership. No. Honestly, he's a redneck you really can't fool. So it was definitely an A class. GT4. This is the style of Mustang that I had. The only difference is, that is true, honey. That is true. So the only difference is this back wing. So the back wing on the real model has like a dovetail. So it kind of like comes up and then comes down, on the back side. But this was the, 99 version of the Mustang, which was the one I physically owned. Enjoyed the living shit out of the car. I honestly loved it, but I don't go driving around all the common like GT cars that they always want to sell. I don't remember which one that one is. Oh, that's one of the really older style ones. The Coquette, the Corvette. See, these are like the Camaro styles. But yeah. Yeah, my car was not a fucking Cobra. My car was just a regular Mustang. It was that model is a V6. The model that came out in the 2000s was a V8. Are there any R8s? So there actually is an R8 lookalike. Yes. But yeah, it was one of my special cars that I owned. It was actually my first car. Was that '99 Mustang? Funny story. So some people know I worked at Domino's for a long time. I was a delivery driver at the time. My boss Jimmy and his wife worked at the store. Jimmy was the GM and his wife was just a regular driver. So his wife hated me. Like, to the bone. Yeah, their Camaro models do need a little tweaks. But one day she said something that pissed me off that day. It was raining, and we had this little T intersection, and I seen her. She was right at the red light, so I came around that corner. I fucking just whipped it around that corner. Fishtailed the living shit out of it. And then eventually she came back to the store and I was there and she jumped my shit. She was like, you need to drive better and you can't be driving like that. Well, what if a cop would have seen you? I said, was I out of my lines? She's like, no. Then shut the fuck up. Because I was inside my lines. I wasn't doing anything illegal. It's a Camaro. They fishtail. Yeah, not a Camaro. It's a Mustang. They fishtail. They've been known to fishtail. They ain't got no fucking weight in the ass end. I also kind of want to go see what they put in the drift cars. They said they added more drift cars. But that was the funniest shit ever. Like, I pissed her off with that. I used to love fucking drifting my fucking Mustang around the corner. That was the funniest shit ever. Used to scare people. Like, oh no, he's gonna wreck. Nope. But it was definitely inconvenient sometimes because Mustang's not having any weight in the ass end. Sometimes you take a corner and, you know, your tires were just to the point to where they could possibly be a little worn. Like, it'd start sliding even more, especially when it rained and shit. And if you didn't know that car inside and out, you were gonna get fucked. Let's see, what do they got in here? No, that was sell vehicle. What's the other one over here? Must have switched it up because the other one was that before. So they actually have the Mazda RX-8. Hardy. I don't know what the fuck that is. Junk looking shit. You got the Supra looking version, or even the Mazda. So this one actually kind of reminds me more of the Mazda MX-3, which, you know, they probably shouldn't have in there. Oh, they added the gauntlet because that wasn't in there before. So now you got drift muscle besides the Tampa. True, Chris. True. That makes complete sense, Ryan. The Semite was in there. I think this one was already in there. Oh no, this is a new one. A drift truck. Not very nice looking, but Chavos looks like crap. The Jester. Get a Tora? They put a guy. Oh my! They put a fucking Cody truck in here. These are like little Japan trucks for fucking drift. I know they got the Futos in here. I don't know what. Some of these cars make no fucking sense. What's this one looks? This one kind of looks like a BMW. To put in one of the fucking shitty Dominators. Okay, so what you guys might not know, if you guys don't know old cars, this Dominator is actually a Mustang. I don't remember what year it is, but my uncle had one. My Uncle Bobby. He had one. And that thing actually did drift like a motherfucker. Nebula Turbo. The fuck? I have no idea what that one looks like. But there's a few nice ones in there. The new Gingy would buy it. Kai trucks. Yes, exactly. I couldn't remember what the fuck they were called. Mid-80s. Yeah, it's possible. He used to race his. But, like, when we used to come in his driveways, they had, he had a dirt driveway, that would kind of do, like, a little U-turn. And he'd always fucking drift bringing us in and shit, and it was cool as fuck. I don't think any shops are open. I kind of do want my car fixed, though. No, nothing's open. Nothing is open. Fucking hell. I don't know why this car does that sometimes. It just gets really fucking drifty out of nowhere. to 90s. Yeah, so I am, like, a lot of people, so when it comes down to drift cars, I know some people are going to be upset with this one because everybody loves the RX-7, you know, and the Supra and all them. When it came to drift vehicles, easily one of my favorites.
I'm a birth American and a spiritual Brazilian. What evs?
The Nissan 240 SX Fatback SE was actually my favorite, the 240 in itself. I did say I would help Willow and then completely forgot to send her money, and then I tried to call her and she wasn't about. That is true, Deluxe. Bucket did his best to stand on business. But yes, the 240 SX is actually one of my favorite drift vehicles. I always wanted to own one, but fuck me, like down in Florida when I was down there and I was looking for one, right? The damn thing, like they wanted $5K just for the fucking rolling chassis. Like, it was stupid. Mondeo. Fuck, I haven't heard of a Mondeo in forever. Yeah. So, I was gonna rebuild the 240. And I had lines on ones, and then, like, it was kind of a, oh, well, we just gave it away. Or we sent it to a junkyard. And then the junkyard was trying to get like fucking $5 grand for rolling chassis. Yeah. The insurance was triple, but like it was actually one of my favorite cars for drifting specs and stuff. But I was gonna have it just for a regular car with the original engine, you know, and try to keep it all original. But yep, nope, that never happened. Yeah, but I mean, that's different. Like, at the point, like, we're in Florida, you know, at the time. Like, the only way you were going to do drifting in fucking Florida is if you fucking put it on a car dolly and went somewhere else. Like, and at the same time, like, the chassis they were selling you, like, I mean, were just chassis. There no seats, nothing. Like, there was no interiors to this car. It was literally just the fucking shell and the fucking frame. That was it. That's understandable, Ryan. I mean, we've had some weird cars here in the U.S. I mean, I could tell you a car brand that, you know, is really weird in the U.S. We do have some Daewoo cars. We had the Geo that were around, like Geo Metros, Geo Trackers. We've had some funny cars that aren't American made around. Yeah, no. Some people want some absurd amounts for just a rolling fucking chassis. Like, there's nothing to. I mean, like the 240 I looked at. I mean, it had nothing, and I mean nothing. It didn't have, you know, the handbrake, any of the dash, nothing. It was literally just fucking metal. Yeah, Datsuns. There was actually. Funny enough, some people might not remember, but Datsun originally had a model that looked like the Porsche. Yep, 3-cylinder Geo. Alright, so this is making alcohol. We're good there. Holden? Yeah, I've actually heard of Holden. Funny enough. Okay. You know, we do get some of the brands that, you know, aren't normally seen, you know, because some people do bring them over. Yeah, no, the Datsuns were really good before they really started fucking up their brand. Because I'll be honest with you. I'll tell anybody this now. All right, so I work for Nissan. Anything, and I'm going to tell you this right now, if you ever think about getting anything that's Nissan, if that motherfucker says it's got a CVT transmission in it, stay the fuck away from it. Because that thing's going to hand grenade the transmission within 60,000 miles. I saw ones that rolled off the lot, came back with less than 2,000 miles, and the transmission blew up. The newer ones aren't bad because they're not running CVTs. But if it's got a CVT, stay the fuck away from it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I want a 240, but I'll never get a 240. They're all fucked. They don't exist anymore, and if they do exist, you're definitely paying an arm and a leg for one now. Without a shadow of a doubt. It's just like the Vipers are my favorite cars. But if you ever want to own a Viper, you know, you're gonna pay through the nose for those too, because there's only so many left in existence. That is true too, Blitz. I've got a 2023 Jeep Compass Trailhawk, and I'm not gonna lie to you, like, the car rides nice, but is it worth the money? Fuck no. Should probably get gas for this thing. Yeah. Yeah, see, I wanted a Viper, but I'll never own one. They're so expensive now, it's not even funny. Even if you can find one that, you know, you can rebuild, you're going to pay an arm and a leg for parts alone. I feel like they modified this truck again. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I think a Nova was good. I'll be honest. Nova was a good one. But when it comes down to it, right now the only car I can honestly tell you that's an older car that you can still find and isn't going to cost you an arm and a leg is an old school Corvette. You can find the 80s and the 90s Corvettes for fucking cheap. Like, I think I found an 80s Corvette one day for like fucking $1,500 running. But, you know, that was the problem. Like, there's only so many you can actually get. Oh yeah, the 2JZ. Yeah, there's a lot of situations where a lot of these cars you can't do much with anymore. But yeah, the C5s and the C6s, yeah, they're cheap as fuck. Hell, let me see here. Let's see here. I don't have any on there, so let's go back to regular Google. Yeah. So, right now, like, I mean, these are ones that are in good working condition and restored. You can get a 94 for 11,000 with only 62k miles on it. Old Stingray, hell yeah. Mitsubishi Eclipse, good luck. On top of that, the only problem with the Eclipse, you'd want to change the motor out in it, because the Eclipse is known for the water pump giving out. Sadly. Yeah, see, I've got a, like, my car looks beautiful on the inside and everything, but the only thing is it worth the money? No. And on top of that, they've got a recall on the radios. Like, the newer cars have so many problems with the radios, it's not even fucking funny. It's stupid. But we are going to try and find somebody to raid, though, because it is 12. I do gotta work tomorrow. So we'll have to find somebody we can go to here. See who's all live that I know of. It looks like Lexi is live. I'll tell you guys what. It looks like Lexi's the only one I know of that's live right now. So I will send you guys over to Lexi. Oh, not a problem. I'm more than happy to talk about anything. Like, I'm dead serious. I love car talk. I love cars in general. Yes, mine is the black leather with red stitching. Let's send you guys over to Lexi. I'm gonna give you guys the link. But yeah, anytime you're here, I'm down to talk just about anything. So anytime you guys want to talk about something, even if we're sitting here talking about cars, we can bullshit about vacuums. I don't give a shit. Like, there's a lot of things that I know and I've been involved in that, you know, it's nice to be able to talk about and shit. But yeah, if you guys want to head over to that link, that is Lexi. Go over and give her some love. She's the deputy mayor in Bucket's party. So you'll be able to ask some questions to her and stuff. And that is true, Deluxe. I appreciate it, Red. I do. All right, well, you guys have a wonderful night. I will catch you all later. If you guys visit that link, go give her some love. And we will catch everybody next time.